season, but to spare of time and allow to be able to gain more knowledge. Because I know one rule of journalism is that you have to know something about everything. You may fail to know everything about something, but at least you have to have a clue. Because anytime you can be able to switch up, we are like soldiers, you can be able to switch up. And we want to thank you so much for coming through. Without wasting any more time, we'll start off with our remarks. And I want to first of all welcome Commissioner Asimwe. The Commissioner, Alex Asimwe, is the Commissioner, Labor, Industrial Relations and Productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him.
Thank you, Mildred. The Permanent Secretary and the Accounting Officer, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the CEO, Private Sector Foundation, my namesake, Mr. Stephen Asimwe, Madam Serena Kaviti, the task team leader for GROW project, World Bank, my good friends here, senior journalists and communication experts, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for joining us today as we reflect on generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises project, and build a shared understanding around one of the most important development efforts aimed at empowering women entrepreneurs in Uganda. Let me begin by addressing what remains the greatest challenge to the success of this project: misinformation, especially regarding who the GROW project is meant to support. There is a common and incorrect perception that GROW is a general fund for all women. It's not. GROW is specifically designed to support women who are already in business, regardless of the small those business may be. These are women actively engaged in services, in agriculture, in manufacturing, in ICT. And they are striving to grow their enterprises, even create more jobs. So if we do not communicate this target audience clearly and consistently, we risk misdirecting resources and missing the very women this project was meant to support. For some of you who are aware, this project is supporting micro women entrepreneurs and small women entrepreneurs. Micro, if a woman is running a business that is at a micro level, the import of that is that that business is employing less than 5 workers, and at the same time, the annual turnover of that business is less than 10 million. So in short, if you say you have a micro enterprise, it means that you have some workers who are below 5, but then your annual turnover could be 9, 8 million. So GROW comes to ensure that it's able to support those women in micro enterprise to accelerate, expand, grow their business to another level. So if you have not been running a business, you've been a housewife, then certainly it is impossible for you to be a beneficiary of growth. Another target is the small women entrepreneurs, that you are running a business that is at small scale level. And that means that that business is employing workers between 10 to 49, and your annual turnover is between 10 to 100 million. I beg your pardon. The workers between 6 and 49, and then the annual turnover 10 to 100 million. So that means that certainly growth cannot be for every woman in this country. It also means that the women who are already in large scale may not be the beneficiaries under what? Growth. Because growth is supporting what we call the missing middle. You have women who have benefited from livelihood programs. You remember livelihood programs? Entandukwa, NUSAF, Emyoga, Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, Dr. Deep. Now they have come up, they are running business, but then they are not growing. So growth comes them to help them to grow, to accelerate to another level. To promote equity and access, Cabinet issued a directive to ensure that the loan funds under GROW are located across 19 sub-regions of Uganda. And as a result, number of beneficiaries per sub-region is being worked out, and soon the country will be informed. But it is important to note that not every woman who is at the micro level and the small scale level will access the loan. Because, you know, GROW is an integrated package of services that is aimed at responding to multiple needs of women entrepreneurs. Because when we were designing this project, we did analytical studies, and the women were able to speak out that, you know, we are facing multiple challenges. We have inadequate accessibility in terms of skills. We are not able to access capital because of the high interest rate. That we do not have adequate social and economic infrastructure. That even our mindset, social norms, is still keeping us from, you know, participating in business. And therefore, an intervention was designed with multiple services that you can access. Sorry, maybe somebody can cross there. That you can access skills, you can access social infrastructure, but at the same time, you can be helped to network with other women entrepreneurs in the same for market, for exposure, you know, for research and all that. So indeed, the project extends beyond only. Very challenging. So the project has powerful and promising interventions on the package of skills. We have essential skills for women entrepreneurs, or what we call entrepreneurship, that will provide foundational competences, strengthen the capacity of women to grow their business. The second that aims at providing practical experience and skills, and a professional mentor or an expert in the world of work. Under this intervention, we also extend business development services that will help on the product development, standardization, among other. So what we are saying is, even when you dive into skill, you need to understand what type of skill you want. How do you want to access skills? You want to access skills from the perspective of entrepreneurship, where you are able to get what we call digital skills, bookkeeping, communication, product development, that skill. Or you want to get skills from the perspective of being placed in the world of work and a professional mentor to learn on the way how that particular service is being run. An example, you have a woman who is running a restaurant and wants to learn how marijuana is prepared. So you look around and you find a restaurant that is preparing marijuana. So a woman entrepreneur or the employee may say, I want to learn how marijuana is prepared. And then it's picked, placed in a host enterprise, and that host enterprise is willing to coach, to mentor, to train this woman entrepreneur or employee on how marijuana is prepared. At the end of the period, then an accreditation body like DIT, now we are using the new board which has been established, comes to certify that yes, this is a cook, is a certified cook of marijuana. Even when we talk about skills, we have the technical services. You want to, for example, learn how to expand the shelf life of a loaf of bread from 6 days to 1 month. So the question, where do you receive training? Go, for example, to Uganda Industrial Research Institute, and then they take you through on how that can be done. Beyond skills, we have the common user facilities, which we have rolled out, that is designed to support women-led groups in improving production, packaging, quality assurance, but at the same time, being able to access shared infrastructure and equipment. So we have signed MOUs with institutions like Makerere University, NALO, and Rwentanga Farm School, who will be instrumental in providing technical support, research linkages, and space for production and innovation. These services are available and free of charge, eligible to women entrepreneurs, and we want the public to know and guide, direct those targeted beneficiaries to access these services. We call upon you, members of the media, to be our partners in broadening the public understanding of GROW. Let us highlight these vital services that even when you talk about access to finance, we have two products under access to finance. You have a grant and you have a loan, which is disbursed through commercial banks. Now, the grant is also coming from the market, the board. So that's how we need to give the women across the country the criteria so that we can enable them to access, grow sustainably beyond the credit. So when we share accurate information, and we explain the value of this program, then we'll be able to empower women, not just as tools, but with knowledge, and knowledge that is transformative. Once again, thank you once again for your dedication, in fact, for the service that you render to our country. Because as you know, media is very critical. You even reach out to those that we think are not able to access government information. So we think that the role you play is transformative, but also vital for the socioeconomic transformation of this country, particularly when accurate, correct, transformative information has been delivered to our people. As I leave this stage, allow me just highlight the objectives of this workshop, this interaction. One, we want to deepen the journalist understanding on GROW project and its role in promoting women economic empowerment. Two, want to strengthen media capacity by providing training opportunities on women economic empowerment. Three, want to encourage sustained media interest and coverage of women economic empowerment and the importance of government and donor-backed initiatives. This is very, very important. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Alex, for giving us an overview. And I think now it's beginning to look totally different from what probably some of us knew as, just the money, the money, the money. It's much more than that. And I love the fact that it's a broad-based kind of audience. I want to welcome all our colleagues from upcountry because there is a lot more work to spread the gospel there as well. And I love that we not only have radio, we have TV, we have other newspapers, but we also have the online audience, because in this day and age, the term journalist is quite broad-based. For as long as you have some data, you have some, you have a phone, you literally are a journalist in the making. But we who are trained journalists, we know that there is the gatekeeping policy, that the information that you're sharing out really needs to be sieved, and it has to be accurate information, not just sharing any sort of information. And we know well that the GROW project, the lead implementer, whereas it's under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the leading implementing agency is the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. And because we know well that Uganda is a private sector-led economy. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite the CEO of the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, Mr. Stephen Asimwe, to come and speak to us on the role that Private Sector Foundation is doing and how the interaction and the synergy does come through. So Mr. Stephen Asimwe, let's give him a round of applause as he comes to speak to us.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Good morning, everybody. The Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Affairs is represented by the PS, Mr. Agre Chivenge, representatives from the World Bank, Serena, Kavichi, my colleague Ruth, the project head of the GROW project at PSFU, Mr. Alex Asimwe, my namesake, with whom we hold no blood relations. We just share a name and a different signature. The colleagues from PSFU, GROW, and also from the ministry, Mr. Sengeno. I see here distinguished media professionals at all levels, both at the training, but also in the mainstream media. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. So Alex, my namesake, has cleared half of my speech. I won't go into the detail. I will skip that part, especially on the objectives, apart from highlighting what's emphasis areas. Now I just want to put a small, icing on the cake. Number one, I'm a journalist. I have practiced journalism for 22 years, so I'm in very familiar territory. I stopped when social media came and knocked me out of business. So Paul was my neighbor in the New Vision. We worked together at the New Vision. Professor George, we were together at university. Although I didn't study journalism, I had a passion for it. And I did 10 years at the New Vision, and then I had my own media house for another 10 years. So I'm in familiar territory. So relax, eh? I'm not here to press down anything, but I just want to highlight a few things for attention, because lately the landscape has changed very considerably, and I want my younger colleagues to listen to me on this one. We were in Parliament recently handling a program with one of the committees I won't mention, and it was very clear what was on the order paper. We have a couple of projects we are doing, and for example, this one is a 5-year program. So we went through the basics, and we had background information about the project. As usual, the politics set in and the politicians will talk, and they have a right to talk. It's a privileged place, two places which are privileged. It is court and parliament. And as a journalist, you have to be very, very cognizant of that platform. You hear statements like, the government has sold Lake Victoria, and then you publish it. Not as a quote. You don't say it as a quote that so-and-so has said Uganda has sold Lake Victoria. You actually quote, you present it as a fact. And then you own it. You even put it on TikTok. So this person went and said about PS, it was even in Uganda, said about PSFU, body they said so nah. And even went ahead to throw the thing there. Now, as a person who has been in this game for over 20 years, there are basics you must follow. Accuracy, balance, cross-checking the facts, even engaging the source of this information on both sides. And here I'm not editorializing. The journalists know what I'm talking about here. So by the time you get information out, those elements of a good story must have been really thrown. And I really want to thank Mr. PS, representing the minister, for organizing this conference, because we are going to add value to the landscape of reporting about GROW, notwithstanding its other issues should they arise. And so I want to suggest in this meeting, Mr. PS, representing the minister and colleagues, that the team that is going to speak is fantastic. One, we are going to give you information, real information. And so this meeting, this training, this workshop is here to empower you with information accurately. Facts, figures, amounts, and you know, amounts are in dollars and shillings. So you see information, $300 billion has been given out. Please take a critical eye for small details. Paul knows these stories. When we used to change a story at the printer because of a dollar sign, can make a very big difference. So this meeting is here to empower you with information. It is always background information you must have. Two, at the editorial level, I see a very good plan, reflections for editors. Three, what makes a powerful story? Angles. Angling is very important. If you repeat the same thing many times, it loses the, and I see Professor George is going to talk about that. Facts, the tools, the accuracy. Now, social media, unfortunately, is so fast that you shoot before aiming, and the damage is done. I have been a victim of that, even when I'm, social, chatting and all of that. So be very careful. And again, you couldn't have gotten a better person. And then, of course, jargons. We have a lot of jargonizing in the papers. Already we have them here, MGLSD. So you get lost. He talked about Dr. Deep. It is actually DRDIP. So you hear Dr. Deep. For the first time, I thought it was a person. I looked for the guy. I didn't find him. Only to be told it was a project. So that one will come. And sometimes it's just being lazy. And then, of course, what my good brother Paul is going to talk about, what makes a growth story newsworthy. And here I want to emphasize the need to write about impact stories. Now, what is impact? And I conclude I am out of this place. Number one, we have done a research as PSFU and built maybe just to emphasize the fact that what does PSFU? We are an evidence-based research institution that informs policy. We don't just create policy for nothing. We research, we interrogate, and we ensure that we get what can inform government. But so it's important to say that Uganda has one of the highest levels of starting a business. On entrepreneurship, number one. Very good for it. But after you have clapped, it is a bad story. We have the highest mortality rate. Businesses collapse even before the age of 3. Now, the biggest victim, again, are the women. And so the purpose of GROW is to create an intervention that is going to help our women overcome some of those things. Now, we interrogated other things. Of course, one was the lack of access to capital, money. The other one was the cost of the money. Now, did you know that in this town, there are places where you borrow money for 1 hour? In this town of Kampala, there is a place where you borrow money for 1 hour. You have to bring it back. And then it starts compounding interest. It has the highest interest rate in the world. With GROW coming, we are going to reduce that element. 2, of course, issues of market linkages, giving market to our products, and PSFU, that's what we do. 3 is the fact that a lot of women have been disadvantaged in the area of formalization. And so in this meeting, in this training, we are going to be hearing a lot of that as we go. So as I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Minister, I think that this is a very, very good training for 2 reasons. 1, we have the best journalists in the room. 2, they are going to get empowered. But 3, I am very confident with the training team, the group that is here. And therefore, I think that by the time we leave Mr. Alex Asimwe and Ruth, this meeting here the objectives that you have set of deepening journalists' understanding, strengthening media capacity, and encouraging media interest will have been achieved. I just wanted to put one strong support mechanism, Mr. Minister, is that as GROW champions, both PSFU and the ministry, I think we need to go to the newsrooms. We've got the media here. Now I'm putting my other hat. I think we need to go to the newsrooms and engage the media people ourselves. And so I would like to suggest that in the interim, you create a schedule where we go to these newsrooms and understand the journalists, what sort of conditions they play in. And maybe through you, my sister, that you are a woman journalist. How can we help you? So the women here take a very keen eye because you are in the business space. But the men are married, maybe. They have sisters, you have mothers and whatever. So be part of this. And with those few words, I would wish success and congratulations to the organizers, and Mr. Minister, send back our greetings and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen Asimwe, and I think that's a very great approach. The journalists you see here are not just journalists, they're entrepreneurs. And you've heard about the usual thing, side hustle. That side hustle is actually real business because they need to make a living away from just what we do get in the newsroom. So I think that's a great one to be able to come through and understand. And that actually, if you move to the media house itself, it gives you an opportunity to interact with more than just a handful of the staff or the journalists there. And because we lost a bit of time, we'll be able to switch up our program a little bit, but allow me right now invite, in the capacity of the minister, I will invite the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. The ministry, I call for everyone, ministry for everyone, working, not working, male, female. Yes, but we switched it up a little bit because it feels like on the commissioners, you're okay with that, Serena? You approve, yes, because we switched it up a little bit on the commissioner's advice that the PS would be able to speak, and because there's going to be an interconnection of your speeches, that Serena would be able to come and just patch up a bit of what the PS and the minister could have spoken about. I love the flexibility that is already coming through. So ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Mr. Gray Chibenge, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Gender, to come in.
By recognizing our partner, Serena, who is the task team leader from the World Bank for this GROW project. My colleagues, capacity. But I took a call from the Honorable Minister, who we expected this morning to interact with you, but she was held up, and she requested that I make her remarks. Maybe like Stephen, I may not be a trained person, but I interacted a lot in my time at the Ministry of Education and Sports. And there. No. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this important media briefing and training session on the generating growth opportunities and abbreviated GROW project, and on reporting about women economic empowerment programs. As the ministry responsible for promoting gender equality, the critical role that the media plays, not just in informing the public, but in shaping narratives, influencing policy, and voices of those who are often unheard. Of so many services that this project is supposed to offer. They are looking mainly at the loan, at the credit component. And even when you hear comments from the general public, I don't know how many of you were in Changkwanzi when we were celebrating the International Women's Day. At least if you are not there, you might have been listening in or watching proceedings in Changkwanzi when a lady, a member of the public, requested to report to His Excellency the President and said money for GROW has not reached them. It's most probably traceable in the courts of we, the public officers. And they were saying, she was saying, you had better arrest all these people because they have taken all the money. They are sharing it themselves. Of course, somebody says true. It's not true. And I hope by the end of today, you will be on the same page with all of us, that this money was intended for the women, and whatever has been released, it may not be enough yet, and no amount of money is enough, but that at least we have a clear vision in terms of the kind of empowerment we propose for the women in this country. And that is the same problem for other programs that I've seen. PDM is one of them. PDM has 7 pillars. 7. Financial inclusion is only 1. But the message that has gone out there makes it look like PDM is only about the 1 million Uganda shillings that is accessible at homestead level or by individuals who are considered to be outside the money economy. So at the end of the day, we need to understand each other, and particularly with yourselves, in order that we can help in ensuring that the objectives of this program, which at our level, as we were designing it, we were convinced GROW can be a game and will be a game changer if we get over the conceptual confusion that there might be about GROW. Understandably, some people think or say we've not done enough in communicating. We think for the last almost 2 years we've communicated. But maybe you're right. No amount of communication can be considered enough. We need to continue. Those of you who go to church or of other faiths, you are reminded every other week about what is expected of you as a believer. You'd say that they've been communicating Christianity since time immemorial, but why do we have to go to church every Friday to be reminded about what is considered the obvious? So even with GROW, I agree, we need to continuously engage until the objectives of this program are realized. We aim to uplift women's enterprises, to promote job creation, and to enhance productivity in our communities. Job creation. We are incidentally the same ministry that is responsible for regularizing labor externalization. And there's a big contradiction. And His Excellency the President has been reminding us all as a country that there is no serious value we are going to get as a country in allowing our most productive young people to go and do all sorts of jobs or look for all sorts of jobs out there. The answer is in us creating conditions here within our economy that help us to absorb many of our unemployed young people and put that labor to the country's benefit. And as we think around a number of interventions, yes, PDM is one. By increasing productivity, by investing along the entire agriculture value chain, we are creating opportunities. Just like GROW, as the women entrepreneurs grow their businesses, we reposition them within the economy. And we leverage a number of strengths that are associated with the women folk, including discipline with which they do business. Many homes, Mr. Asimo here said a number of you might be married. Many homes are surviving on the strength, on the resilience of this person called a woman. So you invest in her, you invest in the woman. It is not only right, but it makes a lot of economic and business sense to invest in the women and to reposition the women within the Ugandan economy. So if we are talking about creating jobs, when women grow their businesses, there will be more opportunities that are going to be created. So there is need for us to gain a common understanding of the importance of this intervention called GROW. Don't worry about the initial constraints, as was it Stephen said. These ones we can overcome. As long as our vision is clear in terms of repositioning the women within the Ugandan economy, we'll see the benefits of investing in women. They talked of analytical studies that were conducted. GROW did not simply come from heaven and landed here when the World Bank engaged government on the possibility of us as government accessing funding from the World Bank. By the way, the story of GROW started as half a loan, half a grant. When the World Bank made a proposal to government, they said there is a possibility that you can access funding under this particular window, half of which we can give government of Uganda as a loan, the other half can come in as a grant. But as a result of our engagement with the bank, we were able to pull off 100% a grant. So GROW is not a burden to the people of Uganda. GROW is not a loan. GROW is a grant from the World Bank. $217 million available for us to work together and, as I said, reposition the women. Now, I'm raising this because a number of people, including leaders, because I remember one time we were engaging with members of parliament, and some of them were saying, if GROW is free money, it is a grant to government of Uganda, why are you lending it to women at an interest? And we said, yes, actually therein lies the answer. Because by lending it out to the women, we agreed with the bank that at the end of the project period, if government of Uganda has managed this fund very well, the fund, all the money recovered, will remain with government of Uganda to continue lending women in perpetuity. So the money will be here. So even the women who miss out now, in the next 2-3 years, if GROW performs to the expected levels, that money will remain here. What we are going to agree, which we have started working on, is a vehicle, a body that will continue managing everything under GROW to the benefit of the women of this country for as long as we manage it properly. If we manage it the way we manage other programs, we lend out money, we can't recover it, then GROW will clearly end after 2-3 years. If we manage it on firm, strict business, commercial principles and terms, GROW could be here for the next 20 years. Because the money that has been injected in will not go away. So, the idea and the conceptual clarity we are talking about is something we need to build. Even the patience. It reminds me of that biblical story. Those who know the story of Moses and the promised land. At every stage, people were losing faith. And they said, but why did you take us out of our homes to bring us here in the desert? Because they were not seeing the promised land. They were saying, we'd rather go back and die amidst our poverty than continue to a promised land we are not seeing. That is what I'm saying with GROW. Because the questions at times that are being raised are that, but you promised us this. GROW, money for loans, we started disbursing money for loans in September last year. September. By March, I was answering questions about the money that people were promised and how money has not come. We said, yes, be patient. We started disbursing money through the banks. We agreed with the World Bank that in order for this money not to be misapplied, as has been the case with other programs, after we have released money to the banks, they have lent out the money to the women who we are targeting. We want an independent audit firm called KPMG to go to the banks and check out who has received this money. Are they the people we intended it for? And KPMG does not work under Ministry of Gender, under PSFU. They generate their own independent report, and it is upon KPMG's report, that a satisfactory report, that more money is now released to the banks. All these are safeguards to make sure that we achieve our objectives and grow. So this calls for some patience in terms of the implementation of the GROW project. However, no matter how impactful our efforts are on the ground, their success and sustainability depends heavily on how they are communicated, how they are perceived, and how they are understood by the public. That's why I pitied the woman who ran to the microphone in Changwanzi to say GROW money has been stolen. And I've been asking myself, who has stolen that money? Because the money is with the banks. Even if I wanted that money, how can I go to Equity and tell them to give me GROW money? I can't. And the only people who are allowed to borrow GROW money from the bank are women entrepreneurs. And for you to convince the bank that you're a woman who is in business, there are certain questions you'll have to answer. There are people who are saying GROW money is difficult to access. Yes, it is going to be difficult because the bank must be convinced that you have the capacity to pay back. GROW money is not free money, no. And there are some people who have been approaching me even at individual level. And when they explain, I ask them, do you have anything you are doing? They say, no, I want to start. Have you been doing some business? No. Then I tell them, it is risky for you to go and pick GROW money. Even when I'm the one behind the program, I tell them, some of them, that it is risky for you to pick GROW money because you have no guarantees you'll give to the bank to assure them that you have capacity to pay back. The way the GROW loans are structured, the moment you pick the money, you agree with the bank how you are going to be paid back. And some start immediately on a monthly basis. You must be paying back money to the bank. Others agree quarterly, that every quarter you compute what you will have paid monthly, consolidate it, and pay it back quarterly. Now, for somebody who has no business at all, how are you going to be able to pay back money monthly or quarterly? I've advised others, when you listen to their stories, somebody tells you, you know, I went to the bank, I want to pick GROW money, but I want to put it, you know, I have 2 acres of land. And I say, but isn't it risky for you? Because if you pick this money, they want you to be paying back monthly. You want to plant maize. Will maize be giving you the monthly repayment monies that you must be making to the bank? So the decision where to invest GROW money must also be carefully arrived at, so that you are sure, when I put this money in this enterprise, in this venture, I'll have capacity to be paying back monthly. But yet between me and you here, I can even tell you, I've listened to stories of people, women, who are, they talked about you in the media, who are already on a monthly payroll. And somebody has said, for me, I have my business, they have the security that is required. The business may not be giving them what enables them to pay back monthly or quarterly. But somebody has said, I'm required to be paying back 4 million every month, for example, depending on the amount of loan somebody took. Mildred here could be earning about 10 million a month. I'm just hazarding a guess. So if she were earning 10 million a month, Mildred can easily, and if she has guarantees to give to the bank, she can take a risk and say, I'm in the coffee, I have my coffee plantation, it will not be giving me money monthly, but from my salary, I can afford to be depositing the interest. Let me pick the grow loan. So she picks the grow loan. It's not that the business will immediately give her what she pays back, but she has a fallback position that helps her not to renege on her repayment obligations. Now, that kind of chibalo, I think, works for people like her. But if you are simply a woman, nothing, the woman who walked to the podium the other day, and you are saying grow money has been stolen, clearly you've called the wrong number, I would say. So we are talking about communication, we are talking about the perception, we are talking about how we are unpacking or how we have unpacked grow to the public so that it helps those who can access it to go. We are hearing of long lines because the message that has gone out there is that there is money for women under grow. And every woman, some have stayed in these lines all day only to get to the counter to be served and be told, no, you wouldn't qualify because you don't have A, B, C, D. Some don't even have a bank account where they have kept even 500,000. They are in the line for grow money. Because the perception of our people is that once government brings money, that is money for the women. And anybody who stands between them and the money is an enemy of these people. Today's engagement, ladies and gentlemen, is not only an opportunity to share updates on the progress of the GROW project, but also a space to build your capacity as journalists to report meaningfully and responsibly on women's economic empowerment. We want to move beyond stories of vulnerability to stories of resilience, of innovation, of leadership, and economic transformation led by the women. Through your reporting, you can shine a light on the barriers that still hinder women from fully participating in the economic life, be it limited to access to capital, unpaid care work, or gender-based discrimination, and also to celebrate the breakthroughs that are transforming lives and communities. As we look to scale up the GROW project, particularly in underserved regions or parts of this country, your partnership is more vital than ever. We count on you to help us increase visibility, to generate awareness, and to inspire action across Uganda. I therefore take advantage of today's interaction, ask questions, help us to build a more informed and inclusive national conversation on women economic empowerment. Let me take this opportunity to thank our partners at Private Sector Foundation, our development partners, especially the World Bank, and all of you members of the media fraternity who continue to support our work through your platforms and the stories you put out there. Together, we can ensure that no woman with a dream of economic independence is left behind. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention, and I look forward to a fruitful engagement. I've said this on behalf of the Honorable Minister and for God and my country. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Albert Benge. I am in the right position to use the doctor title because I was present when it was bestowed upon you. So ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we're going to switch up the program a little bit because we have a trainer from Nairobi, who will be giving us a training after Serena's speech, which is going to be very, very brief. Let's welcome Serena Kavichi from the World Bank. Right, Kaviki. Yes. All right. The is out.
Introducing.
All right. Go ahead, Serena.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Is everybody with us?
2.0.
Yes. Very good.
Please go.
So I'm going to be fast, but there's still really a few messages that I wanted to pass on. So it's really a pleasure to be here with all the distinguished guests. And I have a full list with names from PS to Commissioner of Labor, CEO of PSFU, but also really my day-to-day partners, Ruth and John, because they are the project coordinators, and that means a lot of work and a lot of work with me on the phone and meetings and trying to make things work to really accelerate growth in every aspect. I also have a master in mass media communication and journalism, yeah. But then someone told me, you know what? You're never gonna get money. You better go and do master in business and then go to the World Bank. So here I am today, but still with a big heart, or maybe securing my next position in the media area. So thank you very much. I just to say also, I understand your job, and although I cannot say I was a trained journalist or I've been in the business like Mr. Stephen. So about 8 months ago exactly, I think tomorrow is the 26th of April, so on August 26th we were here in the bigger room, and that's where we launched the Growing Financing Facility, and that's where my life changed. I think all of your lives changed, because we really had great attendance, great media coverage, but also great demands, because as PS just explained, there was a lot of expectations on the grow loans, and that really gave a lot of spotlight, put grow under a big spotlight, and with it the importance on having a good communication and information strategy. So in September, we at World Bank conducted what we call implementation support mission, which we carry every 6 months to accompany the government in the implementation of the project. And one of the key points, key challenges at that point was a good communication and information strategy. A month later, cabinet directives came out asking the project, which means Ministry, PSFU, but also us. I think we're all partners in this, to have a good communication and information strategy. And so we realized that the importance of that, especially as, there was a lot of media coverage going on, and sometimes not with correct information. But a good communication and information strategy doesn't come overnight. It took us some time to gather a team, but also to work together as a team, to prepare material, to go out with TV, with the Q&As, we frequently ask questions, with the radio, and a lot of work. And while we did that, we realized, of course, the importance of engaging with you, with the counterparts, with those, the journalists and the media outlets, to really make you part of the project and to understand how it works, and so we can actually really grow together. So today is very important because it's the first time I think we are doing this in a very joint way. At some point we were thinking PSFU should do a media training, the ministry should do a media training, the bank should do a media training, and we said no, let's do it all together. And for this I really want to thank the team. So I'm going to start with Odira, who's out there. Odira is the communication specialist at the Ministry of Gender. Then we have Madame Diana at PSFU. Thank you. And then we have Madame Sophia, which is at the bank, but also spends a lot of time with that. And then we have another person online, which I don't know if she's seeing me, I hope so. Her name is Vidya, and she's working from far away, but she's also been very, very present, and I think has contributed a lot in the past few months. So thank you. But also I really wanted to thank Madame Minister in her capacity, she was here, but also UPS, and also Alex and John, Stephen, Ruth, you've all been out there many, many times in the past months, facing questions, whether it's MPs, whether it's the media. I've seen some of the journalists, sometimes they ask you questions, oh my God, it seems that GROW needs to resolve all the problems of Uganda in one go. It's GROW, it's like youth employment, it's GROW. So it's not, and I really want to commend you because you've been out there, you've been challenged, but you've been really engaged, so thank you. So let me, and also, there've been a lot. It's been a lot of work. We have done, I think, in the past months, at least 1 or 2 events or discussions every month. And here's the link of today. One of my favorite events that we have had recently was actually not in Uganda, but it was in the United States. We participated to a high-level discussion in New York at the Committee for Women's Status, CSW, which happens every year, where not only GROW, but other projects from Liberia, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, Tanzania, Zanzibar, and I think, and Nigeria, forgetting my sisters in Nigeria. They came together with similar projects, and we had a high level discussion with ministries, with beneficiaries, and it was really clear how women economic empowerment is really a challenge, but is also bringing some results to different countries. And that was also for us very good to see how, none of the World Bank people were there. This all came because you were there and you made it a success. And from this, there are some benefits also in having exchanges and checking on challenges and opportunities which we're all facing, and not just in East, but also in the West Africa and together. So why I mentioned the event in New York, because it's linked to today. In New York, they talked about projects that embody our collective vision for women economic empowerment. I have to switch with a bit of bank language now. And the joint efforts that we all build together to have inclusive, resilient, and thriving economies that invest in women. And one of the highlights was, investing in women is not just about doing something good or having good policies, but it's really about smart economics. When you invest in a woman, you invest in a village, you invest in a community, and you invest in everybody. So it's very, very important. Projects like GROW, through access to finance, access to common user and production facilities, trainings, but also policy work. We haven't mentioned today so far. GROW has been doing really good policy work on the child care perspective. We have realized that there's not really a strong policy child care from 0 to 3, so women end up carrying their kids, putting it under the stall in the market. And so GROW, and this I really need to thank Ministry, but also PSFU, they've done a very good analysis, and we are trying with GROW to have some child care facilities in different parts of the countries. It's starting soon. But we are trying with 3 pilots, but it's gonna kick out. So, as part of the World Bank, I cannot be more proud to support this work and in close partnership with all of you, but Ministry and PSFU for and foremost. Across the countries we work in, we have seen that when women succeed in business, the effects are far-reaching, jobs are created, household income rise, and local economy grow. GROW is helping to bring all of this together and to life here in Uganda. So today's event really carries a particular significance because the media plays a very powerful role in shaping public understanding about inclusive progress and smart economics. So it's not just about GROW. What you will see in the training is also some understanding of how women economic empowerment is presented and how it should be approached. You will hear more in the following sessions about the scale of GROW project, the early results, the stories emerging from the field, and of course the challenges. But what matters just as much is how the stories are told and what there is there in terms of having a crucial role for the media. Your reporting brings this work to life. It connects policies to people and progress to purpose. When you shine a light on the dreams, challenges, and contribution of women entrepreneurs, you are helping shape a development narrative that is inclusive, grounded, and built for lasting change. Together we can ensure, or try to ensure, that every woman entrepreneur has the chance to grow their business, and in doing so to help Uganda grow stronger, fairer, and more inclusive. So I'm going to close with a little bit of a metaphor. And there is a saying that says, as the rising tide lifts all boats, and this is a good saying, but it reminded me of what President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf from Liberia, who I had the pleasure to work for, used to say. And she used to say that together we all need to row on the same boat. And if you're not here to row in the same directions, you better get off the boat now. So she used to keep us all in shape and really trying to go to the same objective. So when women move forward, the communities follow. And when we support that momentum, everyone benefits. So thank you very much for being here today. I think I mark the transition from initial speeches to the first of the training session, which I hope everybody will attend, including PS. If you can still spare a few minutes. No, I saw you wanted to go. Anyway, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Serena. I know that the PS might be leaving pretty soon, but we would love to have a picture before you do get to leave. But we also know that our trainer from the World Bank Nairobi is ready. So, Odira, I am wondering if we can already get to display Vera. If Vera is online, our technical team, please let's get that ready. And PS and Madam Minister in the capacity all through. This is going to be one of the shortest sessions for now. And I think that is why Serena was requesting if you could probably as well be available for this one. All right, so we'll probably be getting Vera in another session, but we didn't do the deep dive earlier, which is a very important one. And PS, if you could just give us about 30 more minutes, because immediately after that, we're going to do our photo session, and then we'll do the refreshments, and then we can start the trainings later on. And I know that Mr. John Sengendo, who is the Grow Project Coordinator at the Ministry, will definitely get into that deeper. You mentioned some of the things that did come through, and during the celebrations, the Women's Day celebrations, I really felt pity on behalf of especially your neighbor, Dr. Ruth Asher, because I saw the bullets coming left, right, and center, and you know how the president can be, puts you on the spot and wants you to immediately. But I love the calmness with which she responded, because like everyone thought, every woman, for as long as you're a woman, you can be able to get this money. But there is a criteria. Like they always say, terms and conditions apply. So she ably responded, but I think her heart's palpitations were times 10 that day. I know when the president calls your name and calls you like that parent who is very annoyed with you. Ruth, come. The titles are not supposed to be there at that point in time. But I think, Odira, where do we have the picture? Right here, outside, or right here? I think, yeah, so we don't take up a lot of time, and so we don't have to hold the PS at ransom. So I'm going to request the high table, and Serena as well, please come and join this. I will request that the different media houses are represented at least by one representative each. Especially our editors. So I'm kindly requesting Mr. Sengendo, Mr. Stephen Asime, please, the PS, Dr. Ruth, Aisha, and Serena, and of course our lead facilitators, my seniors, of course. I will request that you come and join this one. Paul and the neighbor, and now I don't know how I am going to be able to choose the editors, but please, I know that literally all of us are well represented. Please, let's get in. Yes, Anthony, thank you. Dalton, please come represent Next Media and NBS. I did see Paul earlier on for NTV. Please come through, and Nation Media Group. Coming through. So as long as all of us can fit, even if we are to put chairs in front and make sure that we have some people sit, and maybe we need to have as many people as possible. So maybe we could have the front team seated so we can have a little bit more people. If you know you're down to earth like me, that when you fall, you don't feel as much pressure, like Paul Wood, please stand at the front, you know what I mean. If you know you're down to earth like me, you're down to earth, we are not short, by the way. Please stop using those words of short. We are just down to earth, we are closer to the ground, so
Papo rosé, papo champagne. If you deliver for lucky,
Giorgio, make sure you're not in the crop zone. Huh? Make sure you're not in the crop zone. That point in time when we're trying to fit the picture together, we just cut you out. You find half of your ear is out. Eh? Make sure that you join in a little bit more.
My children and my wife, Creator, you're so much.
Okay, the pictures are enough, and now I know I'm not holding the PS's leg. All right, and I know Mr. Stephen Asimba made all as well be leaving. We will talk about you after all. You will receive the information later on. So this is what we're going to do, because we lost up a little bit of time. When we get to settle in, I know our breakfast is going to be ready in not too long from now. Our breakfast is ready. So I am going to request that we silently, one by one, without interrupting our next speaker, be able to just pick a cup of coffee. So if you see that the table is not as busy, you could just stroll through and pick a cup of coffee or whatever, a bite, and then come back and sit, because we want to maximize all the time. I know how the newsrooms are busy. Tomorrow is the Pope's burial. It is an election season. Even keeping you here for this entire time, we know how much we are aching the newsrooms that you do work for. So we want to use all the time in that context. So allow me to invite Mr. John Sengeno to give us a deep dive into GROW, to try and understand what it is. What are some of the tidbits we could have missed out at the grand launch? Like Serena said, it was massive, it was grand, there were lots of expectations. There's a lot of information that keeps flowing, but what are the basics that we need to know? Mr. Sengendo, over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have a cold this morning, so I hope you'll be able to hear me. Odira, are we good to go? So my colleague Aisha Ruth, Binzi Kasolo, the trainers, the editors, my colleagues at PSFU and Ministry of Gender, the journalists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is John Sengendo, Project Coordinator GROW at the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. This to us is a very good opportunity. And of course, I will say that, of course, our interactions will continue, but we realize that increasingly more people are becoming much more aware about GROW and the scope. It's true that at the start, at the inception, there was a bit of a misunderstanding, and there was this thinking that GROW is for all women, and that's a common narrative we have had. And so correcting that narrative to say it's not all women has been a journey, but we are seeing the early results, I was listening to Parliament about 2 weeks ago when we were presenting the budget for Ministry of Gender, and there were those parliamentarians who were able to stand up and say, look, we understand, we have been informed, we are now aware that GROW is not for all women, but women who meet this characteristic. And I don't know whether we have artists in the room, but I've challenged my colleagues. Odira, you have an outstanding task to draw for us, to paint for us a picture of the GROW woman. And I know that she will not be having that very well done hair, but it will be clean hair, I guess, clean hair, washed clothes, maybe not even pressed, but clean. And with a vision, a goal, looking out in life. She may not have a lot, but you can see vision in her eyes. So we hope that metaphorically and paint that picture of the GROW woman. I don't know why the presentation is not coming up. But anyway, I'll just speak over it even as it's being set up to say, as the PS has indicated, that this generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises is a project of the government of Uganda, financed by the World Bank. It's $217 million. It was declared effective on the 20th of January 2023 and will close on the 30th of December 2027. We are focusing on entrepreneurs, micro entrepreneurs. Now, a micro entrepreneur is that entrepreneur who has a revenue of about 10 million shillings a year, turnover. So if a lady has a business and she's able to generate about 400,000 shillings a month, that's the woman GROW is talking about, up to a much higher end. But any woman who has a business, she's able to save some money, bank it with mobile money, or has a bank account, is a woman that GROW would like to work with. The hope is that we can support women transition. Okay, thank you. From micro to small enterprise. So we're not really looking at the very big enterprises, but we are also not looking at startups or people out of the money economy. Next page, please. So it's in all districts in the country, women entrepreneurs, female-owned enterprises. And I just need to emphasize here that if there is an enterprise where 51% of the ownership is by women, that's the enterprise we're talking, a female-owned enterprise. So we don't want to paint a picture that men are not welcome, but we are saying as long as women have 51%, or if there are circles with majority women members, they're welcome to participate in GROW. So we think, like the commissioner indicated, we have specific targets. So we do not want to indicate or even insinuate that GROW can support all women in the country, even those that are eligible. We have covenanted with the World Bank that will support 35,000 small micro and 4,000 small women entrepreneurs and support them to transition to small and medium enterprises. Create 295,000 direct jobs and 1.1 million indirect jobs. By indirect jobs here we mean if you support an enterprise but has backward and forward linkages, you create you compute those as indirect jobs from the support. 60,000, just a second. 60,000 female-owned enterprises will be supported, including 30,000 from refugee-owned businesses, and will support 280,000 women entrepreneurs. Create 1.6 million direct jobs. Beneficiaries. So most of this was talked about. I think the only one I need to emphasize is the household roles and responsibilities. I think the others were all talked about. Now, we know that if you have a young child, society has made us almost believe that household care responsibilities are for women. So for me as a man, I'm happy to start my day without a care and think about how a child is going to be taken care of because the mother is there, you know. So this mother is held back from participating fully in economic activities because if she's a buyer of matoke, she won't go to where the matoke is, because probably she'll be required to stay the whole day or overnight. So she has to apportion her time between work and childcare responsibility, and that's hold them from full participation in business. Next, so it may not be very clear, but what we are saying is that we need multiple interventions for us to be able to achieve the objectives. When we spoke to the women, and we've been to many places where we've been told that all you need is to convert all this money into the loans. But when the project was prepared, the women had multiple needs and requirements. Some required access to affordable capital, but there are those who want support with skilling. There are those that need infrastructure. So growth is designed as a package of interventions that, if provided, this target group with micro entrepreneurs will be able to access the services, and a few of them, of course, will transition and become medium and large enterprises. Next, please. So again, to emphasize, and this is a very important picture, that we fully appreciate and understand what our space is as GROW. We are not occupying the space of micro programs, micro women economic empowerment programs like the PDM or the Myoga, but we are occupying that space of an entrepreneur who has benefited from these micro programs and now needs more money than can be offered there. So that's the space that GROW occupies to help these small enterprises to transition. But again, we stop just before you go into the bigger economic empowerment programs like the UDC, UDB, and now Invite, which you will know about from other circles. Next, please. So I'll just briefly go over this. I'm going to tell you what we are doing, but we have 4 key components: support for women empowerment and enterprise development. We are supporting the creation and strengthening of what we call women entrepreneurship platforms, community mobilization and mindset change, business development, training to micro and small enterprises, support to trade and sector-specific skills, women entrepreneurship work placement apprenticeship program. That's component 1. Component 2 is access to finance. Here we have both grants that women are going to compete for and the loans that you're familiar with. Component 3, we have multi-purpose production facilities and gender inclusive infrastructure. Component 4 is project management and policy. So give you a highlight of where we are in terms of implementation. The government is establishing WEPs and strengthening existing ones as a multi-stakeholder network of women entrepreneurs, association and leaders to serve as a foundation for engaging potential beneficiaries and encouraging them to demand in an integrated way. Now, we noted and we all realized that once you put out an advert in the newspapers, not all women will be able, not all intended beneficiaries will be able to I think the experts will tell us the reach of the media, print media. So when you say, okay, I have put an advert in the newspapers, probably my aunt in the village will not be able to see that advert because she doesn't read newspapers. If you put this on WhatsApp, on electronic media, still there will be those women that do not have access to mobile devices. So the idea therefore is provide this information to women in a platform that is engaging, in a language that they can understand, and explain it to them. So we're gathering women into platforms at every district level, of course with substructure up to the sub-county level, so that women are able to understand and also be supported to apply for these services. So we have, if you can go to the next page, please. We have hired an agency called Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association Limited. We had them in November to build capacity of these WEPs. They're helping to set them up, but also be able to pass on this information. So once we push out an advert, it goes to the district so that the women are able to receive it and also understand what is required, but also they are supported to apply for the services. So they are helping us with work in Eastern Uganda, Western Uganda, and Central Uganda. We're onboarding soon firm to support us in northern Uganda. We have also contracted the Uganda Women Network to facilitate WEPs on shifting and transforming social norms, attitudes, and practices. We have had, and it's common in most of our societies, we had a case where we invited people for sensitization, and the gentleman in the house said, "You are not, I dare see you walk out of this house. You are not going anywhere. Stay home." So we're trying to have these experts help us have that engagement. How do you deal with gender-based violence when it comes up? Because some of it is related to income, to employment, to work, and then of course have that negotiation that is actually okay for you to be, your wife to be employed as you work, but also to engage men to be able to soften on these issues. We are working, of course, we are also having more firms coming on board. So this project seeks to train women entrepreneurs in topics known to enhance enterprises. As indicated in the opening remarks of several of the previous speakers, they noted that in Uganda we have a high business failure rate. Most businesses that are started do not see their first birthday. I think we have a very high entrepreneurial spirit, but of course business survival is very poor. So part of the reason why business do not survive is because people do not have the technical understanding of what it requires to sustain and grow a business. So we worked with Makerere University Business School. They have developed a curriculum and training manuals. It has also been translated into most languages spoken here, and those spoken by refugees, Lingala, Swahili, Sudanese Arabic. We have also signed a contract with MOBS and Enterprise Uganda to train 12,000 women entrepreneurs. Last month, on the 6th of March, we invited women to apply for the training. And we're very happy that already 12,296 women have applied to participate. When we look through the applications, we realize that about 60% of these qualify. So we have scheduled the first training, I think on 28th in Wakiso district on Monday and Tuesday to start off this training. So these firms have started the training. We are bringing on more firms, but the training, of course, will spread to the entire country. We have trade support for trade sector specific skills. We are providing support, training, tailor-made business development services such as certification for export, preparation of marketing and branding plans, development of new products, compliance to quality standards, and introduction of more efficient and sustainable climate smart production systems. And already, of course, 4,246 women have been supported, and this is led by the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. Next, please. So the work placement, I must say that we increasingly, and I think because of the continuous communication, and of course that's why we pay a lot of importance to a forum like this, that when you understand this information, then you are able to help us relay it out. So we have a program, a work placement program. We target to support, to train 5,000 women entrepreneurs to learn on the job. And the simple example I give is, if you have a lady working in Shauri Yako market, we bring her to Africana. Africana is joining this program, so we'll be sending them people. So we help open the door for Africana so that this lady downtown is able to come and see firsthand how they do budgeting for food. And I was telling someone that sometimes these restaurants don't make money because they just go bring food and serve it. And they're not able to cost the food. They just happen to serve their loyal customers. One plate, add me more matoke, add me more potatoes. They keep filling on the same price. And then by the end of the day, when they balance the books, they have not made any money. But they're happy to have a business. But Africana here will cost the food. They'll put a price to each element. So these are the sort of things we want these people to learn. Spicing up food, looking after guests, and all that. Now, if the lady goes through that sort of program, she may actually not need to borrow because she has some working capital, she just needs reorganization, skills, and she'll go back with new skills and maybe cook a new dish and spice up food better for her customers. And that can grow her business without necessarily, either borrowing money or being supported with any other support. So we are interested in supporting manufacturing, value addition, science and technology, construction, leisure, and hospitality, among others. We have completed the selection of the first cohort of 35 host enterprises. We'll be signing the MOUs on Monday at Africana here, so we invite you to come and witness that. Of course, we need many more women to apply. As the Commissioner indicated, this will be accredited by the Ministry of Education and Sports. A new board has been set up, the Uganda Vocational and Technical Assessment Board. So a woman who participates in this program will actually receive a certificate. Now, that certificate is very important both for her business, but also we're supporting the woman entrepreneur and her employee. So if tomorrow she's going to migrate to Dubai and has a certificate of competence in manufacturing, in fabrication, it can actually help her get a higher quality job. So we have, we also advertised on March 6th, we have received 10,000 applications. From my assessment, about 40% of these meet the requirements, and we're starting posting these people shortly after Monday. So next month, we'll have the women in these workspaces. I think some of those are in confectionery and many other places, salons and all the others. So we also have grant support for micro enterprises. I have had many women who are saying, I'm waiting for the grant. I do not want the loan. I want a grant, you know. So women are also going to be able to compete for a grant, and we noted, of course, initially we're giving about $10,000 to $30,000, but from continuous interaction, we learned that there are women who have very innovative businesses that may not even qualify for a loan. I've met women who are doing mushroom wine. They buy mushroom, collect from their neighbors, and add value and produce wine, produce Vaseline. Some gave me some of the products, but I probably won't use them again because they still need a lot of work to do, and that's why we need UNBS and all the other people to help us. A journey in progress, but it's very exciting to see that people are taking these steps to go into male-dominated sectors. We're looking also at people who are able to demonstrate innovation, people in construction, because male-dominated sectors pay much more money than sectors predominantly occupied by women. So we're trying to encourage women to occupy these spaces. Lately, I've seen some ladies driving excavators. I think if you've seen some of them in this town, driving earth-moving equipment, which is quite interesting. So that's the range of money we are providing. The competition will be ready. We shall announce it by August, and we encourage women to compete. As the PS said, we'll have an independent firm that will manage this process. And we have quite an amount of money, about $16 million just for the grants. My colleague Ruth will take you through the loans. I'll go to the last section. Huh? Okay, so let's go back. So PSFU has been able to advance money to the banks, and the banks have lent out. By December, they had lent money to 2,175 women entrepreneurs, 50.2 billion. They continue to lend. Of course, as the PS said, we depend on independent reviews by KPMG. The bank and ourselves are very keen to confirm that the money is actually being lent to the right and qualifying woman entrepreneur. That's extremely important. And as I think Ruth will show you, there's proof and evidence that actually this money has gone to the most deserving low-income women. Now, in October last year, we had a meeting with Cabinet, and they directed that money should be lent out at not more than 10%. Initially, some banks were lending at 10% and some at 10.5%. So we are happy and pleased that the banks agreed to comply with the presidential directive, and all the money is now being lent out at 10%. Now, if you actually add the loan processing fees, which is included. When you go to borrow money from the bank, you should always realize that the bank doesn't give you the exact amount you applied for. They add loan processing fees. It's usually dotted in small lines in the document. And so when you ask, of course, you're very happy you've got that 48 million, and say, okay, I don't care so much about the 2 million, but it is a cost to you. But this percentage includes that. Secondly, Cabinet also asked us to do equitable allocation to make sure that, of course, from the lending, initially this was demand-based. So the people in metropolitan Kampala went for the money, a lot of it. And so there's been a call to say, let's be equitable. The first instruction was be equal, and say, well, we modify that to being equitable because the two are not the same. So we factored in population. You can't give the same money to Kampala with Bukoma Nsimbi or Kotido, because the parameters differ. Population varies, level of business consideration varies. So we factored in population, and we are giving the money proportionately. But also what we realized that the demand in those rural areas has been very low. So the banks are doing deliberate effort, and as Ruth will tell you, they're being incentivized to make sure that they are able to lend to those spaces. Also, the circles that are coming on board are coming to fill those spaces. There may be no circles in Kampala because it's circulated, but we have fewer branches in Karamoja or West Nile, so we'll supplement it with other circles. Let's go to probably the last part. Now we are going to construct a Women Enterprise and Productivity Center and a Women Entrepreneurship Training Center, and of course common user facilities. So these big multi-purpose facilities will provide women entrepreneurs with access to training, business development services, ICT, digital access points, production, related spaces, including workspaces and for women entrepreneurs. I'll just give one slight example why this is extremely important. I have learned from my interactions that women in the arts go through a lot of abuse. For a woman to be able to produce a song, sometimes she has to pay dearly, to have a song produced by the top editors. So what we want to make these sort of professions decent, so we'll be able to set up very high-end production studios, and the services to a woman in arts will be lower, will be a fraction, because it is meant for the women. If I'm going to produce a song, probably I'll pay 20 million and the woman will probably pay 12 million because she's enjoying a subsidy for this. Me, I'll pay full price, a lady will pay a lower price. And of course, a very high capacity. The other issue here, which is important, we have also been told by the people in the creatives that the reason why they charge a lot of money for a show is because they must be able to break even. You've heard of shows which flop. They are flopping, it's full, but the numbers are not adequate to cover the cost, and they are rising the ticket prices. So they rise that because they have to meet some base costs. So if we had bigger, spaces, they'll be able to lower the cost and have more people. So we're going to build bigger cinemas and all these sort of spaces. So we have finished the feasibility study, and we'll be inviting bids for design and build farms in the course of next month. We also have what we call common user production facilities. We've already signed MOUs with Makere Food Science and Technology Business Incubation Center, Kawanda National Agricultural Research Laboratories, and we're finalizing with Rentang Farm Institute. So I've been to these spaces, very necessary, very important, but you find they have 2-3 dryers, and the women line up. So you have an order for dried carrots, but you have only 3 hours to use a dryer. So you can't actually achieve your order. So we're expanding that capacity, and of course additional services, so that many more women are able to benefit. I think we should arrange, Odira, we should arrange for the team to visit some of these spaces to really understand what happens. There are a lot of young women who are into incubating ideas, and there are many people who have a day job, but on Saturday they go take their products, bake, and are able to distribute alongside their jobs. So this helps you to bypass the cost of starting with these very expensive businesses. I know many people, and probably myself, have done in the past. You invest the money in equipment. By the time you're done, you realize you don't have working capital to start a business. So this helps you to prove your concept. And once you have the sales, you're helped with the branding, the marketing, the laboratory quality assurance in one space. You get your product to go and sell it. If it works, thank God. If it doesn't work, then you cut your losses. But this is very helpful, so that once you've proven the idea, then you can now move and start, because buying equipment does not necessarily mean that your product will work. So it helps us to, many entrepreneurs, bypass that cost. But also in the spirit of distribution, we are also finalizing arrangement with Muni University in West Nile, Soroti University, Busitema, and Lira University. Lira University specifically, they are going to support fish processing in Amolata at Lake Choga. Continue, please. We have just closed a call for what we call gender inclusive infrastructure grants. We received 1,285 applications. We are now evaluating, and these are grants going to women groups, ministries, department agencies, special local governments for the markets. I think you've traveled and you go to a market, a very busy market with 4,000 women, but you can't identify where sanitary facilities are. So we're trying to support these places to be decent, have sanitation facilities, have storage. I usually travel on Masaka Road, and in the morning they want to sell you, medium-sized fish at 40,000. Say no, but the cost is 25, and you start arguing. But when you think about it, they are charging you that amount of money because they got stock, and they know some of it is going to go bad. So you, the early customer, pays for the losses. And the only reason why they're doing that is because they don't have a place to store fish. Number two, they go to the lake, buy fish, just a handful, because they don't have where to store it. So their cost of production doing business is high. So if you set for them a storage facility, they will buy more stock, but they also even the cost and have more revenue. But the reason why we're investing in these sort of things is because they benefit many more people. If you put a child care facility in Nakawa Market, I'm just giving an example, you're going to help these women concentrate on selling their merchandise. And I know that Mildred here is very passionate about child care. I don't know whether because she's someone is speaking to her that she'll need a child care facility, or it could be for other reasons. So we're also supporting NGOs and community-based organizations. We've received wonderful applications, wonderful ideas, and we're looking forward to awarding at least about 200 of those. We have 96 billion to do that. Continue, please. So lastly, we have a policy agenda. We're supporting a lot of policy research, especially in areas that can help improve the working space for women and children. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sengendo, for that one. I am passionate about child care facilities for obvious reasons. It is hard to live with evidence in this world. But it's okay. Dr. Aisha is outside just shortly, but I'm just going to use a few minutes to try and find out from the audience. I know we've been seated for quite a bit of time, and we've been listening through. While Mr. Sengendo was speaking about, costing for food, something came to my mind, and I know that most of us are guilty, especially when you're not in the hotels. You're guilty of statements like, add me some soup, I finish my food. Who is not guilty? If you haven't done that, please raise your hand. If today was Judgment Day, would you go to heaven? But anyway, those are very, very essential skills, because at the end of the day, you made stew in a particular way with a particular amount of quantity of soup because you wanted it to have a specific quality. Now, if you have to cater for the us who want to drink soup, literally, while we're eating our food, that means there is a lot that you're going to have to change about the quality of your cooking. And this is where these trainings are coming in. Common user facility is very, very true. We hope that we won't have people who, even when they graduate to become bigger, they will still want to use those common user facilities. Because I think that is one of the conversations that did come through with the Uganda Industrial Research Institute, that, you know, someone has grown, the company has grown, but because the economies of scale with using the common user facilities, someone just decides to stay. So I will request for a microphone, a handheld microphone. We've been spoken to as Dr. Aisha Ruth comes through to give us especially a look at the financing bit of it, because that's what many of us have known. So if you have a query so far, or you just want to seek some bit of clarity so far, it's also good to speak about what you've heard. Because we are here for the training, yes, we are here to learn, but we are here to also share as much information. The World Bank needs to know, Private Sector Foundation needs to know, and everyone else, Ministry of Gender, that because we are journalists, we go to where the people are. There are sentiments that you've heard, and you could want to seek clarity on some of those things that you've heard. There is probably what you've seen, or you've just been curious about a particular thing and you would like to ask. This is the time. I love the point where Ministry of Gender talked about, you know, coming to the newsrooms. For some of us, we may think that our job is just to report about GROW. But how about us being beneficiaries? And for those who always thought it's only women, you can't actually be able to form a circle or a group. 51% of that ownership is women, and boom, you have the GROW money. It is not money for women in the essence of creation, but it's in the essence of the empowerment and ownership. So I will request that I pass the microphone on as Dr. Ruth comes. Let me get maybe one or two people. Do we have any inquiry, any query, or would we want to first listen to the financing aspect? Because sometimes things of money are interesting, you know, when you get to understand. The WIIFM, which is the radio station that I normally say everyone listens to, what is in it? What is in it for me? So do we have any questions so far? Or as is, silence means yes. We continue. All right, no problem. Let's have Dr. Aisha Ruth Kasolo come and present to us on the issue of empowering women, the financing aspect of it.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be with you this morning. I think it's still morning. And I think it's always very interesting to speak to journalists, because a number of times you do the reporting, you never sit in. And I remember when I was doing a previous program for the World Bank under the Skills Development Project, we had funding for journalists in business. And we used to call you and talk about it. Unfortunately, things about you never, and they pass. So you realize that sometimes journalists miss out on a number of things. So I'm glad that you're in here. And I think we should also start thinking about how do we support capacity building of journalists, even if it's apprenticeship. It could be something we need to think about. And even businesses. I mean, I have mentored a lot of journalists and taught them to start side hustles online. And I have quite big several testimonies of people that can come out and say they talk to us, we open doors for them for entrepreneurship, and they are making money. It's good to speak to a journalist that is making money. He will do a better story. Okay. So I want to briefly speak about the loan, the GROW loan, because there have been more questions about the loan in the media, as you know. And I thought it's very important to just take some time. I'll just take about 10 minutes or 15 to just take you through what is happening about the loan. I don't know who's managing my slide. Okay. Oh, there. Okay. So I want to share with you the progress. The figures I'm going to share with you are figures for December 2024, because we normally have release figures every quarter. We will be able to release the new figures for the quarter ending March. We are almost compiling the reports. We finalize getting these figures from the banks, which have been audited, and the PS Gender will be releasing them shortly. So I thought it's better I use the old figures, not to cancel his next release. Otherwise, it won't make a lot of sense. I will not go through this slide. I want to go straight to the loans. Okay. So I wanted to speak briefly about the loan. Now, when we say the loan, anytime you see a word GFF, it means the Grow Financing Facility. And when we talk about the Grow Financing Facility, we are talking about the Grow Loan. Why did we use the word Grow Loan? Is that when we are trying to launch this program, this component, we said what word can be eye-catching. So we got the name Grow Loan. We wanted something eye-catching. It has also caused us more problems. It was successful. So that is how we got the name Grow Loan. Now, when I talk about Grow Loan, the GFF, it is a package. When I say the Grow Loan or GFF, I mean three things here. I mean a line of credit, I mean a portfolio expansion grant, and a borrower performance improvement grant. And I'm going to explain them. Now, when World Bank gave government of Uganda the money, a portion was set aside for the Grow Loan. The money for these two components is $70 million, but $50 million has initially been allocated to go towards loans. So meaning, with a whole basket of $217 million, you have $50 million right now for loans, which is about 27%. So the perception that Grow is about loans is not true, because the loans only compose less than 30%. What is this loan? The money we got from the bank, the first engagement was to identify financial institutions that we are supposed to work with. The first priority that we agreed upon was financial banks, the banks. The banks you see there are the banks we are working with. Centenary Bank, DFCU Bank, Equity Bank, Finance Trust Bank, Post Bank, and Stanbic. What happens? We give money to these banks at a rate of 2%. All right? And then they borrow the money to the women at a rate of 10%, not exceeding 10%. All right? As we, the project, people who manage the project, that information is internally for us. What the woman gets to know is the 10%. You might ask me, why would you give a bank money at 2% and they lend it at 10%? It is because we did a study and we looked at the costing, the cost that the banks have. There's what they call the cost of capital, the premium cost, and the risk cost. Now, the 8% would cover that. Now, the reason why a number of banks were not willing to lend at 10% is because, for example, Finance Trust, most of the money they lend, they actually get it somewhere at 10%, 8% to lend. So we said we can give you money at 2%. The second thing, risk. When they borrow money to people, there's a percentage that normally default. So that one is input there. The third thing, when we lend you money, even when you're in Captura, and I need to go and assess your loan of 5 million, do you know that it costs me a lot of money to visit you, to verify you, to assess you, to do everything? There is a cost. They have a cost of digitalization. They have a cost of service. They have a cost of operations. So that margin is what would actually assisting them to be able to meet that. And that is the reason why. And then the last thing which is very important is that we wanted to make sure that we look at a cost that is also sustainable. If we give the money to the banks at 2% and we tell them lend at as low as possible, it means after the World Bank, they will not continue lending the money because it will not be attractive. All right? Now, the other issue that we also have to note is that for the line of credit, and I will talk about it, I will talk about the features. Now, the second thing is portfolio expansion grant. This is the incentive we give a bank when they lend the money. There are many programs that government has, and I think you are aware. There is the Agricultural Credit Fund. You are aware about it, aren't you? And you know it has not been moving very well. You know that. There has been money for COVID. It has not been working. And moreover, the interest rate is also low. COVID is, I think it's 10% as well. So we did a study, the World Bank team, technical team with us and Ministry of Gender in the design. We did a study to find out why is it that that money is not moving. In particular areas, as you see with the growth, as soon as we launched, all the money went to Kampala. So it means for a bank, they are more attracted where things are easier. So we had to put an incentive to say, if you lend to Karamoja, you get this incentive. If you lend to a refugee, you get an additional incentive. It is earned. It is just a tickle to support performance. And it is only available for 2 years. So it will not be available afterwards. Then the borrower performance improvement grant is where now the borrower herself, if you get money, pay it back very well, you get an incentive. And that incentive, I think I'll talk about it later. Let me go to the next slide. The design of this project, this component, we did a lot of work around January 2023 to June 2024. We launched it in August, and here we are at the moment, and that is what we plan to do up to 2025 September. So we are focusing more where we are going. We hope that we can be able to increase on the number of participating financial institutions as we move along. Let's go to the next slide. Where are we right now with the banks? This is the money that we've given each of the banks for now. If you look at the figure, the approval for the 2 years for the banks, if you go to the total, it's 120 billion initially out of the pot of $50 million. 120 billion has been approved, but we've only disbursed, I think, about 51 billion. The figure is not clear. And disbursement is 50.2 billion shillings. The figure is also not being shown. But you know, journalists, you have to report with numbers. And I think, as you see, there are some banks that have done a little bit more than the money they had, like Centenary Bank, because of the repetition risk where the demand was so high. Some of the banks were even forced to use some of their money on the same terms. Let's go to the next slide, please. What are the features of the loan? The loan under GROW is from 4 million to 200 million. It means even if you want 1 million or 2 million, you can't qualify for now. And the maximum is 200 million. The interest rate is 10% per year, and it is repayable from 6 months to 24 months. So the maximum repayment period is 24 months. Under the GROW loan, we don't expect any loan application fees, except statutory costs such as collateral valuation, credit reference bureau costs. Now, we have received complaints from women who are demanded money. Even in our audit, once we realize a woman was charged this fee, we force the bank to refund back that money. It's actually in our audit reports, because women are not supposed to be charged any cost that is non-statutory. For collateral, the loans under our first phase require collateral to ensure repayment. I want to ensure that this is very clear to us. The arrangements we had with the financial institutions is that we are giving you our money. Centenary Bank I am giving you 6 billion. I expect back my 6 billion after 2 years. All right? That is what I want. I've given it to you. I want it back. We've not given them a guarantee. We have not given them a de-risking, but we want back our money, and we agreed they will use their own procedures. Is that clear? So the question where you ask, why is it that the banks are asking this, it's because when we are designing, the arrangement was that we will give you our money, return everything back, and use your procedures. The only thing we dictated was the interest rate and no statutory charges and the period for repayment. All right? I'll talk about the future, but I wanted to tell you the present. And we allowed banks to define the form of securities. They have fixed, they have movable, some allow titles, some allow agreements, some even have allowed group guarantee, but they are using their own procedures. And as I indicated to you, we said performance of borrowers. If a borrower pays her loan on time, she's entitled to earning 5%. Meaning if, Ingrid, you go and get a loan, 10 million at 10% for 2 years. In 1 year, you pay back on time. The loan, you get a rebate or a bonus of 5%. So automatically it reduces your rate of interest. And I think this makes Grow Loan the lowest product on the market. And for the women in refugees, they earn up to 80%. And those in poverty areas, when you look at the poverty report, those regions where there's more poverty, women earn 10%, meaning practically they might even be earning the loan at 0%. All right? Let's continue. I wanted to show you how we have performed versus the targets. As you are aware, if you look at our overall target, for me as a coordinator for this component, my number is only 28,750. And you know that we have so many women in Uganda. So when we hear so many business women that are saying, I need the money, we can't get to every woman. Our target for this project is 28,750,000 by 2027. Isn't that mighty tale? That is my target. And in my year one, just in the first year and year 1 and year 2 target is 4,000. We have not yet made 1 year, but we already have 2,175. And the numbers of March has already gone up. So even when the public is making noise, but as a project, we actually above the target. Why? My colleague Alex has left, but I was with him when we are really working on this component. I remember one of the discussion was, will women really use this money? Because COVID money was lying idle. Agricultural Credit Fund was lying idle. You get my point? And we said, all these government programs were really the money, the point was that money is not being used. So we estimated and said, maybe there will be this good number. And indeed the numbers, they are far beyond even what we thought. So this is where we are at the moment. Let's go to the next one. When it comes to distribution of loans, I think you can see Centenary Bank has outperformed all the banks. It has performed so well, followed by Finance Trust and then Post Bank. And if you look at the distribution of money according to levels now, the level you see there, loans for 4 million, between 4 million to 20 million, 20 million to 40 and 40. Now you see most of the loans 4 million to 30 in terms of amounts, 30%, but in terms of numbers, there is one on numbers. Because when it comes to numbers, go back to the one, the other one you showed me. Yes. When it comes to the levels in terms of the numbers means if I give 2,175 loans, where are they? The largest numbers are in level 1, 75%. Most of the women, the largest number of loans is here, level 1, followed by 13%, followed by 12%. So it is not really true that it is the big women that are getting the money. And that is why sharing with this information with facts is actually extremely very important. Let's go to the next. Now, and I wanted you to also get a feel of which bank is really reaching out to the women. Now you can see, as I said, you see Centenary Bank loans, they have the largest number of small loans. Post Bank has performed so well, you can see. And Finance Trust, extremely very well on the small people. When it comes to those that are slightly bigger, let's see where the 40 to 200 million shillings are going. I think it is basically, we have again Finance Trust, we have DFCU Bank, but I think Centenary has been a proper, isn't it? And then, but still, seriously, still 40 million to 200 million, it is still a small loan. It's not still a big loan. Yeah? Let's continue. Loan analysis. Now, I wanted to share with you these statistics to appreciate. Out of the people that have borrowed money, 10% of the loans have gone to businesses that are registered, meaning 90% of the women borrowers don't have registered businesses. That should give us a question mark, isn't it? The second thing you should also need to know is that if we go to asset collateral, in form of percentages, you realize that most of the loans people have given property. Property as collateral. We have land sales agreements. We have guarantee, but the largest is property and land sale agreements. When it comes to loan terms, most of the loans are between 7 months to 12 months. Here, 39%. And only 27% are between 1 year to 2 years. It shows you that most women we are dealing with, they want loans that are paid in a shorter period of time. Let's go to the next slide. When it comes to borrowers, most of our borrowers, 98%, are individual loan borrowers. Let's look at those that have never borrowed before. You know what is surprising? The GROW loan has actually given us an opportunity to give us 28% of women getting into a bank to get a loan for the first time. You should report about this, isn't it? I think it's a good thing. And then also, we have also given some money to minority groups like Bennett, Ike, Batwa. We have some few there, even when we say it is hard. But we have women that are getting. We have some that are with disabilities. We're also doing some work in refugee hosting districts. Let's go to the next slide. In terms of sector, where is the money going? Most money is going to trade and commerce, as usual, because we have more women there. But it is followed by agriculture and agribusiness. Surprisingly, number 3 is construction and engineering. I've seen many women in the construction sector and value chain that are coming up to get money for GROW, which for me I think is extremely very important. And the other sectors, you can see tourism and hospitality. We have professional services, beauty, cosmetology, manufacturing. But agriculture, trade, commerce, agriculture, and construction are the top 3 sectors that we have. Let's continue. In terms of other variables, the majority of our borrowers are aged between 31 to 55 years. They take up 53.2%. And then 4.2% are young women aged between 18 to 30 years. A true representative of the active working. So let's talk about that later. I know you'll ask me questions about it. And no, go back. Then majority of the women borrowers are married. 54.8%. I have a feeling this might also speak to the spousal support, because we have most of the property, I'll talk about it later, we have a lot of spousal support. Then with region, majority are in Greater Metropolitan, Kampala, and of these 24.5% are Kampala City, Greater Masaka is 9.7, Ankole region is 8.5. Those are the top. Now, loans in RHD, refugee hosting, are 64 by December. The number has gone up, but we'll release shortly. And it's composing 3%. Let's continue. By sub-region, this is available, and I request Odila, she will be able to share this slide. those of you that are saying we don't know in our region, these are the 19 sub-regions that were given to us by cabinet, and we've been able to split how the loans have been able to be utilized per region. Let's go to the next slide. When it comes to the people that have, the women that have gotten loans for a moment, what is happening to them? We've been able to interview a number of women. And what is very surprising is that those that we've been able to give money, first of all, every single woman is appreciating that this is the lowest loan products they have ever accessed. That is the reality. They are saying to me, this is gold. And I think we need to start quoting the same way they tell us when we speak to them. And they are saying this loan is actually enabling them to have more money to increase their working capital. And because they are now managing how much they are paying back to the bank, they are now able to have extra money to even do other things. Many women are reporting changes to their own social lives. And they are also, some of them are even increasing on the number of employees they have been employing, but we are working on analytics, which we hope in the next quarter we should be able to share. Let me look at my last or second, okay. We have also been able to meet these borrowers. We met borrowers in Kampala. We met about 500 women to hear from them. We met those in Masaka, in Mbarara. I think that was one of the meetings we had in Kampala, to see and to know that they are there. Because otherwise we would not be comfortable to tell you that indeed women are there. But I can comfortably say the women are there. They are not robots. They are there. If you want to see them, if you want to tell me this district I want to meet a woman and she agrees, you go and meet the woman. They're available. There are some that have agreed to be there. And we are carrying out needs assessments to see what more we can be able to do. The approach of the project, the GROW project, is to ensure that women borrowers are supported to access all the menus, the services that are being offered by the other components. Let me see the next slide. We also appreciate that the GROW project, the GROW loan, has created visibility for the project in a good way, in a very good way, that now you find any woman who knows GROW. And our interest now is for that woman to know that GROW is more than a loan. That is the next message. And why we're inviting you today, some of the things we want to ensure that we can achieve to ensure when you report, a woman is able to know it is more than a loan. Maybe our slogan, Serena, should be more than a loan. That would even be better. GROW more than a loan, because they new loan. You get it? So we can think about it, or loan plus, I don't know. Now, we have been able to get new borrowers for the first time, but also the banks have registered increase in new accounts opened by women. And I think in this report, the new coming report we are going to release, we are going to show you how many accounts, the accounts being opened in banks has actually almost grown by 20 to 30% because of the GROW loan. We are working on diversity of securities. We've been engaging the banks to encourage them to look at diversities of other securities to assist the women. We also appreciate that the GROW loan has been able to bring out the issue of spousal support. And I know in this session you will look at issues around gender, where we need women. A woman to grow, she can't grow alone when we are not working together with men. And I think this has come out so well to really show that many men are coming out to support their women with collateral. Issues for attention as I conclude. There is overwhelming interest and unmet need for the GROW loan. I think most of the questions you ask me is, where is the money? Where is the money? Isn't it? I want to say this. The money for GROW will be there. Even when Muzei leaves, and who will come? Muhoz? I don't want to talk about it. Okay, when Ingrid comes, that makes my Paul Busharizi, you might be sacked. If I say you have intentions. So, this one has no potential. So let me look at her. When Mildred comes, this money will be there. Because the money that has been given to us to lend to women, once it comes back, it will be lent back to other women. it means if you miss out today, and the PSA talked about it extremely very well, but out of the pool of the money, $50 million, we've only given banks about 51 billion or 52 billion. So we still have money. We've not even released 50% of what we have. But it is because we have been in a learning process. We wanted to see whether what we are doing is working, what is the impact, are we giving to the right woman, and to see what is coming out from the due diligence. So we want to ensure that as we move along, we'll continuously release money to the banks. We might not meet every woman's need, but at least those women that we are targeting, a certain percentage of 28,000 women, we expect to reach to them. We've also had issues with collateral, and I think on this one, we are saying that for districts, especially Madi region, I want to give an example of the whole region of Madi. There is only one loan as of now. All right? Madi region. Now, for such a region, if we have to go in there, we can't use the same approach. So what we want to do is to onboard SACCOs and some micro finance institutions that have group guarantee products that don't need collateral. And they can go in there, engage the women, and they're able to apply for the loan. So we are going to change our approach in especially those regions where there has been very poor performance, but also they are among the least poverty districts. We are also looking at the issues of refugees. We've also had issues with the refugees where there's low uptake for the refugee because the banks don't have particular products suitable for refugees. So we are onboarding institutions that have those products, and we hope in the coming few months we should be able to do that. On the issues of business record and cash flows, ladies and gentlemen, there are many women that fail to qualify for GROW loans because they didn't have proper business records. And we said this is unacceptable. And that is the reason why under GROW, under component, under Ministry of Gender, there is support for the core business course where women will be supported. But also there is a component under PSFU where we would be supporting these women to have proper financial records, support them with digital skills, support them to formalize, and it will be launched in the near future. I think I should be ending. Okay. Yes, we are going to continue disbursing. The money is not finished. We are going to continue disbursing. Maybe what we'll do when we get the big tranche, the PS will do a release. But we don't want to make noise because the demand is too high. And we also tired. We are also scared of men. Because you men who are here, some of you are targeting this money. So we are quiet. We are going through women platforms so that they know before the men get to know. I've talked about the MFIs. We are going to strengthen our monitoring to ensure that we visit these women, we get to know them, we document the stories, to tell the story, to show how this woman of Uganda has been able to grow and transform through the GROW loan. So I think these are my slides, and I think you have now a clear perspective about the GROW loan. I hope you can be able to appreciate it more and understand we are in the learning process. We are still learning, we will improve, and we'll do better. Thank you.
Hello, everybody again. Is everybody still with us? Awake? Yeah? Or watching their phones? So I wanted to make one small announcement. Due to our engagement and the timeline, we had planned a session with our World Bank Senior External Officer and Communication Specialist to look at strategic media engagement and how development banks, including the World Bank, communicate, to offer you a perspective of how the World Bank engages with the media, to promote transparency, manage expectations, and really we have some guidelines, which I'm sure you know because you've been around for some times. But today, since we delayed a little bit the program, we're not going to do it, so we have more time to discuss and then get into the training. So what we will do is sign you all up if you're interested in having 1 hour maybe next week or the week after, just a specific session on that. So World Bank communication specialist with you online. So we can do it then and not clutter the day. Also, maybe we need to stretch a bit and have really more time to talk. So that's our proposal. Please, I'm sure we have all your contacts already, but please make sure to do the sign-up sheet, so we will make sure we can do that. Thank you. I hope you're finding today useful, but the best is yet to come. Mildred. I really want to take Mildred's job, in case nobody noticed.
It's okay, Serena. Very soon you will, maybe in the next few weeks or months. But ladies and gentlemen, I am just going to request that we all just stand up from where we are. Sitting for very long is also not good. And I know many of you somehow have had the experience of having to report a story and you're standing behind your camera for quite some time. So, yeah, I am asking you to stand and stretch a little bit. Stretch your back, stretch your neck. It's very important. You need to care for your life now before you start remembering everything you did wrong. You know? And everything you should have done right. So it's good to just stretch out, because the next session is going to be the last one for this morning hour, before we get into another 2 or so sessions that will be coming through in the afternoon. So you can get seated again. I was excited on behalf of Dr. Ruthie's presentation, but also scared, because if you're already hitting more than 50% of your target even before the first and second year are done, the question is going to be, you promised us money and you promised us air. Do you know why that will come? Because yes, you could have been able to cover up all the about 4,000 or something, 750 target persons that you're looking at, but there is more and more and more demand, and that is where it will get back to the World Bank. That is the 50 million US dollars that is currently available, the 30% of the entire 217 billion, sufficient for the needs. Like Serena said, it feels like when you bring in one aspect, we want to look at it as the savior of everything. We first exhaust it, take up all the good things happening with it, and then we can be able to move. But you can clearly see, and it's great to talk about issues like women opening up loans. I mean opening up bank accounts for the very first time, because back in the past, opening a bank account and borrowing money from the bank, many people looked at that as a trap, a debt trap for you as a woman. And so that change in mindset is very, very important. So our next session is going to really be about reflections, and I'm going to invite Naturinda Diane Makobore, who is a communication specialist from GROW, to take us through this. But let's continue. I know there could be questions, or you're pondering about something. Madi, I was looking at my colleague there, Joseph Omagor, and I'm thinking, but this is not too far away from you probably. Why do you have only one beneficiary, literally, in the entire region? Is it to say there are no women who want the money? Is it to say there is no information? There are no bank branches? Should we at one point in time probably put GROW on mobile money? There are many who would be excited if GROW was on mobile money. Some of you borrow money and you throw the line and you buy another line. We know you. But anyway, let's go to the reflections. But I hope that, colleagues, we are learning something or two. And in case you feel like asking a question, please feel free to raise your hand. And maybe just before Diana, you take it up. Let me have a microphone, because I already have a hand up. And I think if that 2 hands up, if it is going directly to Dr. Ruth, it's perfectly okay for me, because this is a reflection section. Please take my seat shortly before. There is a hand right there. Yes.
Come on, favors.
Yes.
Come on, favors, boy.
Amina.
Jasaba nkozesa olukanda. Brian Monk.
Tewali buzibu.
Brian Mwenge Manya okuva ku Good TV. Okusinziira ku presentation yonna ne point za Minister Aisha, Mukulu John, Project Coordinator bwe yabadde awa explanation ye yatugambye nti abasinga okutunuulirwa nnyo omuntu asobola okuraisinga emitwalo 4 buli mwezi. Nagenza otunuuliramu nga be abantu abasinga okubeera mu Kampala suburbs, naye ng'ate abo abantu barentinga, kitegeeza tebalina collateral security, ate ba owninga business lusinga olaba ku makubo be bandibadde baganyulwa mu kimu project ng'eno. Kimwanguyira osasula naye ate talina busobozi bujjayo ssente ezo kuba taqualifyinga abo be b'omu kibuga. Bwe tugenda mu kyalo, kati nze nva mu Kayunga district, bwe ntunuulira omuntu ali mu capacity efuna miliyoni 4, kitegeezo yalina ekibanja ekiwera yika nga 3 ku 4, naye ate ye tagenda kwetaaga miliyoni 4 okubanga akola kyakola, kuba weeyitiye yeetaga miliyoni nga 2.5 okukola byakola. Tugeza agenda kutandika business ya mbuzi, kwongerako abaddewo n'embuzi 3, just ayagala expansion. Agenda kuba akola bintu ki ebyo ebitonotono ebigenda okubanga bimuraising. Omutemwa gwa ssente oguli mitinga nze ndaba abantu okubanga bafuna ssente zino abali mu capacity, abalina ebibanja, abalina obusobozi okufuna ssente ezo, tayeetaaga weight ya miliyoni 4 oba amount ya miliyoni 4. Naye ate bwe tugenda mu kibuga abandi badde bafuna ssente ezo tebalina ki collateral security, kuba abakyala abasinga obungi ne babba bwe tebanna bagula ploti bakyapangisa. Kati ekyo bakitunuulidde batya okulaba nga basolovinga ng'omuntu ono beneficiary omutuufu. Tujjewo eri mindset egamba nti abanene be bafuna ssente zino kuba balina obusobozi obuwaayo ebyo bimovable things be boogerako nga mmotoka biki. Kuba bano abantu abalalizinga zino ssente omwezi ye mukazi ow'ennyaanya, ye mukazi atunda ebintu ebya bulijjo naye talina collateral security. Tugenda kisolovinga ti ekintu ekyo.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Serena, did you hear that? Did you hear it? Serena says she didn't hear it, but also for our other colleagues, he is asking that looking at the threshold of the money, about 4 million shillings, it looks quite a lot for those who might need the money, for example, the urban poor, because they do not have the collateral at the end of the day. And he says, for example, if you take it to the countryside, say from Kayunga, where he is from, that is money that someone who has maybe a plot of land or an acre of land can be able to use, but yet they probably do not need 4 million shillings and above. They need it less, probably 2 million or so. So how will that be able to get solved? So I think Dr. Ruth will be able to respond to that. Yes, Joseph.
Thank you so much. My name is Joseph Umagoro. I reside in Amuru district. I work in Gulu and I come from Serere district. These are some of the areas with very high poverty rates.
Yeah.
And yesterday, I was hosting my weekly X-Space. I hosted the communication specialist, Grow. That's Odira Nansamba. And she was roasted, seriously. About the figures, you talked about single digits.
Yes.
Yeah, Madi, actually sub-region. The figures are really very low. But I think they have mentioned issues to do with information reaching the people at the grassroots. And maybe it's working, but it's not very well. And I think it has to be rethought. How do we reach out to the local people, the local mothers down there? For them, they prefer these community barazars, where you have the LOC1, collect them under the mango tree, and they discuss. Honorable Santa Okot was on the space yesterday with Odira, and she said she mobilized a lot of women in Pade district. And then after that, for about 7 months, there was nothing that happened. They didn't know what exactly was going on. 10,000 had been picked from each of them. And they were saying, these people took our money. But then there is nothing. We are not getting money from this Grow project. So I think the issue is with information. Okay, luckily, the Honorable said that yesterday, that money was returned, after 7 months, was returned to the women. So I think it's more like, how do we reach to these mothers in the rural areas? If we do that well, I think it will be a success.
Okay, no worries. We're actually going to continue with such reflections. Do we have one more before I give Dr. Ruth maybe time to respond? Okay, let me have Dr. Ruth be able to respond to this, to those two, but Anytime you have a question, please feel free. There's going to be time for us before Diana comes through to take us on. Okay, just one as Dr. Ruth comes. Give him the microphone.
Thank you. My name is Bob Mazima. I lead a group of about 300 young men. So, being a service provider in these programs, I was a channel to take the information to them. The reaction wasn't nice. They told me how it's a scam. The money had been taken already. They tried and they were frustrated. So my joy was watered down because the information we receive here is a gold, like Doctor said. Maybe in between here and some pockets of people, the information is not reaching well. I'm trying to add on what he said, the last speaker. Like you're saying, you're following up all these platforms. I hope when I go back, I have something to share that will be taken on, because people think we have something on the surface and underneath it is something else. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much. I want to read, first of all, thank you so much for your questions. I want to respond as follows. One, I want to re-emphasize, I think, let me start with him. I think in this meeting, we've all been able to appreciate that the entire project of GROW is $217 million, isn't it? Which is about 800 billion. All right? I'm estimating out of 800 billion, $50 million is for loans for now. All right? $50 million is 180 billion. All right? As of today, we've given to the banks about 51 billion to borrow. Isn't the money still there? All right? But also there are two perspectives you must understand. When we talk about the 217, government of Uganda yafunye billion lunana. Government of Uganda got 800 billion from World Bank. What comes to people's mind is that all this money is for loans. It is not true. And the reason why people say the man has been eaten, because they are asking 800 billion shillings is now finished. Clear? Now, the other issue is that even the one we have for loans, we've only given out about 51 billion. Imagine one bank like Centenary has received about 13 billion. Is that a lot of money? 13? No. For the whole of Uganda. Centenary Bank has 87 branches. Every day, Centenary Bank disperses between 4 billion to 16 billion a day. A day. But for us, it is what we've given them for this period where people are making noise. So, I think there is this wrong perception that we are sitting on a whole pool of gold full of money. For everybody. So I think this interaction gives us a very strong feeling that no, actually, not so, only a limited amount of money has been given to the banks. All right? And that limited amount of money has been taken by the women. Every single woman that has received money, we have their contacts, we have their details, and they have been audited by KPMG. All right? There is no man that is putting on, maybe Busharizi might be, but these are women-owned businesses or women that have gotten the money properly. I think that is clear from today. The other issue is that why you say money is not there. That I want to explain. When initially we gave 6 billion to Centenary Bank that had 87 branches. First of all, when we did mobilization, you know, people in Kampala, Greater Kampala, Jinja, Masaka, they are more alert. They even have better records. So they are faster to the bank. You get it? Now, this message keeps on moving up to Madi. By the time it gets to Padel, because the money was not per regional allocation, it was designed on a demand and supply. So the moment they got to know the money had been, that little money we had been depleted. And that is the reason why we are now saying, based on the cabinet guidance, we are going to now try to be equitable per region. But also going forward, we are putting targets, what we are calling nudges. We tell a bank in East, now for example, Stanbic Bank has been onboarded and they are not in Kampala. They are only supposed to give loans in the East, in the North. That's why you don't see them. All right? All their loans are out of Kampala. We are being more deliberate. And I think over time, that issue will be sorted. Yes? Equity. Oh, equity. Now, equal and equitable. Equal, what cabinet initially wanted was that when we have, let's say, the 120 billion we'll give in 2 years, split it equally among everybody, isn't it? However, we said we are going to use equity where we are using parameters. One of the parameters we use is the percentage of working women per district. Because the number of working women in Kampala is not the same as Karamoja. So that number gave us a parameter that we are using to now allocate. Formally, no, according to UBOS, UBOS has defined. We are using the census report of the number of working women. That is the one that we are using. All right? And that one now helps us to do the allocation per region. I hope I've answered you. Then I also wanted to talk about issues with where you said people in Kampala, they don't have security or urban poor. Now I want to say, what I want to say is that you see with the Grow Loan, we are learning. We are learning. This is the pilot. We are learning every day. The same way we are improving, whatever we pick, we try to improve. Now initially, what we are going to address is to first address Madi. Kampala I might not address because you've taken most of the money already. So I want to address Madi, where there is hardly any borrower. You get my point? And in Madi, where there is hardly any borrower, indeed even their land tenure system would not allow a woman to have collateral. And we are saying, why don't we get MFIs like Opportunity, maybe like Pride or others that use group guarantee? You know, they have been lending for a long time. You know, Faulu. Faulu is now, I think, Opportunity. They have been lending. We know all of them. Our mothers have been there. And they have been lending women based on group guarantee without security. So we are trying to onboard them. We are working on finalizing this with the World Bank in the next coming few weeks. And we are hoping that maybe in the next coming few months, we should be able to launch them. But we are going to be deliberate. We are going to start with those regions where there is poor performance. But don't give up. In future, we have a midterm review. We are looking at that. One of the issues that has come up is also lowering the size of the loan. Abantu abagala loan nga ziri once 1 million bagala 2 emu ekyo bakiraisinze bangi. I want to go to Luganda. Tukitunulidde naye design bwe tuba tukola ne World Bank tulina agreement government gyekkiriza ne World Bank nga twesiba bye tulina okugoberera. Ekirungi nti tulina kye bayita mid-term review which is coming soon. Kati ebintu ebyo byonna byonna ebira tugenda kugezaako tulabe tulina tusobola okukendezaako ku loan netandikira ku million 2 oba ku 3 oba ku emu. I think we are going to look at it. Ndowooza ebibuuzo byammwe mbizeemu. Okay.
All right, yeah, let's give her a round of applause. I think that was spot on and straight. It is just the beginning. Let's just pray that the performance is perfectly good so the money can stay with us entirely. Sente zigalewo tusobole okubeera nga ne President Gundi bw'anajja oyo ali mutwe gwo gw'oyogera essaawa eno. Bw'anajja sente zinajja zisangako. Let me call Diana to take on the reflections moment before we go for our lunch.
It's still a morning. The representatives from the World Bank, our project coordinators, Mr. John and Dr. Ruth, our facilitators for the day, and all media professionals present today, good morning. My presentation already had a bit of a teaser, an icebreaker, which has already been done by Mildred and Doctor. So I'll go straight in what it is. We are reflecting We are reflecting on our experiences as media people, and this includes what have been our successes in covering women economic empowerment. What challenges have we faced in covering stories of women economic empowerment? What lessons have we learned? Now, in each one of your folder, there are these stickers, sticky notes. And each color has something to Probably you don't have anything. I'll lend you mine after. So the pink sticker note is about the expectations. What do we expect from today's training? What shall we take home after today's training? It has some extra notes you read and also follow. Then this one, the orange one, the yellow one is talking about our experiences. Please read what's on the note and answer. The green one is what support and collaboration would you expect from projects like GROW to offer you to write better narratives about women economic empowerment. And then this one, looking ahead, what stories are we missing in covering women economic empowerment? Please read the notes and answer. And without taking much time, we had selected some people that are going to, not everybody is going to talk about it as you all write. We shall collect them and review them after. But we have selected a few people to represent you who are going to share with us their experiences and their success stories, their lessons learned, and how do we move forward. I'll start by inviting Sydney Maria from the New Vision. Please come and give us.
Good morning. It's almost afternoon, and no, it's still morning, so I would still say good morning. When we talk about, how many minutes? 3 minutes. I told Diana that I'm a teacher, and you know what teachers tend to do. They tend to take very long. At the back of my mind, when she asked me to talk about my experiences with handling stories related to GROW, we've been handling this project from last year. And those of you who have been reading the New Vision probably have seen a number of articles that we have published. What have been the challenges that we have faced as we have been going on getting the stories from the team? I think the biggest challenge has been communication. And I want to attribute that to teething problems of projects like this. You know, when you're dealing with a pilot, there are many things that you're learning on job. Although we've handled similar or related projects in the past with Dr. Aisha, there's something we're doing with her on DIT, with DIT. The major challenge we faced was having information that is consistent, that runs across board. And when you have a story that is breaking, who do you contact? Sometimes that has been the main challenge. So you're breaking a story, then once you've brought in the story, maybe it's a weekend, and when you look at the newspapers, there are certain timelines. And who do you contact? The person might be for a wedding meeting, might have gone somewhere, and then you have a story that perhaps has incomplete information. And that can be a problem for the organization and then also for the media house, because people would look at it as having carried information that is incomplete. Maybe for purposes of introduction, there's something that I had left out. My name is Miria, not Maria, Miria Babanga, and then Sydney. So if you find the Miria bit a bit difficult, you can deal with Babanga. It sounds West African. And I oversee special projects. And GROW has been one of the special projects that we've been working on for some time. The first thing that struck me when I walked into this room, or when I was interacting with Naturinda, was the fact that there were fact sheets. I think the issue of communication and having various information going out has greatly been solved by GROW ensuring that they have fact sheets that can go out to journalists, such that even if you are not talking to the coordinator of the project, you have something that can guide you, that is very simple and that you can run with. And I want to commend GROW for that, because those fact sheets are quite handy, and I think they help in addressing a number of problems that would arise in terms of facts that would come up. The other, my only challenge with the fact sheets is there's very many, and which ideally should be a good thing, but there are many. You need to pick up the basic things about the program and then hand this to journalists whenever you're having an engagement. The importance of repeating something over and over and again helps to carry that message across. The PS earlier on talked about a lady who was in Chankwanzi and said the money had been eaten. And I know that caused a lot of discomfort for the program. There was a little bit of apprehension on how do we set the record straight. The fact sheets help reporters, they help editors, because most times editors are seated in the newsrooms waiting for this information to come. And when you organize engagements like this, that brings both the reporters and the editors, it's able to put us on the same sheet or on the same platform, and you're able to know that this is what was discussed. If a reporter comes with something which is contrary, you would know that this is the correct information that is out there. The stories that we have covered over the past few months have been about different women. How they were running a business without the loan, when the loan came in, and the improvements that have come about because of the loan. That in itself had a challenge. Why would I say that? When we would go out to collect these stories, sometimes you'd find that you have a similar type of stories, like what you would call the same tired road, the same kind of script. So you find about 10, 20 stories about women, saloon women, for instance. Yet, if we had had earlier planning and agreed that for the next 6 months, we are going to deal with this area, that area, and the other area, and we plan how to go to these women, get the stories out. Of course, there are those who are taking the 4 million loans. There are those taking 20. There are those taking 100 and beyond. So if you're having a page where you only have 5 million loans, it would appear like this is only a project for for that particular segment. And yet newspapers have limited space. Imagine you have a situation where you have somebody who's taken a 50 million loan, and then on the same page, you also have somebody who has taken 4 million. Such that you're able to interest different segments of the audience. The other thing that I think is quite important for us to look at is when executing this program to allow for flexibility. And many times you have a way you want the project to be executed. What do I mean by flexibility? We understand the audiences that we deal with. We understand the audiences that we deal with. And by flexibility, I mean, can the editors have more power to direct the narrative or to tell the story in a particular way that will be more appealing to the audiences? Why am I saying that? You might have a communication need, but can we have a conversation on how best we can present this in terms of the pictures? Can we also have audio, text running side by side? Like if you have a video that is on TV, you have something which is on in the newspaper, and then something going online, and you have them working concurrently to ensure that there is maximum visibility of the project out there. I have maybe the other thing we've done with the pictures, the photos, we've been doing with the videos, something to do with the infographics that would also help in the newspapers especially. So with those few experiences that we have had and what my reporters have been bringing on the desk, my personal experiences in terms of handling the stories that have come through, I think we would do well with the elements of flexibility. We would do well by ensuring that there is balance in terms of the stories that do come through, those for the small loans and for the bigger loans, having them run side by side for maximum visibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sydney. Next is Sudhir Hanga, requested to come in early. Please keep time. We are 12 people who are going to talk about this, and you all have at most 5 minutes. Do not exceed 5 minutes so that you don't interfere with our lunchtime. I will ask Mastula, please move around and collect the papers that they have written so that we are able to review them after. Each one of you, we kindly beg you to write your experiences, the lessons learned, the successes that you would want us to pay attention to. Sudhir Hanga, take the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, I'm sorry. All protocol observed. The experience that I have in covering government projects, especially empowering women, I've ever covered one project. It might not be so related to GROW. It was one of the projects about Emyoga. And I managed to have captured, I was interested in young, women who are interested in working and to ensure that they don't depend on their parents, especially those who are poor. One example was around Kona Kamdin, as you heard Guru. And I met these two young girls who were in primary school. During the holiday, they were doing welding. Welding is mainly done by men and boys. These are girls welding, you know, doors and windows in primary school. And all they were saying that we are doing this so that we are able to pay school fees our parents can't afford. And I was saying how I wish also GROW had a component that would target such a group of young women who may not have business records, businesses registered, do not meet the threshold that you have set, but just have a chance to tap into this resource. And in terms of government, on how you frame your messages, how do you even relate with media when you have a project like GROW? There is a big gap, if I may say, because more often than not, you realize that government tends to communicate when there is a problem. That's when you are in a high gear to communicate and channel out information to the public. If there was no such an incident of a woman who complained on Women's Day, I don't think we would be here. To be honest, I don't think we would be here, you know. So we are in a high gear, working as fire brigade, all right. But I would tend to challenge the World Bank. I know the representative is here. When you are giving these loans to empower people, the populace, you must factor in the component of communication. Government tends to shy away. They find it costly, irrelevant, sometimes not necessary. And even sometimes World Bank says so. So if you don't communicate in time before you even start the project, you must sensitize people. I always say, let people know what you're trying to offer, instead of you coming later on and start to drum whatever, say yes, we have achieved before you even started, you know. So it's important for World Bank and even government, as you come out with these proposals, factor in communication, ensure these projects people are aware, send out the messages before you even receive the money, if possible, knowing that the money will come anyway. World Bank normally doesn't lie. And then when you look at when it gets to, again, communication, if I ask my fellow journalists here, how many people even knew that GROW existed before Women's Day? I'm being honest. You go to the media houses and ask, who do you contact as government agencies when you're communicating? Do you contact marketeers? Do you contact journalists? Who do you contact? Many times I've seen governments or government contacting people who are in marketing. We need to do this. How much will it cost on your TV? Good projects just pass just like that. They pay for a talk show, come for a talk show, it ends. But at the end of the day, you do not reap much out of what you have done. You have done a lot, but you have failed to bring it out to the public. And how do people appreciate? People only appreciate when they see. You know that Ugandans and everywhere, they must see to believe, all right? If you're talking about TV, I would expect by now to already have a plan on how you're going to come up with a roadmap, how you're going to be covering these stories. You're not going to be covering these stories by hiring people out there who are not in the media fraternity. I know they know what they are doing, but if you want this relationship to continue, you can run to New Vision, you can run to NBS, you can run to Bukede. These guys know what they are doing. They will help you, all right? Tell you how you're going to script short stories about the achievements. Some of these women, how they started and where they are. And once you have such a story and share it all over social media, instead of responding to problems or what people are complaining about, then to me, I believe if you have positive information going out there, and it's a lot, it's your fireproof as a communication agency or whatever it is, as the government agency. That's your fireproof. That you have a lot of positive stuff going out there, that even anyone else comes later on to shoot you down, they'll be overwhelmed by the good things that people are talking about you. But if you don't do that and do fire brigade kind of action, then you just know that people sometimes they are swayed away by the negativity. It's what sells most in the news. Negative information sells more than the positive information. If GROW got 200 billion and 150 billion has been properly utilized, it will not sell as when you hear that 30 billion is missing. All right? The biggest percentage of that money has already been utilized. But if you just crop out only 20 billion having been mismanaged, it is the story of the day. Even us as media practitioners, we feed the public a lot on negative information. People are now tired, by the way. They would want to also hear things that drive them forward, things that give them hope. And I think GROW is in that line. You're giving the women the hope that they maybe have lost in the past. I've heard you talking about women who are doing well in construction. That is a sector that has been dominated by men. When you look at companies that are in construction, most of them are men. Now, if you have women who have picked interest, and you realize in your data that most of those who have picked up in this project are women, we need to go down there and find out why and where are they going as women. Are we going to see the top contractors in town being women, which is a very good thing? So GROW, you have all the opportunities to shine. How you're going to shine is another story. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Because my papa in control.
Nelson, you've hit us. You've hit us so hard, Sudhir. But we've taken note of all we've taken note of all that you've mentioned. And most of the time we have really tried to work the way you have talked about it. For example, working with reporters, we try our best to work with reporters. We go with them to the field, pick the on-ground stories that can inform the public on what our interventions have been. Though sometimes you trigger reactionary actions. When you hit us so bad, even when we have gone with you to pick the good stories, you still go behind our backs and hit us so hard. But we are working, now that we are here together, we hope we are going to form great partnerships and move forward as a team. I'm going to invite Dalton Kawesa from NBS. Please, time is 5 minutes at most. Yes,
I'm not stopping, you know, get it. Your first money yesterday, always they follow me. You're joking my strength in the power.
Good afternoon to everyone. Am I listening? Anyway, then I will not take a lot of time, basically, since I also want to go and enjoy the food. I know everyone is backing on the lunch. So we'll save time. So I was asked to speak to mistakes and challenges you find with the stories about government and how government and reporters can improve. And I speak from a point of what Sudhir has just highlighted about the experience that we see. It's not just zeroed on GROW project, but generally government projects and how they communicate. One of the biggest issues is some of the big government projects are event-based. They are ceremonial. They focus on the ceremony rather than the impact. When you go a simple, those that can access internet, go to your phones, type GROW project, you're going to see the stories that are there. 50 billion has been dispersed. The minister said this. Ceremonies, not the impact that these projects are creating. Just take a sample. You'll see Monitor, you'll see Nile Post, you'll see Xmedia, you'll see NMG. The ceremonies is what they're focusing on. And those are some of the challenges that we miss and the mistakes that I continue to see in the media across. So therein lies the solution. Can we focus more on the impact than the ceremonies that we conduct? Today, there are people here who are going to report about this function, and it will come to pass without focusing on the meat that has been shared. There are a lot of shocking data that I've seen, and I had never seen such data. Diane said that when we send journalists, they go at the back and hit them instead of telling the story. In Diana's statement lies the Achilles heel. You see, PROs, my experience, are best served by pressers than scrutiny. So for them, they like to say, okay, this is the gross picture. When you scrutinize what they are saying, then it becomes a problem. There was a confession minutes ago here. Yes? And we need to appreciate that it's not just about PR, that we do PR stories across. It's about the checks, because ultimately you want to impact. And when you impact, I don't know where Diana comes from, she may be coming from Ntungamo, when that woman benefits from Grow, even the next shop will also benefit. So those are some of the things, the mistakes that we see, and we call on the PROs in government also to appreciate that it is not just PR. Let's appreciate scrutiny. The other thing I see in government is siloed information. Government is not speaking to each other. People are not talking. You find at PSFU, they have something else, and they're under the same project. Yes? Ministry of Gender, something else. There is no synergy. They are not talking. We are not talking to each other. And that is fundamentally wrong. And it's challenging for us who go out there to look for information. We need to address this. Then the image of government, the image of projects. You've heard that lady who spoke and reported that all money was stolen is called Mama Nakajiri. She is a fanatic of the ruling party. One of the things that you see, and the problem is image. When Natif does a good tweet about government, yes, do you know what they will say? Hawogo, alikujigi, alikubagigi, not so. They say on X they say wogos. Wogos is cassava, to what you put on the table. Yes, it's because of the image. Even when mainstream media houses write positive stories about government, many people would say balide. You get it? So these are things that intrinsically you need to reflect on. Yes? We need to reflect on some of the things such that we move forward and help this project. These are the mistakes and those are the challenges that I find fundamentally for the last so many of a decade. I've been in the newsroom at leadership level. Find also the non-responsiveness, I can't leave it out, of government. Yes? Even when you see, especially civil servants, because their jobs are almost eternal, they don't care. For them, another government will come and they will benefit. So they don't care, they will not respond to anything. You ask them, they will move around. I'll get back to you, write official email. My friend, the world is digital. You're asking me to write an email and you respond in 10 days. These are some of the things that we find. Finally, on the challenges is, as I've worked with younger people, they are the most productive. You work on a project with government and they want to see it in their lenses. You tell them, just look at it. If you sampled people that are older, maybe 35 and above, if you ask them how many platforms they are on, you'll find they are not on many of these platforms where are embraced by young people. You get it? That feeds you on how they interpret the text that you give them. Young people here, I don't know whether Natif is young, he will interpret a text differently. So in communicating, you must know who you're communicating to. And how you deliver that communication is very important. If I'm doing a project with you, I work with the people down there. I know how they view things. And I edit it, send it to you. Don't say this is how we want it, because for you in office, you don't know the reality of life. So finally, on what we should do, there is a concept called permissionless. I don't need to speak to you in order to get information. Yes? Flood the information where I'm supposed to have it. And everyone will use that information. The other aspect, maybe what we need to do is also sometimes develop what they call joint development content programs. Those who were around COVID, you saw what was done in the media. Media houses sat together and said we need to help the country. You saw bulletins that were anchored by Mildred was on the set with, I don't remember, was it Flavia? I don't remember very well, but you see, it was a joint project. That is how you're supposed to help Ugandans, but also impact on the project. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dalton. Talking about bread, the young people have even made stickers of bread, which they attach to your message when they are being sarcastic. And one time, Anthony shared something hitting us so bad after a park session. And then we gave him information that he shared. And then after that, they said, oh, you're nearly dead. And Anthony had not eaten anything. So up next is Anthony. Please come and share your experience.
Thank you so much. My name is Anthony Natif. I used to be a cancer pharmacist. Now I'm an activist. I work with an organization called Public Square. Public Square is a think tank and quasi civil society organization. Basically, we work in the area of public accountability, climate change and energy transition, entrepreneurship, and civic education. And this is where we somehow got to collide with the people of GROW because we use a lot of online tools to both collect information from the public and spread information. So as we've realized from the presentations you've had today, GROW project, I think at the start, had a communication problem. There was that gap between the knowledge that the people who are running the project had and what the people on the ground had. And so when you have that information gap, oftentimes the world hates a vacuum. Someone will fill it with whatever information they want to fill it with. So suddenly you have people saying, well, these people have eaten our money, These people came and trained us, and money wasn't provided. So that mix-up then comes with a very bad name for the project. And so we picked up a lot of that feedback, went online, put it out there. We got a lot of traction on that. Our online work at least reaches maybe 10 million people every month. And so it became problematic. But then we wrote to the people of GROW, we wrote to the World Bank, we wrote to whoever we thought had some sort of responsibility on this. And I have to thank you guys. You gave very good feedback. You gave guidance about the project. We took it back to the masses, and I want to think that the sign-ups increased and the interest increased. A lot of our work has moved from social media platforms, mainly X, which we use, and our website, to the mainstream media, radio, newspapers. You've seen a lot of our investigations leading to firing of some government officials. But we don't want our work to do that, much of that. We want our work to build more than destroy. So I will tell you something about social media and why it's important. If you notice these days, most of the headlines start from social media and then they move to traditional media. Inadvertently, it looks like the tail is wagging the dog, but that's not the case. It's just an announcement of the new media landscape that we are witnessing these days. Citizen journalism has taken over, and everyone who has a smartphone is a journalist. Everyone who has a smartphone can cross-check for facts. Now, with the advent of AI, tools like Grok and whatever, someone can easily produce a news bulletin in a matter of minutes that reads better than what a serial long-term journalist can do. So then the question comes, how do we then transition from viewing traditional media the way we used to view it to now competing in that landscape? When you look at the Ugandan stats as of 2024, end of 2024, at least Uganda has at least 13 million internet users. That's around 27%. And this increased by 1.2 million every year. So it means in the next 10 years, close to 80% of Ugandans should have access to the internet. So when you're putting together projects like this, you have to factor in how you're going to capture the internet audience. Uganda currently has just under 3 million social media users, and it has a total of close to 35 million mobile phone connections. So while radio is still the dominant force, and I think these media guys can correct me, but I still believe radio is the dominant force in terms of access to information. But social media has brought a certain democratization to access to information that is so alluring that now radio gets a lot of its information from social media. So when we are pushing projects like this, we really need to make sure we win the social media battle. Unfortunately, it's difficult because social media algorithms and companies that run these, social media companies, want as many eyeballs as possible on their stuff, on their platforms. Now, and because these eyeballs usually like controversy, it becomes very difficult to sell a project that helps people. If you said, well, these GROW project people went to Amur and shot up 5 million people, or there's a sex scandal up there, everyone will pay attention. But if you say they are giving away 10 billion, or there's this impact, people will not pay attention. So how do we find a way to, I won't use the word sensationalize in a negative way, but to package messages like this in a manner that gets people to want to pay attention and spread this stuff and make it viral. It can't be that we buy into the social media engineering in the back end that glorifies controversy and suppresses good news. So that's what we grapple with at Public Square, to try and see that we position information that builds society, but also make sure that information has mass appeal. So if you see us doing some theatrics and putting some controversy on this information, just know we're trying to game the social media algorithm. It's for the good of your message. Thank you very much.
These men are following us even up in our programs. We don't have any female journalists making any. I would like to invite Anita Rita Matika. Is she present? Please come. We break the monotony of these men.
I want to carry my love with this she loves.
Thank you so much. My name is Anita Matsuka. I work at Radio West in Imbarara. I'm a news reporter, and sometimes I sit on the desk. I come to speak about GROW as one of the women economic empowerment programs that the government is running in Imbarara and the Western region as well, and the country as well. I want to say what I've heard about this program and what the community is saying about it. Whereas it's a good program that is supposed to benefit most of the women, business women in the country, this seems to be benefiting a few of us. I'm saying us because I'm also a woman. If you went to Mbarara City Council looking for content, I'm speaking on behalf of journalists, content of women that have benefited from this program, I bet if you can get the statistics. It is very unfortunate that we are supposed to give people information, but we cannot get it. When I tried to inquire, they told me that if we must say anything about the beneficiaries, they must sign consent with the banks for them to be talked about. And we always want to tell success stories for other women to be encouraged to take the loans. I have a friend, I'm going to say this. When she tried to apply for this money, this was last year, up to now she has never been given any feedback. She never got the money, she never got feedback. She had the collateral security, and I think this is happening to most of them. Most of the women in Imbarara, they have tagged this program to Gambanogu. If you don't have someone to talk about you in the banks, you will not get this money. You must be connected. Even when you don't have collateral that is in your names, maybe your husband's chapa, you can use it because you have someone to talk about you. You can get that money. This is leaving most of us that don't have Gambanogu, that don't have collaterals, but would want to benefit from the program aside. And my request to Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development would be to think about the initial people that this program came to serve. If the banks are telling you that they are giving money genuinely, I don't think it is true. I also wanted to talk about this program being Kampala centered. I said I sit at the desk sometimes, but the times I've sat on the desk, you will see a story like today's event. It will be coming from Kampala. I was surprised when Diana said that they came to Mbarara and held beneficiaries engagement. We did not see that story. So I am wondering, and yet we have a GROW WhatsApp group that connects all of us, the Kampala people and the regional people, but we are not informed about it. Then I also want to request you, the GROW people, to help us document success stories from the successful people that have benefited from this money, even if it is not this money that they started from, because you support people that have already started. Maybe doing that will encourage other people also to take up the money. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Matika. I just wanted to be clear on the sensitization we had in Bara. It was mainly with the financial institutions, and mostly the discussions we have with the PIs are a bit confidential, so sometimes they're not open to the public. But I did a profiling of women entrepreneurs in the field, and I had a team of reporters that I worked with, and I can give you references of beneficiaries you can go to. One is right in the city center at Mbaguta Street. She's called Dynamic Kitchenware. New Dynamic Kitchenware. She got money from GROW. I'll send you also one in Koranoria who got money for tailoring, and they are in different ranges. The one of Kitchenware got 150, that is level 3, and the one of Koranoria got 4 million. Then there's a lady called Businje Monica Ishanga, got money from DFCU, and the lady of Grace Cottages also got money from GROW. The infant school in Ruharo got money from GROW. She's called Beth Juna. So those are people that you can reach out to get the facts about GROW loan and how they've been, the process they went through to get this money. And those got from different banks. Grace Cottages got from DFCU. New Kitchen Dynamics got from Centenary Bank, and Koranoria got from Equity. Those are just a few examples that I can give you and you can reach out to. I would like to invite Serena Naguja. She's not on the list, but she's a woman. She's Serena Naguja. Yes, another Serena. So please come and give us your story. After that, I will invite Wethika Anthony. Please get ready. Forgive me for that. Please take this picture. The camera is
It's all right. Thank you so much, moderator. Though you said I'm not on the list, but I would like to tell you how I came here. I am a woman. I am. Yes, of course I am, and I wasn't even invited, by the way. But I would like to bring to your attention how I came to know about this project, this training actually. I have a friend here in the house called Kathy. She sent me a write-up because she knows I am an interest of women enterprise. Not only in journalism, but everywhere. So when I saw her tweet, I said, oh, Kathy, where is this? She said it's at Africana. I was like, okay, let me come, please. But I'm so much interested in the project. Don't mind about other factors, but let me come and learn. So my name is Serena once again. I am a journalist. I'm the CEO NSTV online. But I leave all those titles and address myself as a reporter. Now, I would like to have been eyeing for this opportunity of speaking to GROW. I worked with BRAC Uganda for 8 years. I think you know BRAC Uganda. One thing that I realized is that GROW project is not for the women, the underprivileged women, as you may think, or as you stated. Yes. So, if you come up and say, if the government comes up and say it has come to actually to grow or to add value onto these businesses, small businesses, it is not true. So GROW project isn't for the poor. GROW project isn't for these women who deal in stores, who deal in tomato selling, who deal in fishing communities, and that is the biggest population of women that we need to look to. Those are the kind of women that we need to go out there down and enterprise and add capital into their businesses. Not women who have 10 million, 50 million capital. The kind of women that we need to help are those women in markets, in fishing communities, those ones who are vending on the streets. I would like to give you a picture on how BRAC works. I'm not advertising for them. But if at all government came up and invested this money into these small microfinance institutions so that they can emulate the act of group lending, this project could work into these small groups. That way, my mother who is in the village can access money, 1 million shillings to start to add into her capital. Yes. Yeah. So that was my what? That was my issue about GROW. Thank you so much.
I would like to say that all you stated was true, but I think you did not follow the discussions very well, that the people you expect to have benefited from GROW are not the target category that you're talking about. Government has a number of other projects that target the women that you're talking about. For example, we have the Women Entrepreneurship Program, we have the Youth Livelihood Program, there's MYOGA, there's PDM. Those are the projects that are targeting the woman that you're talking about. Now, GROW is targeting the one that has slightly moved from that level to the next level. So the ones you're talking about who need 1 million are not actually our target beneficiaries. I hope I've not been rude. And secondly, it's also not about them. If she was mainly talking about the GROW loan, so that is why I'm focusing on that. But the project has other components that target the woman that you're talking about. For example, the one that works on training women entrepreneurs in different skills. There's one that is supporting. I think John can respond to that better. Let me not waste more time on that. Let me invite Wesake Anthony to make his presentation. But thank you so much for your input.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Anton Wesaka. It's not Wesake. And I work with the Monitor newspaper. So quickly, I was asked to come up with reasons why stories about government projects not necessarily attract the editor's attention, and how we can improve about the same. So quickly, I'll give a recent scenario where the Attorney General actually this week wrote a very damning letter to Monitor saying we authored 2 stories about Dalboa International Hospital, which he claimed the stories were alarming and were inaccurate, and also amounted to economic sabotage, because the same were scaring away investors, potential investors who could come and invest in the country, but with such stories, they would be scared away not to come to Uganda. I want to say that our stories were based on, especially the latest, were based on the reports from Parliament. And when we reached out to the Ministry of Health, find out how far the construction of this hospital has gone, and the PS referred us to the Ministry of Finance, whom we contacted, and they didn't pick. And of course, you know, as a journalist, you want to have your story out there, so you can't continue waiting for the guys in suits to respond before you can have your story out. I mean, we gave them some time to respond, but they didn't. So we had to had to run the story. And the issue of them claiming that the public or the journalists can easily access Loboa Hospital was also not correct, because one of our reporters was arrested when he went to find out what exactly is on the ground. One of them was arrested, he was put inside. Actually, he spent a night in cells, police cells. So we tried to find out exactly what's happening and the level of development that is taking place in that place. But still, we couldn't access the place because it's heavily guarded by security, and we were arrested. So someone to come out say we don't put effort to get the correct information from government, it's not true, it's not correct. So I wanted to give you that latest scenario that we are facing as Monitor, just to show you how we struggle to get information from government, and things to do with projects, government projects, the issues to do with accountability. So government fears to have the accountability outside there. So they try to hide away from the media. And when we try to find out the truth, they say we are trying to be saboteurs, economic saboteurs, you know, trying to scare away the investors, which is not true. So my issue is about government officials failing or hiding information that a journalist wants. What they usually do is to give out information that we do not want. Okay, so sometimes they come out to give information which depicts the rosy picture of what they're doing, and yet as journalists we usually want to do stories about accountability. So that's where we clash. The government wants to give their own information which they feel is, we call it PR, and yet us, we want information which is about accountability. What have you done with this money? How have you spent it? The taxpayers' money. So that's where we clash. So way forward, what do we do? I think let's publicize these government projects like GROW. We can have them publicized. How? The doctor who presented about the breakdown of how the loans have so far been dispersed talked of one lady in Madi region having acquired this loan. So that's a very good story, human interest. Put a face to this story, find out what could be the problem in this area. Why are we having only one lady accessing this loan? That would make a very good read for our stories. Of course, stories from government projects are usually a little, a little flat, but we need to improve upon them as reporters and have these stories attract our readers. By, as I said, we can have unique aspects to these stories so that they can attract our readers. And of course, let's keep on talking. As one of the presenters said, government usually just comes out to firefight. Let's be talking. Let's not only just wait for issues to arise before we can come out to, firefight, but let's be talking through things such that if at all I need information, the GROW people can easily give it to me, and not wait for that incident where the lady reported you to the president. Thank you.
Chisiriko Vincent, are you around?
Well, good afternoon, team and colleagues. My name is Vincent Chisiriko from Radio 1. I'll be very brief because the Muzungu is happy with my voice. Bye-bye. My name is Vincent Chisiriko again from Radio 1. I'll be very brief because I've just gotten my coupon for lunch, and some of you have just put forward so many good points, so I'll be very summed up in my submission. But I would like to start with a disclaimer to Nat. Not every person with a smartphone is a journalist. Journalism is a very qualified profession with distinct people like myself, so you don't have to attach any hula around. Yeah, that's all. Yeah. It's hard to go to school for 6 years, and then you're told that someone with a smartphone is just, okay. Finally, sorry, I said finally, but before that. So my task here is very brief, and I will be very precise because my role was to give my experience of covering government programs, especially those intended to empower women, with the GROW project in context. And so because my colleagues have been broader, for me I will narrow it to the GROW project and what I've encountered in the due course of execution of my journalistic role, not of the smartphone. Firstly, on the success bit, yes, I've witnessed immense success by the CAP and the intended groups, the ones you call target groups. The numbers according to GROW projects and the people who have really benefited, especially from the central region where I'm tasked to report about, have been immense. But it still stands that the perspective was like it was it had a broader coverage and expected more numbers. So by success and reach, I think the project has really reached its intended beneficiaries. However, this, in my side of the journalism, I've been able to get timely data, especially when I call the lady Odira, Mrs. Odira. She gives this information as it comes through about the project and this implementation, its reach, the implementing partners and what. I've also been able to see their style of reporting about this information, the infographics and the data, the analytical aspect of it that they avail to us as journalists. The highlights, the way they put forward their fact sheets and some details. I know the fact sheet concept is not so much of them. They use too much of the infographic line, but I think so many of us are used to the fact sheet aspect because it sums up things, which I think they can take up. And like my colleagues put it, the challenges bit mainly has been about they have an inconsistent pattern of this information flow. If you follow through, go to their socials and whatever, you see that we are more reporting about the events, what they do. We report more about the firefighting, like they put it forward, my pre-speakers. Meaning there's need to have that routine in way of dissemination, put up I should have a chart or flow that brings content over time, and we expect it maybe weekly or what, because this is money, we're talking about money. Another challenge is about the minimal media engagements. Like I said, because they call us for events, they can't have them so frequent. So we need more interaction. I don't know how you can create it. Maybe this is when the social media guys would come in, because they're just an extension of one of the platforms where we can interact maybe a bit over the same. Second last on that is the way you bring money into our organizations, especially I'm talking about money because the adverts and things of the kind. Sometimes you bring already produced content, things of the kind, and what, yet media houses too can harness from this resource of your communication and engagement budgets to do their own customized content. So if you have, say, some lot of money to allocate, it's better you segment it to different media houses to have their own runs, and they harness from this resource. It will really be impactful. Finally, approved. That's how I move. That's how I move minds in the boardrooms. I hope this one, you also take this. The lessons and recommendations, there are only 3. The first one is about, yes, that one is taken, of course, as approved by the coordinator. The need for more media engagement, I've said. The need for, yes, the unique stories. Like you see, the submissions here, we've noticed that much of the funds have been absorbed by the same regions that are known, and there are districts that have only one or no beneficiary. Now we need to get these unique stories of the beneficiaries to bring context to the fund, to the fund or project, because the media, well, as you may do 90%, we are interested in knowing the 1% failure or unique success and what it means to so many others. So we need to cover those unique aspects of the project, especially scores. Lastly, is about, we need a FAQ of sort. A FAQ, you may not know this, but a FAQ is a frequently asked questions of sort. So, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, FAQ. Okay, we need a FAQ. We need an FAQ of sort where these frequently asked questions about this GROW project are publicized, because they are here with us. I've seen one on my table, but it's like for my personal use. If we have these ones frequently published on media houses, like whenever we're on radio, you throw one FAQ on there, you slow one another on TV, so that it's routinely, people have these answers on these, because I have one on my table, but it's to me. I'm saying about the reach. I'm looking about reach. Finally, the issue of grants. Guys and the GROW management, whoever administers this fund, I hope like you acknowledge the other, please acknowledge this. All people before you here intend to return home better than they left. So grants to reporters, I'm not saying editors, reporters who have dedicated their time to these kind of projects, who have covered them through, are very important. Conduct something. I can be here for you to sieve through, and we see who gets first, who gets another time. But we need these grants in way of real money to see that we go up country elsewhere, we report about these unique successes and things of the kind. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Okay. You've really excited the room, and thank you very much for your presentation. Please, all of you that have made presentations, make sure you give me my papers after here. You're not going back with them. We have 3 people left, and then we'll be done with this session. And we have just started. We have just finished this one, and the real deal is after lunch. So please do not leave. We request you to kindly stay behind for the actual sessions where you have all these things addressed. Our next speaker is Simon Peter Emwamo. He'll be followed by Jonathan Drilga and Joseph Omagor.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Simon Peter Mwamo. I do my journalism in Teso and Karamoja sub-regions. We've talked a lot about GROW, but if you had chance to go to Karamoja sub-region, the story that was told here by Dr. Ruth could end up being a very different script. In Karamoja sub-region, we have about 2% of the elites who are borns of Karamoja. The problem in Karamoja, when it comes to implementing government projects, there is a lot of secrecy when it comes to disseminating vital information. For the case of GROW, I bet you not even their own leaders know much about GROW. So if you went down to the Manyatas, that poor mother, that poor lady in the Manyata, who have no property by the virtue of the fact that in Karamoja, it's men who hold a lot of say in the community. So now if you go to Karamoja and you're trying to mobilize the women to benefit from the GROW project, it's next to impossible. You only find a few elites in Moroto municipality, in Kotido municipality, who are versed with issues of transactions in the banks. When you take your time, you go to the district, either information officers, you go to the cows, they'll tell you that I don't have time for you. Maybe you write for me a mail in perhaps 2, 3, or 4 days, I would have given you the information you need. But if you follow up with that information, they are never there to avail the information. And then there are places, say like Amodat. Amodat district in Karamoja, they don't receive radio signals from the Ugandan side. They only receive signals from the Kenyan side, that is Kapengoria. So that community is in total darkness. Either it is PDM, either it is GROW, either it is Operation Wealth Creation, they virtually know nothing. So earlier presenters here, actually it's Omagor who had raised an issue of having community engagements, the barazas. In places like Karenga, Amodat, Kabong, and parts of Kotidas, you're going to the other side of Agago. Community barazas would do us well, would do this government well in ensuring that the local people in Karamoja have information to do with government projects. My way forward for the case of Karamoja, you need to have a regional dialogue in Karamoja between the church leaders, the political wing, and then the choral leaders. The choral leaders in Karamoja hold a bigger say when it comes to issues of implementation of government projects. If you only use the political wing and then the civil servants in the district, and then you roll out the choral leaders, you are the total loss. Thank you.
Jonathan, build around. Please don't. Please note, all your folders have FAQs, the facts. Please make use of them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I know it is lunchtime and we are behind schedule. My name is Jonathan Drilliga. I work for Arua 1 FM, which is a subsidiary of the Vision Group. Thank you, GROW and the entire team for this special invitation. I want to commend Madame Odira for giving me a chance to share the West Nile experiences. Of course, that is a very good starting point. I want to say GROW is in touch with West Nile. Madame Odira has created a platform for journalists, and we have a couple of us from the region who are up to date with different activities of GROW. You're welcome to Arua City. I know the statistics are very bad in terms of absorption of the loans. 1%, one individual in the Madi sub-region. Now, Madi is part of the West Nile sub-region. There are 13 administrative units in the entire West Nile. And indeed, those statistics are unacceptable. But of course, it speaks to the fact that we are number 2 after Karamoja. My previous speaker spoke about the difficulties in accessing information about government programs. And yes, West Nile is not unique. The poverty figures, according to the 2024 census, you were able to see, are quite disturbing. And also I know that in West Nile, land tenure system is not favoring the women folks who ideally are supposed to benefit from these loans. And so I was just wondering, at the design of the GROW project, why didn't the Ministry of Gender consider these particular peculiarities? What is the land tenure system like in this particular region? What can we best do? So going forward, I believe this is a learning point that before such programs are rolled out, can we look at the possible setbacks to the implementation of good, well-intentioned programs such as GROW in the region. Now, I was asked to speak about the refugee situation and GROW. I know that these are the common use production facilities. That is how as GROW, you have planned to reach out to the women folk, particularly the refugee. They are called the special categories. Yeah. Because women under the refugee population, particularly under the Refugee Act of 2006, are not supposed to own land. This sort of has complicated the situation. Many of them are not able to access these monies because they don't have a strong collateral. So the common use of production facilities, I think, is helping in a way. Because we see now the refugee women and the host community women coming together to benefit from the cassava dryers, things like that. And I think that particular approach is a beautiful one. I would like to encourage that you try as much as possible to establish more of these common user facilities in a number of settlements across the West Nile sub-region. I know that we have about 2 or 3 in Bidibidi, which is the largest settlement, if I may say, in the continent. But we have about 1 or 2. Then we have another in Rhino Camp. So can we find more resources so that the refugee women are able to benefit from the GROW funds? But yes, the issue still, the most sticky issue is collateral. And the earlier speakers were talking about the collaboration with the Makerere University Business School to sort of upskill women in order to have bankable businesses that are formalized. And I think for me that is a strong entry point. If we can have these trainings for these women, the refugees and the host communities, have businesses that are registered, formally registered, I believe this should be a game changer in our communities. And of course, I was asked to speak to the fact that there are challenges journalists face in the region in terms of reporting about GROW, and many earlier speakers spoke about bureaucracy. When you want data from say, the district local governments, the cows will always not be cooperative, and yet we have the Access to Information Act that gives us an opportunity to access data, but the cows will want to give you data after a week or so, which I think is very unfortunate. And for me, I think this is standing in the way of the success of GROW. And then, of course, concealment of information for other reasons, maybe ulterior reasons, which I think needs to be sorted out. I know that many heads of departments have a very negative attitude towards the work of journalists. So, for example, there's this very unpopular statement like, you journalists only want bad news. Yet I know there's the whole concept of development journalism. The story of this one woman in Madi, well, I wish we knew. And because I know that, yes, GROW has not furnished us with the list of beneficiaries, I can speak with authority about that in the region. If we know about this kind of disturbing data, we would go profile this woman. We will tell the world what unique things this woman did in order to benefit from this GROW fund. And I'm sure telling her story will amplify, will encourage more women out there to take the challenge of benefiting from the GROW facility. Of course, delay to give us information because of the whole concept of perishability of news makes it very difficult for us to do our job very well. For us in the broadcast industry, we know that news is transient. So the more you delay it, the more perishable it becomes, and you cannot continue keeping us a story that is stale. I want to say that I stand as an editor again. GROW has worked with our reporters, and I want to appreciate GROW for working with our reporters in the field. But being a gatekeeper, I'm excited that I am going to prioritize also covering GROW, because, and I'm sure this is the reason why you have invited me here, that in the newsroom we will make it a deliberate effort to cover GROW stories. My head of special projects is here, Sydney. I would like to encourage that you put a special fund to produce special features on GROW. Yeah, can you fund GROW features, the production of GROW features on our broadcast platforms? I believe, and you award journalists who excel, who do very unique stories about GROW in this region. And then, yeah, I think the reward mechanism, I believe, can be a game changer as well. We have functional communication officers, and they are doing a great job, but when you check their websites, very stale, they are outdated. I encourage you to work with the communication officers in the districts as well to have fully fledged websites so that you're able to upload data that is current, and I believe we can move an extra mile. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Good afternoon. I'm going to compensate for the excess that he had. Thank you. And my name is Joseph Omagor. I'm a bureau chief for the Next Media Group in Acholi sub-region. Earlier on, I mentioned issues to do with the barazas. One of the ways that we raised alarm for the destruction of environment in northern Uganda was through these barazas. What they did, they collect a few people under trees, then bring in local musicians, comedians, and then make noise about the destruction of environment. I think the same way we can actually make noise about GROW and to reach out to the local people in northern Uganda. I'm also glad that I have my seniors in the house. Mildred is here. I also saw my editor, Dalton was here earlier on, and also my former editors are here. I was at New Vision for 6 years. Thank you so much. I think we can work together with Odira and the team at GROW and tell these stories. It's difficult to reach, especially northern Uganda. The land is so big. Actually, sub-region alone is like 16% of Uganda. So to reach out to some of these places is difficult. But if we work together with the GROW team, we can tell the stories and maybe amplify the potential of GROW to our people. So I think that can be done, and it will be done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Omagor. And he's been our last speaker for the day. If you have any questions, please write them. And the afternoon session will be able to handle those questions. I appreciate everybody that has participated. I thank you, all of you, for coming. And now we invite you to lunch. Thank you very much for coming. You have something to say? Okay. I'm giving up to Mildred to close this chapter, this session.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, we are here for a training, and actually the bigger part of the reason why we are here is going to be happening in the afternoon. Knowledge, we can never have enough knowledge all through, and we always learn from our elders. They've been in this for quite a period. We only have 3 sessions in the afternoon, and each is going to take about 30 to 40 minutes. On how best we can be able to work around the stories journalistically, not the PR style, but journalistically, be able to create the impact and give the information as is. So I am kindly requesting, because I want to believe that we sought permission from the media houses and this day was given to us. So please, let's not disappoint the organizers by running away. We're going to have our lunch in Elgon Rest. I think as we step out, we'll be able to. And please, I know we are journalists and we know the advantage of time and how important it is. So by exactly 2 p.m., we want to be starting the afternoon session. So immediately after that, we can run through and make sure that we will be done. We will be done by that time. So, Serena? You're blinking, but I didn't get the message.
No, before we all go, can I, Ms. Sophia, can you help me getting those 2 things here? So this is something that the UN started some time ago, which is the idea to award men who do things for women. So before the editors leave today, we wanted to give a couple of awards, and also as an encouragement to continue to cover women's stories and also hire more women, because I was reading yesterday some media, I think, George, you brought me the media outlook, and it says that in 2023 only 20% of female journalists, or the whole industry is only 20% women. So as an encouragement to do that and to think more of GROW, we wanted to give you both a little award called He for She. So I'm going to call Mildred here to read names, and I will give the awards. So we have these 2 guys. Then there will be one for the best male journalist in the room in the afternoon. I have to say that our radio friend with the fuck got on the way, but this is going to be for the one that is most active in the afternoon, and we will have one more. We have one more for the afternoon. Yeah. So, but that really implies really making a commitment towards more work with women. Mildred.
So as we go for lunch, in no particular order, allow me invite Miria Banga, Sydney, to get the He for She award. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you for putting in the effort to report about women. Serena, there is a picture moment first before you leave. Yes. As John comes. And the next award, the He for She award, goes to Anthony Wesaka. Anthony, please, wherever you are, please come through. Thank you for all the efforts. It is recognized. John, please just get to the middle so you're not in the crop zone, I would like to call it. Thank you so much. And for all the men who continue to report women empowerment, I love the kind of gender balance. Almost the men almost outpowered us somehow, somewhere. But okay, let's go for lunch. Let's make sure that we have lunch in the shortest time possible. get back and be out of here. I can't be sure that you will be safe to leave your bags, so if your luggage is not as heavy, please carry it with you for lunch, and let's be able to get back. You see, even in the churches, someone might look at your bag as the answered prayer, or your phone. They came praying for a smartphone and you leave yours there and the prayer is answered by them. So let's go and have lunch and come back in the afternoon. It's typically about the training and a few of the questions answered, and we'll be out of here before you know it. And that's it. Thank you. it when Vincent said
Okay, so thank you, Mildred. Good afternoon, everybody, friends and colleagues in the fraternity. It's always a pleasure to have these sorts of interactions. This afternoon, this package of session this afternoon, we're three of us from ACME. And so the first part that I'm going to handle is to really basically set the scene. And then Flora, my colleague Flora Adok, will come in. She has a long history in NMG and the corporate world, so she knows a lot about, the stories. And we'll balance it out with Paul Busharizi, columnists with a New Vision, but also with a very, very long history, Reuters and New Vision. But when we were putting together the team, we were not thinking about balancing the market. We were not thinking about the balance in the market. We were thinking about the expertise and experience that these two colleagues bring on the table. So what I'll do is I'm going to basically walk you through because Flora and Paul will go into a little bit of the mechanics, but I wanted to set the scene, around, the whole idea of what really makes a story powerful. And sorry, and so one of the things we do a lot, we invest a lot in at ACME is data. And we collect a lot of data about public affairs. So we have a huge database that has been developing almost for 12 years. So, and I'm sure everybody here who covers something, in Ugandan journalism, we have documented and analyzed what you cover, one way or the other, on many different dimensions. So, and that evidence often helps us a lot to feed it back to newsrooms, to feed it back to trainers, but also to use it in our own programming when we are making decisions about areas to focus on for capacity development for journalists and media practitioners. But there are also certain things on which we don't have data. But again, our business is to look for data, even if we don't have it, but data that informs the work that we do, because our work, our mission really is to support evidence, or let me say knowledge-driven journalism. So at ACME we talk about knowledge-driven journalism. That is really the thing that we focus on. And many of you who have participated in our trainings know how much we are almost obsessed when it comes to really equipping and empowering and motivating journalists, to anchor your reporting in knowledge, right? And so it's against that background that I wanted to introduce some new dimension to this, because I've been looking at data to see what are the data, because I think we sort of, I think naturally as journalists, we tend to, by default, we tend to look inward in terms of what is it that we want, our audiences to understand, or what is it that we want to put across to our audiences. But how often do we turn this around and say, what do the audiences expect from us, right? So the very first thing that I wanted, again, in setting the scene, is to really ask to have some discussion around this whole idea that how. Yes, I think a mobile one would be better. I wanted to start with this idea that how your audiences consume the media will determine the approach to how you tell and disseminate your story and its impact. Okay, and this is there was some reference to this, and I think it was Anthony Natif. So let's move on to the next slide. So for those of you who don't follow this data, and I think every journalist should really be following this trend, right? So this is the Ipsos data, the trends by Ipsos from 2014 to 2025, that tells us where our audiences are. Okay, because I believe that the very, very first, if you're thinking about your story, if you're thinking about the impact of your story or impactful storytelling, you have to understand where your audiences are, because how you approach your story is going to depend on the platform, right? And the vehicle through which you're going to reach your audiences. And so as you can see so this buzz ran from 2014 to somewhere mid-2024, not exactly in 2025. So this is the trend, as you can see. Radio is still the big girl in the room. Okay, but again we can see the trend for radio, trending down, but by all measures, radio is still up there. Then you look at TV, quite consistent, and I think, oftentimes we don't give TV the credit that it deserves, but as you can see, TV has held very steadily over the years. Then we get to look at newspapers. You can see the trend from 2014 to about mid-2024. And then we get to look at the internet or online. And as we know, a lot that is happening online, because we know a lot of the newspapers, almost every newspaper worth its salt, obviously, has got a very strong online internet presence. We all know that also all the major players, the legacy newspaper platforms, are also very active, right, in radio, So we know very well that Vision Group, NMG, and all the major conglomerates in our national media space are very active, around here. So this is really where we need to really, I thought that we need to start understanding what the media consumption habits in our market look like, because this is where our audiences are. And as we know, we also know for a fact that our audiences also shift across these platforms, isn't it? So it's very, very rare that you are going to have an impactful story, you know, that is a mono platform, that is a single platform story, right? So almost by default, when we're thinking about our storytelling, we're thinking multi-platform. A while back, I was having some conversations with some people in the academic circle that were saying, and I was talking about what I was telling about, I mean, someone was talking about this concept of digital journalism, you know, and I kept saying that there is really nothing like digital journalism, you know, because what else is journalism if it's not digital today, right? So it's an oxymoron, in other words, because journalism, as we know, it's digital. So those differences, you know, as digital journalism as an idea for me doesn't really make that much sense anymore, right? Because as we know, you know, people will all access, you know, digital platforms for our news and information and everything. So if you're by default, what we are talking about, you know, really, really digital access, digital communication, you know, digital messaging, and so on and so forth. So let's move on. Now, the next thing I think is also very important for us to understand and to really pay attention to is this whole idea is that what are really the needs of news users, information seekers, right? That we really, really need to be paying attention to what exactly do our audiences need. And that's why I would say, and again, after listening to the conversation in the morning, I would say that, you know, as a journalist, you know, nobody owes you a good story. But you owe it to yourself to do whatever it takes, right? To access, produce, and deliver an impactful story. You know, Paul and I in the morning were talking about this journalist not wanting to do the heavy lifting, right? Now, in the 90s when I was covering Parliament, heavy lifting was actually heavy, right? Because you really had to do the real heavy lifting, you know? But the heavy lifting of today is so light because you have tools, you know, that give you access to people, to information, to resources that we never had when we were covering Parliament. You know, you can access, you know, databases and stuff. So, yes, there is heavy lifting to do, but you have a lot more tools that are going to make your work a lot later than it was for us, you know, when we were in the newsroom. But still, you have to do the heavy lifting because the heavy lifting that you have to do these days is no longer physical. It's not really physical heavy lifting. It's more mental, analytical, and intellectual heavy lifting. And I think, you know, the only way you remain really, you know, useful as a journalist to your newsroom and to your audiences, you know, is really to invest in that, you know, intellectual heavy lifting, you know, the journalism that is interpretive. You interpret things, you analyze, and so on and so forth. So that is why I would say that understanding what your audiences need from news, from current affairs, and from media content generally, you know, is the foundation of telling powerful or impactful stories. And I would like to, for the next session, for us to spend a little bit of time looking at the data that is available. And I'm going to use data for this context from Reuters Institute. So let's proceed. So the screen may not be very clear, but I can walk you through this very quickly. So this data is from the Digital News Report surveys that are done by Reuters Institute at Oxford University. So about a year ago, they started doing this Digital News Report. So this data is from about 54 countries. Uganda is not included, but there are other countries like Kenya and Nigeria that have some similar characteristics to Uganda. And I thought this data has some relevance for us in Uganda as well. So what this data basically is looking at from different media markets. And again, remember, as I said, we are talking about audiences that are by and large, digital, audiences, okay? Because even the radio, the 70% that we saw for radio, many of those people are actually streaming radio on their cell phones, isn't it? So essentially, they are all part of the digital audiences. So what really this data is talking about are basically 4 dimensions of what audiences have told researchers that they need. What are their needs for news and information? And there are basically 4 things, as you can see. There is knowledge, there is understanding. So information or news that gives people knowledge or helps people to understand. So that is what we call knowledge. Then there is news and information that helps people to understand things. So that is basically the educational function of the reporting that you do. There is news and information. People expect news and information that helps them to do things, right? So that is the doing aspect. And that which you can describe as, connecting people, to things or to information that will help them in their day-to-day lives. And then there is also the more emotional, news and information that is really more about perhaps entertainment, inspiration, that kind of thing. And I want to take a moment to pause here and get some feedback from you. When you look at this data, what is the story? What is the story behind this data as you can see it here? Let's share some ideas. What does it tell you? If you're thinking about your newsroom, your platform, what does this make sense to you? Does it tickle you in any way? Does it challenge you in any way? What jumps out at you from this data? Anybody? You have a microphone there. Let's exchange some ideas here. What jumps out at you if you look at this particular trends? There is a mic at the end.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I wasn't called a professor for nothing, so I might as well exercise some. Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
What comes to my mind when I look at the 72%?
Yes.
Whenever I get this pen to write, I've now gotten to understand that my audience, most of the people, need to be updated. That's what they are looking for. What is new? Like what was taught me in a journalism class. What is new? Still, people are craving for that till now.
Yeah, yes, there is. Yeah, there's another hand up. Yes, thanks for that insight. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Something I also really pick from that is that there are very many issues coming up every day. Too much information that is flowing out there, and people are bombarded with a lot of information. But there are topics that we report on and we leave them hanging. And yet people are actually affected by, those events, those happenings. So people always want to know, so what happened to this? This was talked about, this issue, but it was left hanging after that. So that is what is coming, to my mind. I don't know if I'm grasping it as I should. Thank you very much.
Right. Yeah. Thanks. Yes. Any other insight? Yes. Okay.
Well, the first two speak to the core objectives of the media or journalism at core, because journalism is meant to inform, educate, and now the first two points that quantify with the biggest percentages of the user needs speak to those two aspects, and the rest of the feelings, the doing bit, may what go to the other objectives, but the core of educating and informing fall within the first two clusters. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Sydney here as well. Yes, Sydney.
I think for me, the element of curiosity, we want to be aware of what is happening and as it happens. So that curiosity in us is a craving that we want to keep updated. Right.
Diana, fine. Yeah, okay. Yes. Then and Medred as well.
Yeah, for me, what I notice is that we just want to know. We keep wanting to know what's happening, what's going on, what's the latest. It's our greatest need, I think, from your statistics.
Right, right. That curiosity. We needed, the thirst for knowing what is going on around the environment, around my community, around my society. Yes. Finally, Medred? Yeah.
Well, the aspect of perspective triggers me the most, but I think it also comes with the maturity of the audience with which you're dealing with, because every news that comes out depends on who the curator is and for which audience it is intended. So many a times when a news piece is being reported, someone is trying to look for what is the news behind the headline that is being reported. And I think that for me as well works quite a lot, because it helps give the other angle. If it's, for example, a government press conference, what is it that is not being said beyond what government has actually been able to say?
So, and I think here, what this really tells, and thanks for all of those insights, is understand, where your audiences are coming from. What exactly do they really need, when they come to your platform, and listening then in the morning sessions around the information about GROW, as you could see, extremely revealing, about, think about the project itself. But if you think beyond this project, this is not just, a story about GROW as a project, but almost a story about economic life, right? It's a story about economic life. And therefore, people want to know, and people here were asking, how do you get this information out in the communities, if here you think about the community of women for whom this particular project is designed for, what are they curious about? How important is this particular project in the context of the communities, whether geographical or otherwise, the kind of communities that you are that you cover? So take time, as a leader in your newsroom, on your platform, take time to engage and really have a good understanding of what are really the needs, of your audiences. Because unless you speak to those particular needs, it's going to be really difficult for you to tell a story that is going to resonate at all, with your particular audiences. And the other thing, of course, to recognize is that these needs might also shift, isn't it? Depending on what are really the pain points for people, either in their lives, in their communities, in the political process, and so on and so forth. I could imagine that as you get more into as the politics hits up, maybe the needs might shift more towards perspective, isn't it? Where now people are making choices and preferences and making decisions, about particular exercising, their political choices. So they're likely to be a shift, but the important thing is that I pay attention to what those needs are. Let's move on to the next slide really quickly. So this is just, again, to summarize. So again, audiences were asked, or information users, news seekers were asked about the most important basic needs. If you think about the 4 needs, that we talked about, but the main ones that stand out in the data are really 3: knowledge, understanding, and doing. And again, as you can see, look at knowledge. Generally speaking, if we were to use this as a random sample, we can say that by and large, anywhere in any community, and you can see Uganda is very close to Kenya, so we have quite a lot of similarities. But by and large, as we can see, audiences are very much interested in knowledge. If you could flip back to the previous sheet, slide, as you can see, knowledge, what exactly are we talking about? Engagement, news that keeps people engaged with issues in society. To what extent is grow an issue? If you think about the discussion that we had in the morning, and you think about a project designed for about, according to the list YouGov statistics, women, what proportion of the population? 51%. So if you think about half of the population, what are the issues that's engaging half of the population? And you look in the project design, this is a project designed for a particular segment of the population. And it was deliberately designed for that particular segment of the population. So as you saw in the map, so it's basically knowledge, understanding, and doing. There is a need for connection, news that makes people feel connected to others in their community, in their society. People need perspective, because perspective allows people to make particular, decisions in their lives, consumer decisions, political decisions, entrepreneurial decisions, and so on and so forth. And if you look at our media today, look at our media landscape, if you look at our big media houses, you see a lot of things that people are doing, trying to respond, to some of these needs, right? So let's proceed. Let's go to the next. So if these are the needs, then what audiences think are the best served user needs? Okay? So this data gives us an idea. If we're thinking about these are the basic needs: knowledge, understanding, doing, and feeling. Okay? So those are the expressed needs. But what needs do audiences feel are best served? By the media that they consume. Okay? And I can have a debate about to what extent this applies to Uganda. Again, let's do some quick interpretation. What jumps out at you when you look at this data? Some quick interpretation. Some quick data interpretation. What story do you see out of here from this data? What does it tell you? Because the first slide we're looking at, what are the needs? But now people are telling us how best these needs are served. What does this say to you? Does it, if you could do some interpretation, if you could share some insights here quickly.
My interpretation would be one of the most needed service to the audience is knowledge. But according to the assessment, media performance is standing at only 58%, which to me is at a low side. It would have been at around 70 plus. So meaning we still have more work to do.
Okay. Yeah. So on average, there is, and you can see the two dimensions of knowledge, keeping people, engaged and updating them. So it averages out at 58, but there is still quite a big ceiling. The ceiling is still very high. So that gives already an idea. If you're thinking about how you package your content, the kind of stories, there is always that baseline need, that people want. They feel, their thirst for knowledge is not their need is not being, fulfilled as much as they would want it to be. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm also seeing that this update me on the part of knowledge at 64%. Looks like people tend to consume more shorter news in terms of updates.
And I think this is not surprising because, to the extent that people have a lot, more convenient access, to tools and channels of information. So there is a way also that it's almost like, the more people have access to sources, then probably the more they want to know more, the more they they want to be engaged. The more they want, they have that need. That need for really getting a better, knowing more and more about what is going on in their day-to-day lives. Yes, please.
According to the display, I'm seeing when we go down to filling, the best need is about 45. But when you go to the invite me, it means the media has worked hard to divert people more than what they need.
So those are the more emotional needs, entertainment, gossip, because we tend to assume that people, want more of the sensational stuff. And I think there was even some, differences to it earlier in the discussion. But clearly, we probably overrate, some of these things. Yes, people want to be entertained. People want that because it's really a diversion. But entertainment is really very much about diversion. Getting people off things that stress them and so on and so forth. But clearly, we can see that we tend to overestimate people's interest in the more emotional, sensational kind of stuff. But clearly, people are saying that we need more of the knowledge sort of things, and we're not getting enough of it. And I would argue probably you would be more comfortable if that number 58 was at about 70, right? Yes, please.
The second highlight of understanding at 55%. When it comes to the user need, educate me. The thirst is at about 59. Give me more perspective, 51%. Now the 55 quantifies the the comprehension ability of our consumer or user. Maybe we just fail to break it down for them to really have real context and comprehension ability. Their ability to comprehend what we do or us, because that if that comes through, then it will automatically affect the entire table. If people can really comprehend, they will get the other factors also, indicators have changed.
Yeah. So that is one line of of interpretation. So it could well be that we're not doing enough, to break things down, for our audiences to better appreciate what we're talking about. So let's move on to the next slide. Just look at the what the spread, is like. Again, similar to what we saw earlier. This again, just to give you an idea globally, but also looking very closely in our African context. And I want to relate that to Uganda, probably, as well. Clearly, we people have a hunger, for knowledge, and this is, I think, something that we can go back in our newsrooms, and really reflect to really better understand that people want functionality, right? People want functionality. But if you calculate how much time your media house invests in talk shows, what exactly is the content of those talk shows? To what extent are you actually contributing, to building the knowledge stock, of your audiences that we can see clearly are very, very much interested in things and information that will really enable them to function, as citizens, as members of society, as members, of communities. So that is just to give you a little bit of a progress. So let's move on to the next slide. So yes. Yeah. No. Yeah. So there's no research that covered those particular countries. So these are the countries that were sampled, and altogether there are 54 countries and I'm using this. Uganda was not included, but we have some countries, especially Sub-Saharan Africa, there, where we can extrapolate, a little bit to get the context for Uganda. So next, we're going to look at, again, out of this data, they gave us what is known as the needs priority index. So basically what audiences think is the biggest priority for the news media. So again, here the question is, what kind of stories are you telling, and what kind of stories do audiences expect? Okay. This is basically audiences critiquing the media. This is how the audiences say what you as a media think is important for them. In other words, to put it simply, this is what audiences say from what they see that you are presenting. This is how they interpret what they think is important to you. And the question is what is important to you, what is the same as what your audiences think, okay, is important to them. And I don't know whether how much investment how much does your media house invest in understanding your audiences? Do you, and anybody I know, Vision Group, I know it was quite invest heavily in these markets, but any other media house, anybody who can share, how much do you really invest in understanding, what the needs of your audiences are? Anybody? At your newsroom level, at your media house level, is there any investment? Have you even seen, if you're a news editor, have you seen any data that is very specific? Whether it's from Ipsos or, because now Ipsos also sells you this data. So that is an investment. If you buy the data, you don't have to, to do your own surveys. But does anybody here, do you know anybody, whether your media house actually to use data in editorial decision making? Okay, next media, you do? Okay. Flavia? Yes.
Something. I work for Uganda Radio Network. We may not be buying data from researchers and all that, but there are things that you can do at the newsroom level to tell you that you care about what your sources are taking. For us, our first audiences are the editors. So we look at the kind of stories that interest the editors who pick those stories from our dashboard. So that gives us information about, what their needs are, what stories they are interested in. Yes.
So you can collect your data,
yes,
access to your platform, and of course direct feedback that you get. Okay, so there are many different ways. How do others do it? How else do you keep in touch with? How do you check the pulse of what your audiences expect from you in terms of what you give them? Anybody else? Can anybody else share? What else do you do? Yes.
Yes, thank you. I work at Radio One. I work at Radio One and a couple of Scoopy. We have quite a number of strategies to that.
Right.
One, we do our podcasts where we really interact with people live on air. Are we addressing you to your expectations? We meet your expectations in our broadcasts and things of the kind. Two, we have the survey box at our reception area. People drop what they think we should really talk about. Then we also have those public, especially our talk shows. For us at times, especially at the mid-morning, they are really about feedback. You're free to give it, so it gives us really good reflex aspect for us to think out what we do.
Right.
Yeah.
And is there at any point where that has translated directly into the kind of programming that you do? Have you developed a specific program that actually direct response to some of that knowledge that you have about your audience?
Actually, most of our reforms are informed by this kind of thing because
Okay. Yeah.
we are dealing with people who are not so much of capitalists, but people who want really to feel the customer.
Right.
So really, all reforms that are placed are informed by the same. Yeah.
Okay. So thanks for sharing sharing about that. So this again, just again to bring to your attention the importance of thinking about closing that gap between what the expectations are for your audiences, what those needs are, and what exactly you are giving them, and really being on the alert from day to day, because these are really the story. Because to the if that gap between what the audience expectations are and what the needs are, and what you're giving them, if that gap is that wide, then it's going to be very, very difficult to tell stories, that resonate. Okay, and that's why I was saying at the beginning that the really, really foundation for you in terms of telling stories that resonate, it starts with understanding what the expectations are for your particular audiences. Let's move on to the next slide. So I'll skip this one, the next one. So this is where I wanted to conclude with. There is a, I think I have changed this. There is a different slide I wanted to. This is not the slide. Where is the gentleman? I sent the slides. Yeah. There is a different slides, set of slides that I sent you. Can you check it? There is this is not the one that I had wanted to speak to. Can you check it again? Flavia, you wanted something to say? Yeah, as you had just those particular slides. Yes.
As he looks for that slide, on the previous slide that was on, it's only on that where we see perspective scoring more. And I was wondering why it's like that. Could it be that people get information from social media and then they go to the news media to confirm or to verify? Because it's the only one that had 7 and above, I think 7 point something.
Yeah, we can exchange some views here. What do you think? Because one thing we know for sure is that it's become so fluid now that it's really rare. I mean, there is an entire, the circulation of information. So perspectives probably flow from newspapers. They go on to the, TV shows, the radio shows. But I think from what we know, and it's really human nature, that people, build, perspectives around some of these issues, depending on, the kind of spaces where they encounter, some of these perspectives and ideas, whether politics or lifestyle, and so on, and so forth. But I think I would agree, the underlying idea is that as people collect a lot of these perspectives, you probably, and especially people who hop from media to media, from the digital spaces, legacy media, they probably, when they collect all this perspective, it's not surprising that you see tend to be more highly rated than probably all the other dimensions of knowledge that we saw. So I wanted to conclude. I don't know whether there was a mix-up in the slide, and it would have been my mistake. But I wanted to conclude by just talk about 3 things. One, and which I think are particularly important for GROW. Can you try and go to the very last slide? If it doesn't, it's okay, I will speak to it. But there are 3 things that I really wanted to conclude with. One is the idea of narratives. Okay. The idea, it's okay, we can work with this. So the idea of narratives, okay? The idea of how we frame stories about grow, stories about livelihood. Because if you think about the story of grow, is a story about livelihood, right? And oftentimes when you have an accumulation, if you think about the individual stories, okay, that we do about an issue of livelihood, and here we're using the context of grow. One of the things that often our reporting suffers from, there's a lot of stereotyping, right? A lot of stereotyping in our reporting, and the more these stereotypes grow in our reporting, especially when you have programs that are dedicated to a particular segment of the population, we have to be very careful, in the kind of language that we use, right? We have to be very careful because the kind of language that we use creates a certain narrative about a particular project, a particular program. And I had, for instance, some of the conversations in the morning. One thing we have to understand, which I think is very, very important for us who are covering some of these projects, think about the people, the factors that were considered in designing a particular project. Otherwise, as a journalist, you can end up like that very woman who goes to the president and begins to make all sorts of claims and allegations about a project without a proper understanding of what really this project, is about. And so a narrative begins to grow, that this project is not helping anybody, yet knowing really very well that as a journalist, your starting point is to understand who exactly is this project designed for, okay? And that is what we're talking about. That's why we're talking about doing the heavy lifting in terms of you as a reporter, okay, you as someone, managing the news desk, educating yourself, because if you don't, then you end up feeding into some of these narratives, about a project. You hear these things about, projects, but this project was never meant for the Mutuawansi to begin with. So why you as a journalist in your program, why are you creating that? Why are you building a perspective about a program for Mutuawansi knowing very well, or not actually knowing that this program was not meant for Mutuawansi? Okay? And that is really where, narratives, because the narrative is really about, as we say here, where you have a series of covering an issue that creates a particular image, and oftentimes it can be, and many times we know these are negative images are created, okay, around the projects. But then if you really dig deep, you get to really understand. And then there's a lot of, very revealing information, very instructive information that was shared today. And so what then we would expect is that if you're covering raw, understand the very, very basics at the minimum, how this project is meant for, so that then you don't end up fading, into a particular stereotype of framing stories in a particular, applying a particular lens, okay, to these stories that are not relevant. And that doesn't apply only to Grow, but I think it applies to everything, all these project government programs and so on and so forth that are designed for purposes around livelihood and entrepreneurship and so on and so forth. So let's think very careful about the kind of narrative that our reporting creates. Don't be the journalist who fits, into a narrative, okay, that is not really supported by the evidence. And your starting point is engage with this material. Invest in time, okay? Read those FAQs that Diana has provided for you and understand the understand, get to grips with that data, get to grips with that information, and make the right comparisons, right? Because sometimes we judge projects unfairly because we are making the wrong comparisons, and then we fail, we frame these stories in a way that doesn't really help anybody. So I'm ending it here. I just thought that in our series of the conversations that will be picked up by Flora and Paul, then they'll take us deeper into some more of the specific mechanics for your storytelling around growth. Perhaps, I don't know, maybe if there's maybe one or two observations, we can maybe take those, and then we can, that will be my colleagues, we can then build on that. Okay, I think we can close.
I think our professor deserves a bigger round of applause. This might look like the normal basic things, but the things that really matter while we're doing our work. There is one aspect that he talked about at the end, language. Language can make someone switch off the story, or it can actually stereotype people even when you probably did not intend. For example, I don't know how many times working with the persons living with disabilities have kept reminding people, don't even say PWD, because somehow it offends them, because PWD would mean something else. Just said differently, abled, or when it hurts them when you say deaf and dumb. I say, deaf and dumb, I am not dumb. I have a hearing impairment. I have a speech impairment, but I am not dumb. I am not deaf. Because I can read your lips and be able to tell what you're saying. So language is very key as we go about with our reporting. And this is leading us straight into the next one, which is about accurate reporting in the age of social media. Issues of speed versus accuracy. You post and then you think about it, and then you delete, and then you come and give you come and apologize, and then, but what is the rush for? Because whatever you're posting is going to have a footprint, and that is where the era of screenshots comes in. By the time you delete, we have already done the screenshot, and you can't undo it. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give some love to Flora Duke to come and take us through how we can navigate that particular one. Feel free to use whichever.
Thank you very much, Mildred. Good afternoon. There is a lot of space in the front. You are requested to move to the front. Just backbenchers. Yes. As I collaborate with my tech person, just give me a minute. Yeah? We are using power of the eye. Yes. So we are this one. Yes, sorry, it was off. So we are basically going to talk about tools and approaches to accurate reporting in the age of social media. But I will even, before, we are going to cover a couple of things if time allows, because I really largely want us to have a practical session. I could have the next slide, please. Yeah, so we are just going to cover a couple of those things, the reporting, the fact-checking, and to have a practical of at least one of the tools and some strategies. Yes. So before I even begin, I want to ask, how many, you'll just put your hand up. If you've been in the newsroom for 5 years, just put up your hand. Okay? Okay. Okay, 10, between 10 and 5. Between 10 and 5? Okay. Then 15 and 10. 15 and 10. I want somebody who has been below 5 years. In the newsroom. Anyhow, what I'm asking is I want to know what has been your experience in your reporting. Can maybe 2 could share their experiences? What has been your experience? Let's say in terms of finding a tip. This is what, yes, go ahead, please. Okay, there is a microphone there. Just tell us how you got your source or you got your tip.
Okay, I worked under a news manager who was Hakim at Radio 1, and most times he gave me the leads, and most times I actually went with him. And the story that I usually tell of my news reporting was there was a bit of stigma of people of my kind of features. If I entered a place for news, the first thing people would say, this is a spy. So I would end up not getting my story. And I got an experience. I went to cover an FDC event at Niger Nankumbi, and I was not feeling well. So I kind of slept at my desk as I was waiting for people to enter the room. And by the time I opened my eyes, everybody was in one corner and I was in one corner alone. And that traumatized me out of the reporting and news, and I had to leave the radio.
You had to leave the radio. Any other experience? Any other experience? What has it been like? I would be interested in someone who has had a taste of both, before the social media and afterwards.
Thank you so much. My name is Grace Seginya from Salt Media. I've been to this profession for quite some time, something like 13, 14 years. But I'll give you two experiences. I remember it could have been this room. One time I just happened to find myself working for an online paper. It was called Chimp Reports then. We were here, no, not these days. We were here exchanging ideas. It was a media training. Then all of a sudden, there was something to do with professionalism. We were discussing about story ideas, how we should behave while in the field. Then I stood to give my, we were discussing, then I talked about something to do with facilitating journalists. I told one of the facilitators, I told him, but you know, sometimes we need to be human. If you happen to see this journalist, I think it's fair. It is okay to part with something small. If not all stories, some of them are just PR. I was so shocked reaching the newsroom where I was working there. I phoned my boss writing a letter via me. A reporter was in the training field here, who was in the same room, went and told the boss that I was asking for facilitation in the newsroom. That was Chimp Reports. It was the worst experience. The guy told me to write an apology. I was like, oh, that was a debate. It's like, man, you have to go. You're not supposed to be among us. That was one of the most experiences that I do remember. Actually, I do find that guy in the field once in a while, eh? And I'm like, this guy. So I'll never forget that thing. It is still haunting me. But of course, you know, when you grow up, you tend to let go.
Yes.
So that was one of the worst experiences. Leaving the field, and your boss is calling you, he tells you, I'm going to fire you because you were in the media training and you talked about facilitation. Man, you don't fit to be here.
Did you, if you're to go to the field, what would be your sources? Do you feel you'd need as much money today to go to the field than you did then?
Much money?
Yes.
Not really.
Transport.
Not really, because there are stories you write out of human interest. We go to these political parties, we present out of passion. You go to FDC, there's nothing.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for your experience, yeah? I will just pack it up at that. So what I was looking for was, going to the next slide, was the fact that today, 9 out of 10 journalists use social media for their sources. You have seen the radio stations in the morning. They're trying to live off, to build their tips off of that. And now, interestingly, another research also says falsehoods are 70% more likely to be retreated than the truth. Okay? So what does this mean? This means we are living in an age where there is a lot of information that is porous. It is out of our hands. As a journalist, I know when you wake up, I don't know who will say they don't look at their phone first. If you don't look at your phone first, when you wake up, put up your hand. Apart from this table is excuse. Really? I'm going to investigate. Yes? So, you know, these are the realities we are living with. Journalism is no longer a one-sided path. You know, we have citizen journalists, we have information coming at us from all angles. I would have to go to the next slide. So today you have to consider things like, we talked about speed and accuracy. Yeah, you want to get it now, fast. You want to be the first. Okay? We are talking of the heart versus the head. What does this mean? We are so emotional. We are so sensational. We want to really appeal to that part. And also from Dr. Lugalambi's presentation, you see that people are hungry for this, you know. So for lack of a better thought, we could say maybe people are really leading us to do these kinds of things. We could accuse them in that way. And then look at the standards versus the free ride. Nobody's going to check that. Yeah. Of course, as journalists, every media house has a news policy. So every now and then you will be checked, you know. But the important thing as you deal with the misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, you have to know that the principles of journalism have not changed. That means as long as you're a journalist, it doesn't matter if the story is going to run away, and you have to think of truth, accuracy, independence, fairness, impartiality, humanity, and all those attributes that make journalism. So let's go a bit into the terms maybe. What is anyone to give what the understanding of misinformation is? When you think about it, what comes to your mind? Yeah, my microphone. But please, people, speak for like 30 seconds, yeah? Anyone? Misinformation, what comes to your mind? How would you define it? Pardon? Mm-hmm. Okay, another person?
Information that is not accurately presented, but the essence is not to harm. Like there is not really intention to cause harm or present it that way, but it could be out of probably lack of the accurate information that you require to give out.
Okay, that's a good one. Let's go to disinformation. Anyone? Disinformation? Yes. At the back. If the microphone doesn't come, you just take it on. Take it
That's
on.
what I was trying to say,
Yeah.
that I can
Yes.
project my voice. But disinformation, the difference between misinformation and disinformation is in the intention. Misinformation, someone may spread without knowing. You
Mhm.
see something and you just send. But disinformation, you know that you're spreading misinformation, and you have
All right,
an ill
that's
intention.
Okay, that's a good one. And malinformation? Somebody? Yes? Okay.
The degree of error there.
Oh.
Because now that's partly mal. Because with mal, you're intentional and intending to make cause harm or mislead or what. You're
Yes.
intentional. Now,
Yes.
the degree of error there, mal, miss,
Mhm.
this, think this, it should be miss, this, mal. That's the correct, the line. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Let's look at it. So we have miss. It's not intentional. This it is intentional. Mal, it is meant specifically to harm. So mal is also an aspect of this, yes. But now the end effect, you would say, is that goes to the extreme. So we're now talking about how you can verify this. So this is basically, we want to establish what is true, what is accurate, and what is the validity. But also we need to check what are the facts of the different things. But now you will appreciate that as a journalist, most of us will find ourselves here, okay, because of the different aspects we spoke about. That's of course unless you're a malicious person, but mostly here. My next slide. So now as you practice, you cannot check everything. That is the reality you need to know. Things you can easily check are things like claims, which and where you can be able to get proof and evidence of it. There are some things like promises from somebody which you might not be able to fact check as such, but you can still verify them if you have a tracker. Let's say if there were campaign promises made in the last campaigns and maybe they weren't fulfilled, and you have something to work against. Opinions, you know, those are some of the areas you may just not have, not put effort to go into. So, I'll have my next slide. My next slide, please. Now, in my next slide, we are going to try and spot some of these things. I have a little quiz for you. He has a QR code, please. All of you just scan that QR code. We are going to see if you guys can know what is a fake photo and what is a real photo. It will take like just 1 minute. Can we be able to have the QR code? No? Wow. What can we do? Odira, do you have a... Can you be able to send it to everyone? Okay, Odira is going to send you a link. So basically what this link is going to do, it's going to put some photos and you have to mark yourself. You have to say this is a right photo or this is a fake photo. Does anyone have it already? Do you have the link? Please check your WhatsApps. She's going to send it to you. She has posted it on Global Media. Please just open it. It will take a short time. And regional reporters. Yes. Okay. Have we opened it? It says, can you tell the difference between a real and a fake photo? Are we on page 1? Guys, this is an interesting exercise. Please just check your phone and get it. So it has the first photo. The first photo is... Are you on? Yes? Guys, check out that photo. Have you seen it? Nelson, I don't see you seeing. On your WhatsApp? Ah, okay, So, just scroll up to the first photo. No, down, sorry. I mean down. Continue. Is that the first one? Okay, there we are. This is question number 1. This is so it's asking, is this fake or real? Those who can see can also maybe answer. How many have the link so far? Is it fake or real? Is it fake or real? Yeah? Is it what? It's fake. How many say it's fake? Have you all, who has answered? Who has a real? Who has a real? Who has real? Okay. So it says the image is actually real. It shows the toppled Mohamayat Muni Pagoda after the 7.7 magnitude attitude. So it says earthquake, sorry. So it says just because an image is blurry, it's not necessarily, that doesn't necessarily make it less trustworthy. Anyhow, we go to number 2. Number 2, is this fake or real? Fake or real? Those who have it on their phones, fake or real? Guys, talk. How many say fake? It is fake. So it is really fake because it purports to show an explosion in Gaza, but it is AI generated. Okay, there is lack of texture in that detail. So this is best if you see it in your phone. But many news outlets actually picked this photo. Okay? So this is really testing you. The next one, is it fake or real? Pardon? Yeah? Everyone is in class. So it is really fake. So if you look closely at the woman's body, yeah, you see you can't really see her face. It seems like you really can't make of real things. Then the final one, another one, fake or real, image 4. Who is saying real? That real is okay. Because this was actually during the protests. So you can just look at, the action, yeah? The next one, this is the final one, don't worry. The final one, fake or real? Is it what? Okay, good. So it is fake. When you look closely, the features are distorted, the hands are different colors. So this is just an exercise just to show you that it is easy, to get lost in the moment unless you are very critical. Which brings me to ask, what exactly are we looking for and where? This is what you need to know, because unless you know what you're looking for, it's impossible to find it. So I just go to as it goes to the next thing, next slide. We are for instance, would be looking for things like twisted facts. You see, exaggerated headlines, yeah? And this comes across in different ways. Some things that seem like, it just seems like it can never happen. The other day there was a social media post that showed the honorable speaker with the Pope, and there was, a headline right in the center of her. Things like that. We are looking for pseudo experts, imagine experts, people who are representing themselves in different ways. This mostly comes into the social media, on the Twitter accounts, yeah? Who are these people and who are the people behind them? We are looking at manipulated data, things like numbers blown out of proportion, okay? Then now the most common is images and photos, really. And also using media and attaching it to things. This we shall see in an example I have later on, but the example that comes a lot also is when we are sourcing and trying to get tips. We may end up saying, oh, I read this here, I read this there, and yet that wasn't the source. So you see photo manipulation. Who can say, is that real or fake? Because you've seen it already. Then, of course, video manipulation. Now, I'm just going over these like this because these are things that we deal with every day, and most of you have already done what? You've already seen them. Okay, you can go to the next slide. These are just a couple of things I've put out there. You remember that post just a couple of weeks ago of Seranja when they said he had an interview, Brother Mwenda had said some things on his interview, but then it was now, fake. But many people had already spread it. And what's happening is that when these people spread their falsehoods, they delete it. But what happens is many of us have done the screenshot already, and we have done what? We have shared it already. Okay. So maybe just a couple of things before we go to this. If anyone can really share what memorable misinformation they have encountered on social media that almost made them make a mistake. Or even if you made a mistake, I don't think your editor is here. Let's see. Yeah, it's a false tip you followed out of a social media post. Yes, there is a hand that side.
In 2016, there was a claim that Mbabazi's bodyguard, Aine, had been killed. And there was a photo making rounds showing the body in Mulago.
Godbad Mushabe, they announced he had died. They like killing people. Anything else? I'll just move on to that. Anything else? So the next slide shows just a couple of gross stories that have been covered before. We are seeing different stories talking about different things. Who is eligible for a grow loan? Karamoja district leaders want grow revised and different things. Apologies, we had QR codes you were supposed to scan to read the stories, but unfortunately, we are unable to. So anyway, yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes, last year we had a story. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention the media house that did the story, but we had done trainings of women entrepreneurs, and that day we were like graduating. They were graduating, and journalists were there. They covered the event. Now the next morning, the story came out, but the picture they had put was of men making craft shoes. And it was a gross story, a women project, and they put men making craft shoes.
Somebody says they are their workers, okay? That is a very good example. So why I brought this up is when you look at incidences of covering the project in the lens of dis and malinformation, you also have to look at it in the lens of gender. What she talked about is a gender stereotype, okay? Probably the person imagined that people who do work of the sort have to be men, okay? So that was the tip. So we are asking, as you go to cover a story, I had a conversation with one of you here, and he said for him, he's mostly covering, they are getting this money, or not necessarily the experiences of the journalists. So what we are saying is, okay, she supports the launch to support women. There it is. So what we are saying is, when you cover these things, what are the likely places where there will be misrepresentation? Can anyone just off the top of their head? Yeah, figures. She says figures. That's a good one. Figures. Is there amount of money there, right? What else? Names. He says names. Another one. Timelines as well. Anything else? So right now what I'm doing, we're laying the foundation for our practical work. Yeah? So to the next slide, please. So this is what you are... Okay, the next slide, what you're looking for are things like project backgrounds. Those are some of the areas. Misquoted sources of project officials. These are the most likely things you'll see. Unverified claims from personal networks and communities. There was a story about one of the leaders in Karamoja saying they should change the, revise this. And someone would tweet it, but this information he is saying, how credible is it? Because you have the details of the areas the project is going to cover. You have the data of how many so far Karamoja has covered. So chairman looking for votes, has no clue about the numbers. He just sees maybe when he goes to visit his sister, she seems like she's doing badly. Where is this money? This money is not coming. Maybe the sister wasn't at home that day, you know, or rather she didn't mobilize to do what? To go and have it, okay? And now you journalists, you go and run off with his information. You haven't checked your sources. Things like politically motivated misrepresentations. Right now the team is in parliament. What are the kind of things you're going to find quoted on social media and run away with? Then failure to check facts, okay? All these things are on the document. The next slide as well. So inaccurate information about this, about the project's potential, and all these other things. Thank you. Okay. So, this is our famous lady. I hear she has been making rounds. Okay? So, how many of you ran away with this story? Everyone ran away with this story. It was a hit. But remember what we said, these are the likely areas. A source says something, you run away with it, you don't verify. And so you end up spreading these falsehoods. But we have a simple checklist. A simple checklist here, starting from her story. First of all, the source. How credible was she as a source? She was asked one question, answered another question. Yeah? Why would you trust her as your source? Context as well. Pardon, I think you should explain that. A microphone, please.
So, thank you so much. Just from a cultural context, we all have mothers, we have aunties, we have sisters who are a bit older. So when someone of that stature speaks, you generally don't counter what they're saying. And because she spoke with so much passion and conviction, and yet she was wearing yellow, automatically you gave her a pass.
Interesting,
But,
interesting. Yes.
That being said, the journalist still has, okay, there's the guys of video footage, but the journalist still has a responsibility to go and check. Like, for example, talk to her some more and ask after the fact, like, so what are you seeing? Then she tells you whatever she tells you. Then you look for grow people. I mean, you know, sorry, I am not giving anyone a pass on this one.
Yes.
Women in Busuti don't lie.
Yeah.
You see, with due respect, Studio is my friend. He won't be, affected by my comment. But this was very short of his intellect. For instance, this particular broadcast alone itself, the entire activity, was very comprehensively addressed and ruled out this woman's allegation. If you observed and watched it, because I do some work and I was stationed there. Muzei ruled out everything, and even the clarifications by the project managers, everything was, so anyone who was on the spot there, because he cross-examined people and everything, Now, this speaks to the depth of your journalism intellectuality. How deep are you sober to pick out? Anyway, I'll leave because I may sound different.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. So this just shows this could happen to anyone. Yeah? Okay. I retract, but let me just say it can happen.
Something just crossed my mind on what George actually had said earlier, the diversion aspect. I think it was a good diversionary tactic from what people normally look at, the rhetoric of the people always say maybe the president's speech only changes the face and everything else is. Because, like you've said, everything was covered. The president called Dr. Ruth. She came, she explained everything. I think by the time the lady left, she knew she wasn't the target audience, but for her, she had already been able to. But because it was a diversion from, you know, the entire All Women's Day celebration and everything, that is why many people chose to pick it up. Because even in the news, because when you talk about the intellect, then that means even me as a news editor, I didn't need to even have to pick up her bite to put it in the news because it's already sorted. Yeah, but because it diverts a little bit, creates the context for news, you know, you just bring it in for that sake and sensationalize.
Okay, but incidentally, you could put it but with an angle of that. So you see, you could easily have, you know, but because it was also angled in this way. So basically what I'm just saying is that you just need to have steps how you are going to check your things. And these are things you know, but we are not practicing them because of the rush, you know. But you need to take a step back. Who are your sources? How verified? What is the origin of this? Like he said, at this event, everything, you know. So a journalist who maybe didn't watch or anything would go look for the start to the finish. What is the context? Where did she come in to say what she said? The experts were there. Reach out to them. Are you reaching out to them afterwards? What are the facts, you know, around this project? And these are tools that you already have. So when we go to the next, still the same thing. You're checking when a story breaks still. When you're looking at the search engines, what are you finding? What are the danger signs of it? Yeah? What are the official communication channels saying about this? And we usually crowdsource on the internet, of course, but who are you following and who are they following? Who are they engaging with in their space? So now I can go to the next part where it's going to be practical. But you people don't like practical work. Huh? We go? Do I have my QR? Okay, so what I was talking about in the before were just strategies. These are just habits you develop. And another critical thing also is that specific to this project, you are building a bank, which means that even if somebody comes out and says a you know, something that isn't right, you have your bank already built up. So if we are now to go practically, the images we are going to use are not necessarily of GROW, but they all apply to the same thing. This is a thing from the Bank Initiative. It came after a tweet by Andrew Mwenda. He said, somebody from there can read it, about President Sekedi chilling and celebrating Valentine's Day. Okay? And it was sensational, you know. But they did what? They debunked it. So many times you will find information that you want to take off as a clip. Now, a security reporter, by the way, could have run off with this, saying this is Mwenda, this is, you know. So which brings me to say things like the tools you can use that guide you. We'll be able to practically do one of them, but these are resources you can always get and learn. There's TinyEye, Google Reverse, RevEye, Google Facts, and things for the videos as well. So I want us to verify this photo. Just QR code. We're going to do. Okay, just get your phone. I hope you all have data. You know data? Okay, just go to. You have Wi-Fi here. Get your phone. Let's go together. I'll use the laptop. Open your Google page. Open your Google page. Let me open mine as well. from here. That means I need to send this to Odira again. Or do some of you have it? So the tool we are going to be practical about is the Google. Okay, just go to the end where there is the camera. If you have any image, I wanted us to use these particular images, but so you go where the camera is, click on it. So now this is where you're going to verify some photos. Yeah? So you're going to upload. I think the person at the do you mind if I just go to the end? No? I don't know if can I be able to. Okay, sorry, unfortunately. Can you upload the other photo, any of the other photos? You have the photos there. Upload that photo of Mwenda. Yeah, he has it. Upload the photo. So members, just get any photo. Okay, upload it here. Yes. So you go to your Google, you upload that photo. So this is how many have used this tool before? This is like the easiest. It's on your Google. So now there is a place written about this photo. First scroll about this photo. Go to about this photo. About up there. About this. About the image. Sorry. Yes, there. So what happens is just by this simple illustration. So it shows you where this was. Continue. So it shows you where exactly this was. You see, it shows you that this has been debunked. So one thing that I would explain is that online there are different sites that do fact checking, and there are people who feed these images into Google. So if this image has been used before within that let's say in that site, it will be called out immediately. So for this, you can put any other photo as well. Yeah? Okay, you can do that. Then another thing you can also do is just with that same camera, even with your phone, you can point to an image. Oh, okay, he can go to the next one. First, okay, he can go to the next one. First, go to my story, please, the link. So we are going to use the same tool for another one. Let him first bring out a link. A link for one of our stories on female entrepreneurs. Okay. No, it's not that one. It's I think in your WhatsApp or something. Okay. This photo was of a story that is talking about female entrepreneurs, yeah? And it had been used in present day. But you want to find out, where was this photo taken? Is it a very current photo? You know? Whose photo? Is it a real photograph? Okay? It's okay. Sorry, we can go back. Let's go back to our Google photo. Don't worry about it. Sorry, guys. This is really a bit practical. I wish you had your... Okay, so he's going to upload that photo of our lovely lady. There it is. Okay. About the image again. Go there and then scroll. So this is really the easiest one that you can do. So you scroll up. So the story, I think I have it. Let me read the title of it. Here. The story said Uganda tops globe in women-led businesses. Now this woman, doesn't she look like a woman in the market at your neighborhood? Yeah? Okay, what does it say? It says Africa market stock photos. Continue scrolling up. It says it's at least, the image is at least 5 years old. It tells you how old the image is. It tells you that the image is from stock. It's not, you know, it's not Ugandan image. And then also this tells you anywhere else the image has been used. Yeah? So we have that tool. Okay. So let's try out another thing. This one you can do on your phone. This is the Google Fact Checker. So Google also has a fact checking tool. So just put into your browser goo.le/fact Google Fact Checker. Are you there? We can put the Mwenda's photo back in there. Fact checker. Or just put Google Fact Checker. Okay, just click onto that. Are we there? Can we put our Mwenda photo there? So right there where it says search, put the image at towards the end there, yes. Let's put our Mwenda image and see what it says for us here again. So when you find an image that is looking dodgy, sorry, I'll wind up soon. So again, go up. So it will still tell you all the different things said about this story. Yeah? Rather about the photograph. Yeah. So allow me to just show you these tools, but to let you know that there are many resources that you can use. There's another one I really wanted to show you, but because of time, it's called Google Trends. I don't know, has anyone used Google Trends before? Google Trends makes you know what is being spoken about in which part of the country and where. You just fit it in as well. I don't know whom to blame for the link, for the QR, but it is well. We can go back to the presentation, please. So basically, I'm just trying to show you that you do not have to take an image or a video for its word. You can put them in the different in the different apps that can be able to guide you. And now for misinformation and this whole range, one of the other important things really is common sense, I would say. If it's a Twitter account, you're looking, is it verified? Yeah? You're trying to see who are the followers of that account. You're trying to see what has the engagement of that account been. You're trying to see when was it created. Next slide, please. When was it created? Yeah? When was it created? So there are still ways to search on the X. You can do it with an advanced search. You can use a site called Follow Me. When you just log into these sites, some of you can even be trying right now. You just log in, it just tells you to put that account. You just put that account in, it gives you information. Okay? And why I wanted to show you about Google Trends was because of data. When you're dealing with financial reporting, you're dealing also with a lot of data that needs to be authentic. So Google Trends helps you be able to map out your sources and the impact. And there's another resource also called Notebook. Notebook helps you to break down hard facts. So I hope you can take it there and try it. Let me see if I have a minute. Mildred, how am I doing? I'm reaching to the end of it. Pardon? 2 minutes. Okay, we can go to the next one. Even other thing you need to try and verify is the dates and time in the information. Yeah, to put context into it. What was the location? If we are to use Our Lady, these guidelines should have already helped somebody, even without the apps themselves. You can also map out location. Now with the growth stories, the project is taking place in different places around Uganda. You might find your reporter or yourself got a photograph in Karamoja and said it was Teso. Okay? So you need to be able to map out what were the features in this place based on your Google Map search of the place. And there are also some resources for websites. There are many websites going around. Before you copy and paste, you can look out whois.com, spyweb.com, Wayback Machine. Like all these things need you to try by yourself. Okay? Yeah. So, so basically I could say that is it. I would show these are other resources as well that we'll share, and you can always try out by yourself. But otherwise, thank you very much. But please, people, please try this on your phones, yeah? Or the tools, yes. So any feedback or questions? Yes, please.
Thank you, Flora. I just wanted to know by a show of hands, how many people besides Sudhir reported that story of the woman in the yellow?
Members, how many besides Sudhir reported this story or tweeted about it? Any show? Yes. Who else? But I will also ask, how many have used any of these tools before to verify? How many have used any of the tools before? Which one have you used, Nelson? Google Trends, okay, that's a good one. Anyone? Google Images. Google Images is at the tip of your hand. Okay. All right. So please, thank you very much. But I really recommend Notebook. Notebook and Google Trends. I really recommend them to help you understand context of your reporting better. Thank you.
Another bigger round of applause to Flora. Thank you so very much. Now we know that in the digital age it becomes easier. I wanted to remind Flora that in this age, especially for live broadcasts and commentary and everything, life is a little easier because with the digital platforms of different areas, for example, I remember just recently when the Pope passed away, I mean, you're just told go on air. For those people who do live reporting, you know the suffering you go through. They just put you on air and say ad lib. So you're just lost in the maze of what am I going to say in the first place? I'm not Catholic. I don't know. I haven't seen any other Pope die. But because of digital platforms like maybe the Vatican sites and everything else, you cue in what happens when a Pope dies and you have all the information. That is what George was telling us, that our weight is a little bit lighter because it's easier to find information that can easily be verified. You go to the Episcopal Conference, is it true? Did they report it? So it makes life a little bit easy. I am going to request that we stand up again. Health is wealth. So just move a few steps, like 5 steps away from where you are. While you stretch, just move a few steps from where you are before you start praying for us and interceding by closing your eyes. From where you are, 5 steps. and then you can be able to come back. Abamu mumanyo tusabira, yet we also know how to pray for ourselves. When someone's eyes closing and Paul is talking. And Paul is the very last presenter, so we are about to close this off. But I hope that we are learning a thing or two. Because this is the daily work that we do. And I think it's even becoming worse with AI tools as the days go by. So we can get seated. There is tea at the back. So just in case you feel your energy levels are going down and you need some caffeine, please feel free to go to the back and pick something to drink or eat. So our next one is going to be with Paul on what makes the growth story newsworthy. Probably if you have struggled a little bit with finding the angle, what is the angle going to be? You know, earlier on Flora was asking about what are some of those pointers that you could easily hit a snag with, dates, you know, sources and figures and everything. But you know, I've seen this poll, and as you come, where the editor sends a news reporter to the field, and then they come back and they're asked, what is the story? I don't think I saw a story. One day, I sit right next to one editor. She sent a gentleman, seemingly senior, to an event where the president was. It is the president. And then the gentleman comes back and so the lady asks, so what is the story? There was no story. What was in the president's speech? He said nothing. The rage with the editor was totally different. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Paul Busharizi to try and angle us out of a lot that is said at these events. How do you create an impactful story out of the GROW event? Okay.
Good afternoon, people. I'm Paul Busharizi. Mostly been a business journalist, so this is interesting for me to train on and also as a story. It's also interesting for me because it's about women, and maybe we shall, you know, in the course of what I talk about, we'll talk about why it's interesting for me, it being about women. But also just an interesting backstory about going for a function and coming back with no story. Many years ago, probably some of you were in, the other day I asked, we were at the IPO of MTN, and I was sitting next to a senior journalist. She's a senior journalist these days. So I was telling her how I got my first SIM card. My first SIM, on day one of MTN, I got my first SIM, not my first SIM card, but I got my MTN SIM card. Day one. And she was looking at me, and then I just realized that there's a bit of a misconnection here. So I asked, what class were you in? Okay, you don't ask a woman how old she is. So you ask her, what class were you in 1998 when MTN came through? She told me P3, and I was like, wow, I'm old. But anyway, that's a story. That was a diversion. But the story I was going to tell you about was many years ago, I went out on they sent me to a function. It was a coffee development organization function. Now, the way the editor told me was that this is, you go there, it's a news event. So I like to get to and ever since that day, okay, but before that, but ever since that day, I get to my functions early. If I'm assigned a function, I get there early. And this day I was there early anyway. So I sat around to the boardroom. I think it was supposed to start, let's say, about 8 o'clock, the meeting, but probably, no, let's say it was about 9 o'clock. I was there by about 8:30. I sat, it was in the boardroom. In fact, initially I was alone in the boardroom, and then people started filing in and all that kind of business. And they filed in and they filed in. And I struck up conversation, but it was really just mundane stuff. I wasn't really looking for anything. And then eventually the boss of CDO at the time, who probably is still the boss of CDO now, walked into the room. She looked around. She saw me. She asked, who is that guy? And the guy said, no, he's from the press. What is this? Is not supposed to be for press. So she kicked me out of the room. Me, no problem. I'm not going to fight. If you don't want to give me a story, I moved. I moved. I went back to the newsroom. So as I entered the newsroom, editor asked me, excuse me, how come you're back so early? It was not open to the press. How long did you sit there for? About 30 minutes. What's the story? There's no story. The chick could have eaten me alive. So it just goes to show you're on the, and I see it a lot with journalists actually. You are on the clock every minute of your time. Once you call yourself a journalist, you're on the clock all the time. There's no such thing as today's a public holiday. There's no news. No. There is news all the time, and your instincts have to be in that direction. And it has something to do with what we're going to talk about, which is finding the news. What makes a growth story? Now, of course, there are general things. I want to build up this thing. I want to build up this talk to the last slide, which generally is where we will start trying to find where the story is in this growth thing. Especially, I have a few ideas given what we've listened to all day. So I came at the beginning of the session and I've been listening to all the experts, the implementers of Grow and their possible stories and how do we find them. So I mean very easily, the basics. So we know these things, so we're going to rush through them. The basics. The first one is what happened. That's a new story. What has happened, you know? You're at a Grow function and they announce that we are going to unleash $217 million on the economy of Uganda. That's what has happened. The next one, where did this happen, you know? Wherever it is, you know, maybe it was in the boardroom of a gender ministry and stuff like that. And then the next one, who said it? Probably at this event was the Minister of Gender, and she's the one who delivered the news. And then the next one is, when did this happen? You know, it was this day, this time, whatever the case may be. And then finally, and this is the one I like the most, why? Now, we'll talk about this one later, but why? As a journalist, many of you are young. I can see around the room, probably 98. Some of you are not even in any newsroom, I suspect. Who was in a newsroom in 1998? Not the son of an editor or a daughter, but working in the newsroom. We used to see those kids coming at lunchtime. They sit there with the daddy. Daddy finished typing, then they go together. Not those ones. Were you working? Who was working in a newsroom in 1998? Yeah, okay. So my point is made. My point is made, and that is why is going to prove very, very important. And if you want to distinguish yourself as a journalist going into the future, this is where you need to be focusing on. Everyone is going to do this. You're going to go for a press conference and everyone is going to do this. What, where, who, and when. The journalists who come out at the top are the ones who know how to do why. You'll do this, but you'll do this. Yeah? It's not just writing and taking off. You know, you have to do the why. Next slide, please. Again, another basic thing, the inverted pyramid. The inverted pyramid, the news is always at the top of the article. And every subsequent sentence, paragraph, quote, next, is in support of, next, and follows in order of importance. Now, this is a very interesting format, and it's time tested. This format became real because, again, as I said, maybe I'll be talking very abstract things because many of you, most of you, all of you are not in the newsroom in 1998. But even in 1998, there was something, even in 1998, the telegraph was not in the newsroom, but there was a thing called a telegraph. And the telegraph was a way of transmitting information down telephone lines. You would put your thing, you would type your message on this side or whatever, and it's transmitted over a telephone line to the other side. The problem was in those days, in the early days of news, that, you know, anything could happen. You know, maybe power goes off or the line gets broken and what. So in order to get the news out quickly, you do the news at the top. So you don't start like a fiction novel where you're going to bring the story at the end. You start at the top. So if the thing is cut here, you say, bas, you have the story. It's okay, move on. If it's cut here, you say, I still have the story. If it's cut here, if cut here, you have the whole story. That's the logic of the inverted pyramid. And that is why it is a very useful format for news. But these are just basics. I'm just going through them just to set a basis for what we're going to talk about. Next. What makes news? Again, this is something you learn in journalism school. These are just some of the things I brought up, I pulled out. But relevance, how relevant is it to you? So issues of grow projects are very relevant to us. They probably affect our mothers and wives and sisters and daughters and whatever, granddaughters maybe. Proximity, how close is it to you? You know, grow in Congo Kinshasa is not as important for your listeners or viewers or readers as a grow in Kampala or Kayunga or Gulu or even Madi. Prominence, who is doing the news. Controversy is always good. Unfortunately, the people who want to give us news don't like that. Controversy, why do you want to go for controversy all the time? But many years ago, there was a James Bond movie that was released. I think it was called The World Is Not Enough. And in that movie, the main, how do you call it, villain was a media mogul. And he had a classic quote. I've never forgotten it. And his classic quote was, "Nothing makes for good news like bad news." So for you people who want to keep that in mind. And we have another thing we do with ACME. It's called Inside the Mind of a Journalist. It's a course. It's a training we give to people who want to influence the media. And those are some of the things we talk about. That for the journalist, he's just wired for bad news. That's the way we are. So now the question for you is, how do you, how do you keep him steer him in your direction? Conflict is always good. We're always happy when somebody is fighting. And the beauty of conflict is that when there's a conflict, if it's in the boardroom of GROW, so we go to Stephen and we say, what's the problem? And Stephen says, I'm just using names here, it might not be a problem. Stephen says, no, these people, Ruth. Say, that's terrible. Then we go to Ruth and say, man, do you know what Stephen is saying? This is, Stephen. We have our story. Both sides of the story, conflict, we love it. We love it. These are just the basics of journalism. You learn them in all in journalism school. We like the unusual. You know the famous cliche, it's not interesting when the dog bites a man, but when the man bites the dog, that is the story, right? Yeah? So you imagine, recently we had a story where Rwanda said it was telling Belgium to go to hell with its aid. That's a story, because who tells the donor to go to hell with their money? I mean, I wouldn't. If you're going to give me money, please go ahead. Next slide. Very quick quiz just to make sure we're awake, and before we go into our next part. Next slide. What is GROW? What is GROW? You guys have been here all day. Tell me, what is GROW?
Generating growth to empower women entrepreneurs.
Correct. This guy was one of the first guys in the class. What is GROW?
The government's initiative to alleviate women from poverty.
Fantastic. You're there very, very nicely. Okay, you want?
Generating growth, opportunities and production for women enterprises.
No, it's okay. Yes, but yeah, just keep us awake. Just keep us awake. And next slide. Why is it necessary? Why is it necessary? Why is GROW necessary? Why is GROW necessary?
To empower women entrepreneurs.
This guy has redeemed himself. No, sorry.
Women need opportunities, so this is an opportunity for them.
Okay, great. Next slide. What triggered its launch? Did we hear about that today? You're in the front of the class. That's why you. Why is GROW triggered? What has triggered GROW's? No, Nelson, you've already spoken.
Thank you. This is a project, an initiative to lift women up.
Yeah. What triggered the initiative? What's triggered it?
Women empowerment, basically.
Okay, there's something like that. Next slide. Why did the chicken cross the road? Did you hear about that? Okay, number 3. Okay, you're not convinced.
Because it was fairly in access to capital, to enhance businesses. Number 3, because it wasn't about only empowerment, but it was specific to access to capital and funding.
Wouldn't we say that? I think I heard in the morning that there's a particular lack of course, capital and expertise or technical know-how for women to do business. That makes sense for half the population to be in dire straits and all that kind of business. Generally, yeah? Why did the chicken cross the road? Did you hear about that one in the morning? You didn't hear? I was going to offer a beer, but since I'll keep my beer. So basically, what I'm trying to point out here is that before you write a story, you need to know the subject. It's basic. The editor sends you off to the press conference. Don't just turn up. Find out. And these days, I mean, you know, when I started journalism, when you guys were not in the newsroom, we had to go to a place called a library. Now, I didn't find, the editor has not come here today, but before Google was a certain librarian, New Vision. That guy knew everything, so we'd ask him, then he'd point to the things. That's how it was. So before I went out for a story, I would have to pass by the library, check, grow, what is grow, then dusty news clippings, what is grow, then I go, hopefully, for the thing. So by the time I turn up at grow, I'm not asking, but why is grow? Why are you grow? You must be grow. I'm not asking that. I already have good background. I'm moving into the story at a certain level of engagement. That the point of this quiz is that you need to know the subject before you report on it. Next slide, please. So there are ways. We're talking about impact. And there are various ways to do it in the newsroom. Either you know, whether you're writing or it's broadcast, radio, or TV, or even online these days. We use a news story. Yeah? A news story is immediate. Yeah? It's happened yesterday, it happened this morning, it happened a few hours ago. We're telling people this has happened. I use the grow thing. You know, the government, in conjunction with the World Bank, PSFU, and all those guys, have launched this project. $217 million is going to go towards the upliftment of women. It's immediate. Next. It's short. Many times it's short. Get in there, get out, we move on with the story. It's not an elaborate thing and all that kind of stuff. And especially now, in an age where our attention spans are like shorter than that of a flea, we want short things, get in, get out. If we want to, and now the beauty is if we want to know more, we click and we click and we click and we'll go on to bigger stories and stuff like that. Next, please. But it requires follow-up. And that is critical. That is critical. The story does not end. Somebody said today that we leave stories hanging. If you're sent for a grow event, even if the editor does not, does not ask you to go back or to follow up, you should somehow take it upon yourself to know what is happening after that news event that happened. Let me tell you one thing. I wanted to say this at the end, but I might as well say it now. When I started journalism, the biggest government initiative at the time was privatization. Privatizing all these companies and all that kind of business. And I happened to be getting to journalism, business journalism at the time, and they said, Paul, follow the first event, whatever event it was. But the first event led on to other events because they were not privatizing only one company, they'd really privatize that and that and that. And even when I was not following the story, even when I was not reporting the story, I was following the story. Looking at Grow now, from my perspective from the past, this is our next privatization as far as I'm concerned. And that's why follow-up is important. If you stay with this story, they are saying 5 years, but as you heard, the funds can continue even beyond the 5-year tenure of this project. There will always be stories. Always be stories. There will always be stories about this. Do the link for me. I'm not sure what a news story might look like. Was this a news story? Yeah. Okay, this is a news story. So this was obviously, I think, when they were launching. I think when you were launching. No. It was in March. This is in March 2025. Yeah, you are not launching, but in this story, yeah, this is a new story. It says Grow project to benefit 1.6 million people, empower women entrepreneurs. And can you scroll up? So what you need to know, Mr. Mong noted the project will serve as a catalyst for economic transformation, empowering women to contribute meaningfully to national development. You know, it's a new story. And you'll notice, you scroll down a bit more. Maybe because this one was online, it's a bit long, but let's continue. It goes, it's supposed to be a short story. Yeah, it's a short story, basically. I mean, if you put this on a news page, it's nothing. But it invites, you look at the headline, go back to the top, it invites a follow-up. Just by the headline, it says Grow project to benefit 1.6 million people. If you're a Grow project, if you're a person on this Grow project, well, now we can start talking about the possible story angles. If you're a person on a Grow project, you want to put these guys to the test. Those 1.6 million people, are they turning up? You know, or what did you mean? I haven't read the whole story inside. But earlier in the day, Dr. Ruth was saying that they're trying to get to 28,500 women with this first part, with the first part of the project. It invites a follow-up. What are we meeting these numbers? Are we meeting these numbers? And you can imagine, as you chase that story, as you follow up that story, you're going to find out, one, maybe there's a challenge in disbursement of money. Ruth told us earlier, Dr. Ruth told us earlier in the morning that a lot of women don't meet the criteria. You know, there's now a whole discussion about can we lower the threshold or not? And well, she also said it's a pilot. They're gathering a lot of data from it, and they will see what happens going forward. She also said that 51 billion has been released so far, has been released to the banks of about 150 billion or so. So you're also tracking. When is the next one being released? How is this one performing? She gave us a point of how much loans have been given out. Following up. The story is short, but there's always follow-up. You follow up this story, it will take you to places. I can tell you, by following up the privatization issue, I know things about electricity, I know things about oil, I know things about telecom, I know, because it was all following up stories. It comes like this, it goes like this. And if I look back from day one to what I know from that day one, I would never have conceived it. So Growth Story is, I think, is a potential to be that for any journalist who cares to do the thing. Sorry, next slide. So we talked about the news story. The news story is one way of creating impact and how you can follow it through. Next slide, please. The next one is analysis. Now, analysis is, next slide, it's not much longer. But most importantly for me, is analysis is where the why is explained. Grow, they started disbursing money so many months ago. Only so much has been released. Why? And you will be amazed how, when you go follow that why chain, the thing takes you to places. Some banks are like this, Centenary is like this. She showed you statistics of which banks have done it well and which people have disbursed more money than others. There's a why question there. Why is Centenary Bank better than Stanbic? You know? Why? Why? That's analysis. The analysis comes with that. Next. The analysis also, by following the why, it unpacks the issue, especially for people who are coming first time to the story. I missed the first story. Now you're bringing me into the second story. I need to know, where did this issue come from? Remember the question I asked you? What triggered this story? What triggered this this initiative? That kind of thing. You're going through, asking why, and delivering for your people. Next, please. It compares and contrasts. I was asking somebody earlier that is there any other country with a similar project and stuff like that? Might be interesting to find out. With all due respect, what I normally say when I'm training people is when I'm training, I don't know about other people, when I'm training, we use the Vegas rules. Yeah? Vegas rules are, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Yeah? So I'm going to say some things. If you go and report them, I'll just deny. Unless you're recording me, I'll just say that guy is a liar. Yeah? Fake news. So, compares and contrasts. So I was asking somebody around, is there a comparable program around the world? And they're telling me this is, Dr. Ruth might be here saying we have done 50%. She's feeling well. She's doing well. But you go and measure it against another country, and they are just, you wonder, hey, guys, we're paying you salaries and you can't even match stuff. Or it might actually be that they're doing a fantastic job. Everyone is wondering what? There's nothing comparable in the world. So sometimes these facts, in and of themselves, in isolation, don't mean anything. But when you compare them with something else, then it begins to become an interesting story. So that's part of the thing that happens with analysis. There's a link there I want you to pull up. So there's this one, get up to the headline. This one was done in February this year, and it said only 21% of GROW project funds expended, says news report. Yeah? Huh? Yeah. So, in and of itself, it might sound good, 21%, or it might not sound like, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Why isn't it 100%? So the analysis goes in to explain why. This is a headline probably the editor chose. Maybe the author didn't want this headline, but the editor says, to attract people to my page, this is the headline I'm going to use. And I can imagine the people at the GROW project, they read this story because they were wondering, hey, what are these guys saying? What are these guys saying? How dare they? And it was done in Hoima City. It talks about the latest Auditor General's report, reveals that, and I'm sure GROW people are not amused. This report says, Auditor General reveals that only 21%. Of course, the sweat and blood and tears you suffer to get this thing out, and this guy saying, only. What's wrong with this guy? But anyway, that's his problem. He's writing his story. And hopefully, he's got his things. He's compared where the things come from, what the initiative was about, and all that kind of thing. That's an analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, you will be celebrated for one day for breaking a story, news story. You will be celebrated forever for analysis. People will remember you for analysis because remember what George showed us, that people want perspective. People want understanding. That's what people, okay, it's very nice. You've told us 21% or you told us about GROW. What does this mean, especially for myself? Yeah? Okay, next slide, please. So we have news stories. We're moving to news analysis. When I was a young journalist, unfortunately, I have to keep referring to times before yourselves. But when I was a younger journalist, an older journalist told me, I think the question arose. He said, and then he said, I was a reporter, I was a freelance reporter. And then he said, I am a writer. He said, he was referring to himself. He said, I am a writer. And I said, what's the difference? Reporter, writer. I said, see, a reporter, you just say he said, she said, he said. Me, I go beyond the story. That's where you want to be. So you move from news reporter. If you're reporting for 10 years and you still report, okay, even me, I can report. But I'm not known as a reporter now anymore. I've moved on to the next level. Analysis, commentary. And by the way, that's why people take you seriously. No one takes, oh, well, they remember, oh, he wrote the other one. But when you give them understanding, when you give them knowledge, that's when they remember you. As you might have, I'm glad for George's infographic because it kind of cements that thing. People remember you for giving them understanding, giving them a unique perspective on a subject that they thought, especially that they thought they knew. So the commentaries many times are the best analysis pieces, but slanted to support the author's opinion. So, and this is something you need to think about as journalists, that these things take time. By the time you get to the point where you're commentating, you've followed the subject for a long time. Yeah? You know the insides and the outsides. Why Uganda was at 21%, 5 months, 6 months into the project? Why wasn't it 100%? These are the challenges at the beginning of GROW. Banks were having problems disbursing. You heard Dr. Ruth saying they're now contemplating going to MFIs. Maybe in 5-10 years' time, MFIs or SACCOs or even mobile money will be the channel, the biggest channel. You'll be able to tell your readers, do you know where we started from? We started with the banks. Eh? We started, 24% of the women had to bite the bullet. 28, I think. 28% of the new people had to bite the bullet and get into a bank for the first time in their lives to access these funds. But now, where we are at, you'll be talking from 10 years ago. 10 years later, you'll be saying, man, now it's on the phone, what? You know, you'll be telling people. And you know, anyway, that's a story for another day. But give me the, give me the, give me the link, please. So now this is a commentary. The guy is saying, handle grow project better than before. This was editorial of the Monitor, where they now have read the story or they know the subject and they say, this is what we think should happen. Scroll up, please. Scroll, I think it's scroll down, yeah? No. A bit up to the top of the story. Yeah. So in this commentary, he's saying that the issue is poverty fight, yeah? Over our view, if the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development does not go further than the launch and effective monitoring, GROW will be another project in the graveyard of good documents. Opinion. He's giving his opinion. He's saying, we know this. He tells you what he knows, and he tells you his opinion. That's commentary. To get to that level without sounding like a joke, you need to know what you're talking about. You don't wake up straight out of university, straight out of mass comm class, and you start writing commentaries, unless it's about the university, which you know, hopefully. No, I mean the social life of the university, not of Nawangwe and what. Now, when you come out of campus, you're just talking about here, you know, happening, what, that kind of stuff, commentary. So I want to set the stage. I'm saying the way to impact the thing, there's news analysis, the commentary. News is good. Hopefully you get everything accurately. Next best level you want to be aiming for is news analysis, and next eventually you want to be aiming for commentary. And next slide, please. So I want to do a just to show you how I might, or you might, create a story of impact. So how you or I might create a story of impact. But let's open this. The slide, please. Open next. What are the possible growth stories? Just from what we've had today. The status of women. That's a story. To understand why growth was triggered, you need to understand what they are trying to impact, affect the status of women. Status of women, they think the people who initiate the product, it's not as good as it could be. Therefore, we are hoping one intervention is grow. Poverty eradication. Women in business. Progress of grow. The beneficiaries of grow. This last part is probably where you would even have the most impact as a journalist. I keep telling, when I was an editor, when I sat on a desk and, okay, I say, when I was an assigning editor, I used to tell my people, what you're giving me is statistics. Where are the people? Don't make the growth story a statistics story. There are people behind those stories. Especially in this case, there are women, most likely. Okay, there might be supporting spouses. Might be an interesting story. Find the guy who lent his wife the chopper to go and borrow for grow. Those are interesting guys. Huh? I don't know how many of you would give your wives a chopper to go and borrow money for grow. I wouldn't. Well, she has her own choppers. Yeah, but anyway. The story, beneficiaries progress. That is one of the best stories you can get on Grow. I can just see it. A woman, although they try to describe a Grow woman, and I felt a bit sad that she has clean hair. She has a gomesi. It might not be ironed, but at least it is clean. It's very interesting. But it'd be interesting if you get a woman and the grow project, grow loans or whatever facilities, and maybe the whole project 5 years, but if you borrow on day one, you'll have it for 2 years and repay it in 2 years.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, amidst us, we've been joined by Honorable Esther Nyakun, the State Minister for Labor. So the change in mood that you did just see is her mama. Thank you so much for sparing time off your busy schedule. You actually found us concluding this conversation about how to make these growth stories even more impactful. And she will be closing our session after that. So Paul, please continue.
Thank you. So let's just go quickly into just thinking through how we would build a growth story that has impact. These are the subjects. I want to start, as I said, with the beneficiary. So let's say there's a beneficiary. What are we looking for? Somebody give me an idea. What are we looking for? She's a beneficiary of Grow. To make our story, what are we looking for? No, you know what we're looking for. Nelson.
How much have they received? What have they used it for? What business are they doing? How are they progressing? What are the challenges that they are meeting?
Okay. Okay, somebody else. What are we looking for? There's a lady there. There's a lady there.
The impact that money has made on that person.
Impact? What is the nature of this impact? I mean, what can it be?
How the business has transformed. For instance, they were making a certain amount of money as profit, and now the profit has increased, or they have improved their social life as a result.
Okay. Improvement in social life. Something you need to understand about everything. Economics, politics, what? The ideal is that it is there to improve the lives of the people. So if there's a project like this one, okay, business is good, it has improved, but how has the woman's life improved, or the beneficiary's life improved? There's a guy there?
Also the negative impact. For example, in the rural communities, when the woman becomes wealthy, the family is going to have issues. Maybe
genetic, what do they call it? Gender-based violence.
Yes.
Huh? Instances, maybe. Huh? Let's just say. Any other impact? Yeah?
Is she able to remit back the loan in time?
Okay, repayment. Repayment. Repayment, whatever. Yeah, repayment, whether she can repay. Any other impact? So there's an increase in tax revenue, which would be eventual. I mean, you can only be a small businessman for so long before the taxman sees you. Taxes. But let me just cut this short. What we are forgetting again, remember I told you that it doesn't mean anything if we can't relate it to something. If you think about it, this beneficiary, one of the questions you need to be asking them is, where were they before? Because you need to, when you're talking about impact, but where was she before? That's actually maybe where the story comes in. Then you can see how far she's moved. Not many years ago, recently, there was this thing, what is it called? It's also handled by the Ministry of Gender. The older person's benefits, SAGE. So we were there in the newsroom and we were saying, what, 25,000 a month? What is that? What is that? 25,000 a month. Then the journalists went out and did the story. So they do 25,000 a month. The story we had at the time, they had 25,000 a month. They are paid every quarter. That means about 75,000, and then And these people were able to do amazing things. You know, they buy goats, buy chicken, improves their nutrition, then school fees for grandchildren. There was a lot of, and for us, for us who are, what do you call it? What do you call it? Our corporates, we sit in the, in AC and what? 25,000. I drink that in 3 hours. You know, like, 3 hours even a lot. Okay, wait. Let me not stress sell myself. But somebody disagrees with me about SAGE.
No, I was saying, that reminded me of what I thought about in the morning when they were listing the people you can interview. And I disagree with that approach as a journalist when they line up people and they say these are the beneficiaries.
Yeah.
You know? So I'm thinking that's those said beneficiaries who were saying they've paid fees and all that. Yeah, they were brought to say that.
Yeah, well, that's
Many
the
times.
good point. The good point you make there is that if the journalist allowed the ministry people to bring them to you, but we live in these villages, we know who is receiving SAGE. So if you're a journalist, okay, if maybe the ministry says you come and talk to this one, but say okay, thank you very much, you talk to them, then you go and talk to the real ones. If you think the others different people, which is true. And when you write the story, I'm not saying that that all the SAGE people benefited. Even here, if I give all of you 100,000 each, by the time I talk to you on Monday, some of you will probably still be zonked. Some of you will have bought chicken. Some of you, there will be a difference in the way we apply this thing. So it's possible. It's very possible that there are people who, money is far. Hey, Monday is far. Don't be like me. Don't be like me. Yeah, but the point is that the before story normally sharpens the impact. For us here in our corporate, in our AC condition, okay, this one AC is not working, but in an AC situation, coat tie, we drive to work. What our big problems are? Traffic. What fuel is at 5,000. For a person down there, 25,000 can be life changing. Yeah. So you need to take off. You need to move out of yourself. Essentially, that's and one of the things that makes a good journalist is interest in people. And when you're interested in people, you move out of yourself to tell their story, right? I'm sure there are people who have messed up the SAGE money. They went and drank it. They went and married other wives. You wonder who those wives are with 25K. But anyway, they are there, So before makes impact so much serious, so much good. So I want to say next slide. I don't know if I have a next slide actually. Yeah. Many times one of the things that's useful is to bring the story. Many times you can bring it from the bottom to the top, or you can bring it from the top to the bottom. Okay, grow is too early to make any, I think in my mind, it might be different, to make any serious inroads into the economics of the country or the politics. It's probably having some social impact at that micro level. But looking at this story, maybe 10 years from today, we'll be asking what has been the impact of this grow on the economics of the country, on the politics of the country, or the region, or whatever the case may be. Those will be very interesting stories to tell in a few years' time. There will be winners and there will be losers. There will be people, maybe ladies who you will give 1,000 ladies, they'll have access to Grow Finance, and maybe, let's say 100 ladies, and maybe 10 will come through and become big women and big business women and stuff like that. But there'll be other people, winners and losers. Interesting thing, in the morning somebody was saying, I think it was a minister, he was saying, Stephen Asimu of Private Sector Foundation, he was saying that Uganda is the most entrepreneurial country in the world. We start a business every day. But unfortunately, we have the highest mortality. And, us guys who are in suits and ties, we think that's a bad thing. Yeah? Businesses are collapsing, that's very bad, very bad. What do you think happens to the businessmen whose businesses collapse? They start again. They start again, and hopefully they start better. You go and ask any businessman, how many times do you go and ask, I don't want to name names, this big businessman, how many times they have failed? They'll tell you, my friend, where do I start? Do you have the whole day? Yeah? So it's not a bad thing, but then you have to get into the story. So losers. The woman might have taken the money, failed to repay the money, then she's blacklisted. I'm sure the banks would blacklist her or something like that. She might be a loser at that time. Maybe the banks give a moratorium period, come back after 6 months. If you have improved your behavior, we give you another one. Whatever the case may be. Stuff. They are detractors. They are always detractors. I try to weed these people from around me. I don't like people who, when I say, tomorrow is Saturday, the guy says, no, it's the day before Sunday. I'm like, what are we saying? But they are detractors. There's always, what can those guys do? They're going to eat all the money. They're like, okay, but that's a story. It might even point you to stories. Is it true? You know, like the other lady, she was at Women's Day and she blasts off. You know, of course, they came, as you said, as we've been told, they came and, you know, detoxified the message. But you listen to them and you say, you go back. And you might find there's no story. It's not a crime. But it might lead to other stories. Impact. Impact always creates emotion, one way or the other. When emotion happens, you know you have a story. Sometimes you don't see it immediately, but it is there. That's where you start. And as I said earlier, and why it's very important, why? What happened? Who did it? When did it happen? Where did it happen? Psh, anyone can tell you that. Why? That's where the story is. That's where the impact is. Yeah? That's where the impact is. I'll just give you an example of not a growth story, but where when you ask why, something comes out the other side that you didn't actually expect. Okay, maybe that's stuff. So I'm going to write about it on Monday, so you'll even read about it on Monday. But a few weeks ago, Mobile Money, MTN Mobile Money announced their results, financial results, and a few pages down the line, ABSA announced its results. So I was looking at both results, and I noticed that MTN Mobile Money is more profitable than ABSA the bank. And people who have been around longer, who are in the news, okay, none of you are in the newsroom in 1998. People who have been around, yeah, you are in the newsroom. You age very gracefully, my friend. So there was a bank called Barclays. Barclays used to be the biggest bank in Uganda after UCB at the time. It was bigger than Stanchart even. At that time, it had branches all over the place. Now it's ABSA. Yeah, but it used to be Barclays. Now, to think that mobile money started in 2010, 15 years ago, and is now bigger by profit than ABSA, that's a story. When you go into the why, you find out all sorts of stuff. But it's very interesting. But that's just my example of when you chase that why down, it will take you to very interesting places, and it will make for very, very impactful reporting, and why you can use it with the Grow. Grow, thankfully, all of you guys are at the beginning of Grow. If you stay with Grow, I'm not saying that you get employed by Grow, but you just follow this story. Just keep following it. You'll be surprised or not. Well, you will be surprised either way. Either it will flop spectacularly, or it will be spectacularly successful. Either way, it will be a good story. I can promise you. Just like when I started with privatization, you then who knew? Who knew? We were there struggling with UCB. We were there struggling with UTL. Do you know a company called UTL? The other day I was walking on which street is that? That street between Grand Imperial and the Bank of Uganda. That street. That's where UTL headquarters is. I saw the thing. I said, this thing is still around. And I have a friend who gets data on UTL. I said, that thing works. I said, do you pay for it? He gets data. But UTL used to be a big deal in this country. But yeah, sorry to divert. But if you follow this story, 10 years, 5 years, not even, the ability of this story in 5 years alone to just move things is just amazing. As long as, of course, executed properly. Next slide. So, thank you very much, people. I hope we have tickled your minds about how to get to an impactful story, the possibilities and stuff. I don't know what the the program is, but yeah. Okay. So the questions, but actually the questions were for all of us. Oh, but Flora's left, but I think we can handle. So if there are any questions and stuff on the subject, let's do them. Questions? Comments? Okay. Questions and comments. Let me say comments before then get energized.
All right. Any questions? Let's give a round of applause to Paul. Thank God Paul did not reveal the person who was in P3 in 98. Because some of you probably were not even born. Check. Some of you were not even born in 98. Let us agree. Not so. Someone is offended, telling them they were not born by 98. Anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to a close of this very interesting conversation and training and learning experience. And I want to believe that it's not always going to be triggered by a one woman telling the president, Sente Baziria. It's going to be a continuous relationship, because there is a long time to go. And like Paul was saying, there is continuity of the story. The figure that is 2,000 today, tomorrow will be 5,000, or the next time will be a totally different figure. And even after the first 5 years, depending on the success of the program, we could also be having a totally different conversation about growth. So it is a family that we have started. It's like bearing children. Even when they are grown and they've started their own families, they are still children to you. So that's a kind of relationship that we have started today. And I want to thank you all. I want to thank you, dear colleagues, for keeping through and engaging and getting new knowledge. And I am very, very hopeful that the next stories that are going to be reported about GROW will be remembering all the tidbits. We'll be able to fact check. We will be able to, Sophia was recalling one particular story where the GROW story was in a different section. Then there was another story about distribution of condoms right below. So, so it almost looks, was it spams or something? So it looks like the two stories were interconnected. So probably even the placement of the stories will change so that they do not get intertwined with the other stories. But ladies and gentlemen, allow me call back Serena, the team leader at the World Bank here, to just give up some wrap-up remarks, and then she will be able to invite the minister. You want to use this or this?
I like this one too. Check. I can use both. Thank you very much. And this is also a product of growth. But thank you, Mildred, for being with us. Mildred has been a little bit of I think, of one of our guests, our promoters, and thank you, Madam Minister, for joining us. I know you have a very busy schedule and it's getting to the end of Friday, so thank you. I just wanted to really say a couple of things and then close, and then pass the word to Madam Minister. So again, thank you for coming and spending the Friday with us. Just to reassure, this is not, definitely not something triggered by one event, but something that, as I explained at the beginning, is a part of a whole communication and information strategy. So there will be more every once in a while. I don't know if we can keep a quarterly pace, but definitely something like that. We will also make sure that you are informed when we visit or we conduct missions. The World Bank conducts every 6 months. We have the duty to do an implementation support missions, as I said earlier. Not every time we can go in the field and see, but I love to be closer to the people, so I will try to go more often, and we will let you know. We will also do this type of exercise in the regions, because we know that there's, you cover a lot, but you don't cover the full country. So this is something we are also going to do. And I think today was very interesting in many ways, because we started with speeches, a little bit of speeches, which were fine, and then we broke the rhythm with my intervention, bringing it all a little bit together in terms of also why we care about GROW, because it's not just about the project, but it's about really economic empowerment beyond women. Once you empower women, then it also reflects in the overall economy. And I think it's correct. We don't still have a lot of impact, but that's where we would like to go. And this is where I've been also really trying to convince everybody that, it's very early now to talk about impact, but we can start talking about stories, and we can start tracking stories and follow what is going on to women from now. So perhaps in 2 years we'll have a very good story. So that's for the growth of GROW. And I think then we also had with the question and answer session, and also the the reflections session, we had a little bit of what I would call a therapy session. Everybody was, expressing some concern. We had the chance to respond. Dr. Ruth had a chance to respond. And so a little bit of a therapy group. So I think when you do therapy in a good way, you come out stronger. So I hope really this, as Mildred said, this is going to be a family that continue to grow together. And I hope you know where to find information now. You have the contacts of these two ladies at the head of the table here. And that I want also to thank again, Diana and Odira, and also thank Sophia on our team. But I think really this has been an effort of a joint team. And I don't know if she's still on, but also Vidya on the online, who's been providing a lot of great support and also in putting today together. So please register with Odira and Diana in case we have not, because they also have ways of keep you up to date. And then, just really one more message for me is to try to protect together the integrity and the good things about the project by sharing good and real information. So I think now you have all the elements to at least know where things are. This was a mini crash course, and don't, never feel afraid to reach out to us in case you hear something, you want to know more about it. Hey, I heard this, is it true? Or is there room to develop a story? So this is it, I think. Let me thank also Mildred for a great work, being our ambassador in many ways. I also want to thank, is it Professor George? Doctor, Professor George. Who else do I need to thank? Paul, who was in the newsroom many years ago. And that's it. I think I'm gonna close it and pass to Madam Minister. Thank you so much again. We know there's many demands on your time. So, I leave you the floor. Oops. The World Bank officials, led by the TTL of GROW, our teams of the trainers, dear editors, reporters from different media houses, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Esther Anyakun Davinia, and I'm the State Minister for Labor, Employment and Industrial Relations. I got this invite on short notice. And because I'm a woman, I have more interest in supporting women issues. As we came to close this important engagement, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to each and every one of you for your active participation today on media briefing and also training workshop. Your presence is very clear testament to our commitment of shaping information, inclusive narrative that truly reflects the lives and aspirations of Ugandan women. As we have all heard throughout the day, Uganda ranks as one of the most top countries globally for women entrepreneurship, yet we still face critical challenges. Many of these enterprises remain small, informal, and undersourced, not because women lack vision, but because they often lack the support system required to grow. The GROW project was designed to change the reality. It is not simply a loan scheme. It is a comprehensive women's economic empowerment program that provides business women with access to finances, skills, training, inclusive infrastructure, work placement, and also market linkages. And yet, as we have been discussing, the biggest challenge of the project faces a persistent misinformation, especially around who is meant to serve. Let me say this very, very clearly. GROW is for women with existing businesses. They may be micro enterprises, farms,
trading stalls, or small workshops, but they must be operational businesses that are ready to grow. We are also mindful that the loan component alone cannot serve every eligible woman. Following cabinet directives on growth, loans are being equitably distributed across the 19 sub-regions. This is to set up towards the regional fairness, but it also means that the number of the loan recipients is limited. That is why we need to amplify awareness about the other powerful components of the project. One of them is essential skills training and work placement program that are already transforming young women's employability and confidence. The second one is business development services, providing mentorship and market readiness support. And most especially, the common user facilities, which have attracted over 2,000 applications from women groups. We have also signed strategic partnership with Makerere University, Rwentanga Farm School, and Naro Kawanda to establish common user production facilities, giving women access to agro-processing equipment and export support. Some of these interventions are readily bearing fruits, and your platforms are key for showcasing this success and demystifying the project's purpose. As journalists, editors, you play a very essential role in shaping this public opinion. Your stories, your headlines, and broadcasts influence how women see themselves, how communities understand opportunities, and how government programs are judged. Today, we have begun a partnership with those that goes beyond reporting. It is about building a stronger and inclusive economy. It is about ensuring that no woman with the drive to grow her business is left behind. I encourage you to take this knowledge and insights you've gained here and use your platforms to shine a light on the real impact of women economic empowerment. Tell the story that matters. Stories of resilience and of growth, of transformation. On behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, I thank you all for your time, your voices, your partnership, and let us continue this journey together for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Esther Nyakun, for your time. All right, so before we leave, memories are always great. So in case you dodged the first picture, here we'll be able to get you. So Honorable Esther, I'm just going to request that you just come to the front. Serena and the team entirely. Team, let's just get here, have some organization, probably some chairs, and make sure you don't stand behind Honorable Esther. Because first of all, her heel is not even 1 inch, but you already see she's about to touch the ceiling. So make sure she sees the future. So if you're down to earth, please make sure that you sort yourself out. So team, let's just come and be a part of this beautiful picture, these beautiful memories. It's a family that we have started, so feel free. Professor, please feel free to sit down. Paul, feel free to sit down as well. Paul, please feel free to sit down. Sydney as well, yourself. Okay, we are now allowed to reorganize the room so we can all be in one picture. We really want to have a big family picture, so I'm going to request all my colleagues, please, please, please. Let's all come out. I know journalists to be shy people. They're not to put microphones in front of people and ask questions. You put a microphone next to them. including myself, I will start running away. So let's come and take a picture for the memory. After here, it will be as good as saying bye-bye. Has everyone come? Are we sure, except myself? I'm as well coming through. Please don't miss out. Come and be a part of this picture. A big thank you to the World Bank team, to the PSFU team. A big thank you to Ministry of Gender, of course, as well.
And have a good time.
The cameraman of long ago would come and sleep on the floor and, you know, take particular angles. But this cameraman of these days, you're a scam. But thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for sparing your time. I don't know the magical charm that World Bank used and the entire team at Ministry of Gender. It is hard to keep journalists in one area for all this while. Now let's talk about the truth about ourselves. It is hard to keep us in one place for all this while. Thank you very much, Honorable Anyakun, and have a good day. But colleagues, thank you so much. Let's continue to seek out for the information. Let's debunk. If there is some negativity coming in, it's right also to find all the information of what is coming out so we can be able to report.